Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Double Hybrid Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya Inko had never once doubted her husband's love for her, even though they had only dated for a few months. She found him to be such a nice man. They had a beautiful wedding ceremony and a magnificent honeymoon. He had even taken her to Hawaii. Her life almost seemed fake in its perfection. Hisashi had a good job from a metals company, though the location was pretty remote, quite a ways from Mizudafu where Inko was used to. He didn't want to hassle her with the move, so instead he convinced Inko that he'd make the commute for the week and come back Friday night to spend the weekends, then return on Monday. Inko tried to argue to stay together, but Hisashi had a way of persuading her. Inko thought that was why he made such a good salesman. Though Inko never herself visited his office, she knew that it was a lovely, quaint place from what Hisashi described to her. The company he worked for offered him a great salary with large bonuses awarded seemingly randomly, but Hisashi said that that type of bonus happened quite often in the workplace, even in the high amounts of yen that he received ever so often. After a few months of marriage, the couple decided to start a family. Soon Inko discovered she was pregnant with her first child. Around the same time, her lifelong friend Mitsuki and her husband also found they were expecting. Between her almost daily get-togethers with Mitsuki and her mommy blogging, Inko started to notice a few outliers in her husband's behavior as the pregnancy went on. Hisashi seemed to be more on edge and tense when he was home during the weekends. He would seemingly brush off her concerns for him and tell her, "It's just work." Having no reason to doubt him, Inko just accepted it, because why would her husband ever lie to her? The Fosquade fell apart just 2 weeks before Inko was scheduled to give birth. The clouds were thick and heavy with rain, and a chill ran through the wind, threatening danger to those unlucky enough to brave it. Hisashi had been once again late coming home that Friday night. Usually Inko would just go to sleep and let Hisashi come home and meet her when they both woke the next morning, but she was worried about the violent storm. Inko sat alone in the small living room humming a melody to her unborn child. She was cut off from her tune by the locks turning, signaling her husband's return home. As the door began to open, Inko immediately knew something was off. Hisashi was standing in the doorway, blocking most of it, being the built man he was, his tan coat coated in a staining black powder and beneath it an almost rose shade. Inko went stiff as she realized what it was: ash and blood. Blood. Her husband was covered in blood. "Inko, why are you up so late? You should be in bed," he said in almost a growl, a tone Inko had never heard from him before. "Is he injured?" she questioned to herself. She worriedly scanned his body for injury, looking from his dirted work boots up to his torn brown utility pants and up to, "Inko, you should be in bed." "Are you injured?" she asked tentatively. "Inko, you should be asleep right now." "But the storm, I was worried that you might be." "I'm fine, Inko. Why are you even up? You always are asleep when I'm late." Her eyes widened when she finally realized that he had no injuries at all. "Hisashi, whose blood is that?" His eyes narrowed at her. He corrected his posture and looked down at her on the couch. "Inko, go to bed right now. Forget that this happened," he commanded her. Inko had never been one to stand down. She never backed away from a fight. But right now she felt as though her world was crashing around her, her mind connecting dots never meant to be connected to her husband until she put it all together to a possibility she never wanted to be true. "Hisashi, who do you work for?" "Metals of Joppa." "Damn it, Hisashi, I want to know who the hell you work for." Inko bubbled with rage. She'd been lied to and fooled. There was no way this was going to end well for him. She had friends and connections, and he wasn't getting out of this unscathed. "Don't you dare raise your voice at me, woman," he hissed through his clenched jaw, shoulders shaking in fury. "Excuse me?" "Oh no, he didn't." Hisashi took a step closer to Inko as she rose from the couch. "I said don't you dare raise your voice at me, woman." He let the words slip from his throat with accompanying fire. He had used his quirk at her. "Hisashi, don't you dare disrespect me, your wife. Get out." He began to laugh at her in a mocking tone. Inko, there is nothing you can do to me to get me to leave my own FNG house. You can hardly keep standing with our child in. My child. She finished for him. Don't you cut me off again. He punctuated his anger with a backhanded slap to Inko's face, sending her sprawling down into the wood floor, her dignity belly unprotected from the hard surface. Just before she made contact with the ground, he roughly yanked her wrist, sending her back first into the ground. All her breath left her as she laid on the floor, rolling to her side and bringing up a protective arm around her stomach. You're only useful as the bearer of my child. Your use was your telekinetic quirk. You were the only one gullible enough to marry a man you barely know. So while I won't hurt the baby, I have no problem doing so to you. But if you don't keep your filthy trap shut, then I can't help but to put a little pressure my little investment. He reached down to the expecting mother as he placed a firm grip on her wrists, keeping them from providing any sort of barrier to her swollen belly. He brought his other hand up to his mouth and pulled off what seemed to be a thin fake cover, hiding the true marking of the ring worn boldly on his middle finger. Underneath was an emblem engraved in the face of the piece. Inko said in a sharp breath. It was a fairly well-known symbol, being better known every day, but Inko recognized it from watching the news with Mitsuki a few days prior. The villain alliance. Hisashi was a villain. I thought I might as well answer your question now, my dear. He let the words resonate with her, shaking her very being. Inko had never been so fearful in her life. Not just for her, but for her unborn child. This child may be yours by blood, but I will never allow you to be in their life. Inko let the words sizzle from her mouth. She turned her bruised neck just enough to spit in his face. It impacted with a satisfying splat on his skin. A deep chuckle came from his throat as he used his free hand to wipe the saliva off him. Oh, you're going to pay for that one. He brought his ring up to his lips and activated his quirk, blowing fire onto the metal ring. Inko watched in horror as the ring heated to be red-hot and steaming. She struggled to free herself from his grip, but his strength was overpowering. He pulled her off the ground, held up only by her wrists. Her raised arms caused her shirt to ride up, exposing her stomach. She tried to yell to call for help, but her voice failed her, too far in shock to speak. He gazed into his superheated ring, studying it, then glancing back at Inko. The heat waves visible from anywhere in the room. In an instant he brought down the ring against her stomach, just above her navel. The pain was unbearable. Inko bit into her lip, denying Hisashi the pleasure of hearing her scream. Tears flowed down her cheeks as he removed the ring from her burnt flesh, dripping with blood. The child is mine, Inko. It's not my fault, you're just a gullible beach with a nifty quirk. Inko was alone. Hisashi had left after branding her and throwing a punch to the back of her head. He must have thought it was hard enough to keep her unconscious until the morning. Before he knocked her out, Hisashi had burned and smashed her phone. The phone was horribly cracked, almost folded, and the number keys had all been melted together. She could barely make out the words coming from the faintly glowing screen, but it was enough. The small arrow keys were mostly still intact, but there was no chance of dialing emergency services. She only had access to the few contacts she had. As quietly as she could, to not wake Hisashi, she took the phone in her trembling hands and scrolled to Mitsuki's contact, one of her few friends in the area. It was late, but Mitsuki was a light sleeper in her PRDY, so Inko hoped she'd pick up. The phone began to dial. Another dial and still no answer. On the third she finally picked up. Hello, Inko? What's up, hun? It's pretty late for. Mitsuki, I need you to listen to me. Inko cut her off with a rushed whisper. It's Hisashi, he's not right. He came home covered in blood. Blood B, but it wasn't his. Mitsuki just omigo dekilled Somi and Mitsuki help. Inko was struggling to speak through her hyperventilating. Inko calmed down, focus on breathing. Is he still there? Yes. He's asleep in the room next to me. B, but the door's open. Inko, listen, Masaru is calling the police. You need to get out of the house now. We're on our way. Me, Mitsuki, I. Inko, get out of the H-. He's a villain. Hisashi is a villain. He had a ring with the sim symbol on it, the villain alliance. He branded me with it. There was a sharp pause in the conversation. Just enough time for Inko to hear a slight creak in the bed Hisashi was in. Oh my god, Mitsuki Hi's waking up. Inko whispered, even quieter than before. Inko, you need to leave right now. God, Inko, get the hell out of there. We're on our way, they're sending the cops and some heroes. Just get as far away from there as possible. We'll meet you outside. Now Inko, get out. Inko hesitantly rose from her spot on the floor of the dark apartment. There was barely a glimmer of moonlight coming from the curtains next to her. She carefully crept towards the door at the other end of the room. It may have only been a mere 20 feet, but it felt like a mile. Inko was ghostly light on her feet, well as close to ghostly being a bloated PRDNT woman. Inko had just made it to the door when she heard a floorboard creak. A floorboard behind her. Without turning to look, she flung the door open and ran. She could hear the yell of rage behind her as she ran down the 4 flights of stairs, ignoring the searing pain radiating from her ankle as she took each step. Pulling with her quirk, Inko gave herself a boost down the stairs. She was making good time. There was no telling where Hisashi was, but she couldn't hear him anymore. Did he give up? She thought hopefully to herself as she started another flight. If only. There was a rush of air behind her, raising the alarm in her head. Instinctually, she ducked, narrowly missing the wide right swing Hisashi had aimed at her head. But the dodge had thrown her completely off balance, sending her to the floor once again. She was leaning against the edge of the 2nd-story handrails. Oh god, Mitsuki, I'm sorry, she thought to herself. As Hisashi took a deep breath in, Inko could see his throat light up with a glow of fire. It was building in his chest, readying to strike her down. Well, this is a bad idea, Inko thought as she aimed herself at the top of the building across the street. With a final smirk at Hisashi, her body was yanked off the balcony with the force of her quirk. She was airborne. Hoping to slow her fall, she focused her quirk onto the top of the lamppost. She underestimated her weight. DMNPRGNCY. The lamppost began to bend and splinter. Instead of slowing her own descent, it broke off from the pole and came hurling at her. She released her quirk and hit the ground rolling. Inko did her best to protect her belly with her hands, but on the impact she heard a loud pop from her wrist as pain sparked up her arm. Her left wrist looked like a broken tree branch. The rain washed away the blood oozing from the ugly compact fracture, the bone jutting from her skin in a jagged edge. A cry of pain left her throat before she could attempt to hold it back. Quickly tearing a piece from her long cardigan, Inko tightly bound her wrist the best she could. As she pulled against the raw bone and torn flesh, she couldn't help but to cry out in agony. Her wrist was useless and her ankle swollen and purple. At least the bleeding from her stomach burn had stopped and was now only puckered and red. The rain began to lighten up, as though the universe was showing the poor woman a bit of mercy as it began dispersing the clouds. A mercy ruined by a flame barreling towards her. Once again she leapt to her feet, scrambling away from the heat, using her quirk to pull her into a side alley by yanking at the walls with her quirk to give another speed boost. Her wrists screamed in protest of the continued use while her ankle crunched with every step, but adrenaline kept her going. Someone would come. The heroes were on their way. She would be safe. It would all be over soon. Inko caught her foot on the edge of an uneven sidewalk and began to plunge toward the alley floor at an alarming speed. She closed her eyes as the fight left her. Broken and bruised, Inko simply couldn't last any longer. She let the fall carry her down until she stopped, opening her eyes. She expected red, but instead saw the gray cement inches from her face. A thick fabric was wrapped around her shoulders and hips, careful of the baby bump. Inko followed the trail of cloth to its owner. A young, rough-looking man with a yellow pair of goggles and an off-white scarf secured around Inko, keeping her from hitting the ground. He pressed his finger to his ear in what Inko assumed to be a communications earpiece. She was proved correct as he spoke into it. "This is Eraserhead, I have the woman. Requesting immediate combat and medical backup as the victim is wounded and aggressor incoming." He then turned to her. "Ma'am, it's okay, I'm a pro hero, Eraserhead. You just need to hang in there a little longer and we can get you out of here." "Okay." Inko slowly nodded. She gazed at the man, the hero in front of her, and saw black dots edging into the corners of her vision. Hey, no, don't fall asleep, you gotta stay awake with me, okay? Can you do that for me? Now I'm gonna just put you on the roof real quick and deal with this guy, then I'll be right back." Again Inko began to nod, but, W8 roof? She called to him as he quickly scaled the building and placed her in the middle of the small, flat roof. Sorry, I'll be right back, but he's coming, so just stay awake and don't move. The other heroes are on their way right now. With it he leapt back into the alley to meet a raging Hisashi. Inko was left alone on the building with rain slowing pattering against her. Between the falling rain, excruciating pain of her injuries, as well as the accompanying adrenaline from her escape, Inko never noticed that her water had broken. Well, shit, was all she could think as the noise of a fight broke out below her. Aizawa was not having a good night. His roommate and self-proclaimed boyfriend, not that Shoyuta ever argued with that, had apparently seen a spider and lost control of his quirk, letting off a projected yell. Thankfully, it had still been early in the night, barely even 6 when Mike usually got home from his daytime hero duties. Unfortunately, though, instead of falling back asleep as Shoyuta normally would, he had to deal with complaining neighbors and be the thrilling end to an itsy-bitsy spider that Mike still couldn't grow the ball to deal with himself. To top it all off, Aizawa had been alerted in the middle of a cartel stakeout with news that a suspected villain was attacking his wife, his PRDNT wife, and endangering the civilians around him. Screw the drags for tonight. Without hesitation in abandoning his fruitless stakeout, he took off towards the apartment complex that dispatch gave him, hoping he wouldn't be too late. Not when there was a baby on the line. He was the closest hero to the site, but still too far away in his mind. He heard reports while running that there was smoke coming from the area of the call and backup was on the way, but an accident a few blocks away were keeping them from getting through. It looked like he'd be on his own for the beginning of the fight. Shoyuta filed the possibility of a fire quirk user in the back of his mind due to the smoke as he kept leaping between buildings and using his capture gear to swing off lampposts, his feet barely skimming the ground as he hurled himself as fast as he could towards the growing plume of smoke in the still rainy sky. He could hear a woman's voice cry out in pain just under the plume. Eraserhead kept on with even more urgency in his actions. As he swung over the final building he took in the scene, there seemed to be a fire started in a 4th-story apartment with the door charred and flung wide open. Luckily, the rain kept the flames from expanding for the time being. First priority was to find the woman. Scanning the street from his vantage point, he saw a broken lamppost and some scorch marks SNG the street. The marks still had a few small embers of live orange sparks even in the rain, signaling they were fresh. After carefully listening for signs of a struggle, he finally heard it. A panting and heavy footfalls against the concrete in an alley just next to him. Aizawa launched his capture gear just as the woman began to fall, catching her a moment before she would have been face first into the concrete. After calling for backup and putting the woman on a secure rooftop, she wouldn't fall off, would she? Oh well, it's either that or have to actively protect her in the fight and risk furthering her injuries. Shoyuta would rather fight without civilians in the way. It gave the villains more options and diverted his attention. Jumping back into the alley, he saw the figure coming at him. A large burly man with a glowing throat, his quirk. He flagged the possibility as he waited for the right time to activate his own quirk. It was always about timing and precision. You shouldn't be meddling in affairs you know nothing about. The rough voice came from the man standing broadly in the middle of the alleyway. You clearly have no concept of the word hero, do you? That's kind of my job. The man glared across the alley to the scarfed hero before him. I don't need to fight you. But if you try and stop me, I will. Then I guess a fight is inevitable. Eraserhead said, moving to a fighting stance. The villain charged at the hero, lighting up his throat further only to be cut off by Eraserhead's quirk cancellation. This put a halt to the man as he went to blow fire that wasn't there. DMN. You're that pesky quirk blocker, aren't ya? In the flesh. Then all I gotta do is make you blink. The man lunged at him. The speed was surprising, especially with no quirk to boost him. He almost managed to get a hit on Shoyuta, but was too slow to actually land it. This dance of a swing and a miss continued on with the pro using minimal energy to sidestep and dodge the various hits aimed for him, all the while keeping his eyes staring, unblinking, at the raging villain. Hey, if all you do is dodge like a coward, you have no chance of winning. At least I'm not the one losing. Eraserhead snarked back. He didn't need to win right now. No, he needed to stall. Throughout the fight he'd been getting updates on the incoming heroes. Ectoplasm was just around the corner with his multitude of clones. It'd only be a few seconds before he reached the site. Good, because Eraserhead didn't know how much longer he could hold his quirk. His dry eye was worsening the longer he held open his eyes, and they were screaming for a break. Suddenly a hand shot out from behind the villain. One pair latching his right arm while another grabbed his left. While he was temporarily restrained, Shoyuta landed a sharp kick to the man's gut, forcing him to double over with the then elbowing his head, rendering the man unconscious. Took your DMN time. Aizawa directed at Ectoplasm, the original standing at the mouth of the alleyway. Better late than never, right? The cloner responded with a flare of snark to his tone. Okay, where's the victim? I put her on the roof. You did what? Don't worry, she's safe, I just had to get her out of the way. A sigh came from the masked hero. Aizawa may have heard something along the lines of, I'm so done with your sheet, but if he did, he ignored it. Okay, go wait with her for the medical team, I'll deal with this guy. Ectoplasm said, motioning to the unconscious man still held down by his two clones. As Aizawa scaled the side of the building, he had a bad feeling in his gut. Unfortunately, his gut was usually right. Inko could hear the fight against her husband below her. She could smell the scent of blood in the air, her blood. She could see the rain patter slowly against her skin, but she couldn't feel it. She couldn't feel the bite of cold or the pain of labor. She tried to call out to the hero below her, but she was so exhausted. She had no more strength left to fight the urge to sleep. As the black dots encroached further into her vision, Inko thought only of her unborn child. She never told Hisashi the gender, she wanted the baby girl to be a surprise. Izumi, her baby's name was going to be Izumi. Just as she was fading out of consciousness, she saw a figure in black approaching her. She couldn't make out the details, only the faint outline of a person in black rushing towards her. Help the baby. Izumi's coming too early. She managed to say between shuddering breaths. Inko thought there was a response, but all she could hear was a high-pitched buzzing as she slipped into the blackness of sleep. Eraserhead climbed over the building to where he left the woman safe from the fight. She was turned towards him, glassy green eyes met black ones as she peered at him, no recognition showing on her face. Sheet. He ran towards her, sliding to his knees as he came to her side. He barely heard her as she told him the baby was coming. Crap. The baby was coming. Aizawa had no clue how to deliver a baby. Ma'am, it's okay. We're gonna get you out of here right now. Okay? Just hang on a little more. She gave no response as her eyelids slowly dropped to a close, exhaustion eminent on her bruised and tearful face. She fell unconscious moments later. Aizawa rushed to feel a pulse. It was weak, but still there. Her breathing was shallow and sparse. He moved to pick her up, but while reaching under to frail woman to pick her up, he noticed blood mixed with the rainwater under her. He had to be quick but careful. The sound of the ambulance and cops' arrival was music to his ears as he spoke into his earpiece. Yes, this is Eraserhead. I need medics to get ready for the patient. I'm coming down with her now. He could hear shouting below in preparation for the patient as well as cops with ectoplasm in the alley. It sounded like a fight. Aizawa turned his head to the alley just as a stream of fire shot up from below. Inko, they can't keep my child away from me. The man bellowed from the alley, punctuating each word with a spray of fire. The heat was dripping from his mouth like spit, scorching the ground around him. The stray boxes and dumpster had all caught fire, illuminating the crazed father. Ectoplasm was struggling to contain the man spewing fire at the clones. The ground was littered with melted clones and red-hot cement. Aizawa turned back to the stilled woman. She wasn't breathing. He checked, no pulse either. Eraserhead had to put faith in his colleagues and the police, or this woman and her child would die. He held her tight as he swung down off the roof towards the medics on standby. The rush around him was immediate. All the medics swarmed to check on the PRGNT woman as he placed her on the cot. One immediately started giving compressions, hopefully pumping enough blood to keep her alive. Another readied the mask to give the dying woman oxygen, while a third attached the shock paddles. Saying it was hectic was an understatement. Eraserhead pulled his eyes from the trauma of the victim back to the scene of the fight. He caught a glimpse of the villain rushing from the alley with a very wounded-looking ectoplasm close on his heels. Eraserhead moved to help in the chase as he heard the clear of the shock paddles behind him. He jolted to a halt when he heard Inhuman screaming and his name called desperately from the medics behind him. The woman had shot up after the administered shock and was attacking the medics, trying to get away. With all the cops injured from the villain and the extra medics aiding those fallen cops, there was no one to help the medics with the woman now screaming bloody murder at the top of her lungs. She ripped medical equipment off her and locked eyes with something past Eraserhead. To her husband. She raised her hands towards the man and pulled with all her might. It may have slowed the villain for a bit, but Aizawa could tell it was taking its toll on her. She was sweating and shaking but wouldn't let go of her Quirk's hold on the man. She was going to kill herself at this rate. Making up his mind, he turned himself towards her and cancelled her Quirk as he rushed to catch her once her legs gave out and she crumpled to the ground. After helping the medics again place her onto the cot, he turned back to chase the villain evading ectoplasm. But something caught his wrist. He looked down at the woman with tears in her eyes. Izumi, her name is Izumi. Okay ma'am, you need to let go now, they'll take you to the hospital. No. No, you can't leave me, he'll come back. Why, you have to protect my baby. She sobbed, never releasing her vice grip on the young hero. Okay, I'll stay, just don't fight the medics, they're here to help you. He said, defeated by the mother's will. She had a point though. Most likely the father would come back for his child. If there were no one guards, then there'd be a problem. Aizawa couldn't in good conscience leave the woman with the desperation held in her eyes. Not that he had a choice anyways, with the ridiculously strong grip keeping him from leaving, chaining him to the frantic expecting mother. He just hoped that the protection wouldn't be necessary, the woman had already been through enough for one lifetime. The medics herded him into the ambulance with the woman. It was severely cramped with the 3 medics working around Aizawa and the patient who still hadn't let go. The woman just stared into his eyes in fear. One medic started asking the woman questions in preparation for the DLVI. Can you tell me your name? Inko. Midoriya Inko. Okay Mrs. Midoriya, when we get to the hospital we're gonna need you to push when we tell you to. Can you do that? And no, it hurts. I can't do it. Mrs. Midoriya, your baby needs you to be strong. When we get there you're gonna have to push when told to, or else this could end badly for both you and your baby. Okay. I'll see can do it. The woman Inko was shaking in fear and anguish. She was in so much pain it felt like her organs were contorting around her, suffocating the little life she had left out of her. She moved her hand from Shuda's wrist down to his hand. Then aimed her gaze back up to meet his eyes. Keep my baby safe if I don't make it. I trust you, Eraserhead. Mrs. Midoriya. Inko. You saved my life, you can call me Inko. Inko, you're gonna be just fine. You'll be holding your baby soon enough. I promise. Aizawa had never regretted 2 words so much in his life. Just keep Izumi safe, Eraserhead. I don't want it to be anyone else. If you weren't there tonight, I would have been dead along with my baby. Please just take care of her when I'm gone. Tears were streaming down her face as she looked into the hero's eyes. Aizawa had never felt his heart tighten as much as it did in that moment. No one would ever mention the matching tears coming from the pro-hero himself as he heard what he would soon know to be her last words. Mitsuki was beyond confused to get a call from her best friend in the middle of the night. She was groggy when she picked up, but the sound Inko's sobs from the end of the line was all she needed to be harshly jolted awake. Hisashi attacked Inko. He was a villain. Inko was in danger. When Inko hung up the phone after hearing Hisashi waking up, Mitsuki wasn't just scared. She was scared, worried, but most of all set off. If Hisashi survived the heroes, then he wouldn't be able to survive her. When Mitsuki put her mind to something, there wasn't a thing in the world that could hold her back. Except maybe physics. She wasn't stupid, she knew how science worked. Science worked that if she stabbed an a-hole in the head they would die. And currently Hisashi was that a-hole. And Mitsuki really wanted to try out that exact experiment right about now. She and Masaru practically flew to their SUV with how panicked they were. Well, one was panicked, the other was plotting a murder. Really, Mitsuki shouldn't be driving this late in her PRGNCY. But there was no way in hell that Masaru was even going to try to stop her at this point. Even if he wanted to stop her, he was still on the phone with the dispatcher telling them all the information they knew and trying to get updates on Inko. They were getting nothing. Mitsuki was in rage mode as she tore down the streets of Mizudafu. Thank God they didn't run into a cop. The ticket would have destroyed them. That is if Mitsuki would even have pulled over in her current mindset, but Masaru highly doubted that she would have. A few blocks away the couple ran into some trouble. The traffic was entirely blocked off by a tipped semi in the middle of the road. They had a few cops on scene, but it didn't look like anyone had a clue as to what to do. What idiot decided to flip his F truck in the middle of the goddamn road? Move your chunky butt out of the way, you dim dot, I'm trying to get somewhere important. She screamed out the window. If someone didn't know any better, they probably would think that she was related to Present Mike with the impressive volume she achieved in her anger. Mitsuki, I highly doubt he intentionally flipped his truck. Masaru stated blankly from the passenger's seat. They need to move out of the way. Yes, but they're probably waiting for a tow truck to come and move the... Do you think we'd fit through that gate? Probab, wait. What? Mitsuki, no. If we fits we FGO. Masaru grabbed the car handles as though his life depended on it. Because with Mitsuki driving, it basically did. Mitsuki made a sharp left turn causing a horrid noise and leaving skid marks across the length on the road. The car jerked up and down while going over the curb, heading straight between two medium-sized houses with a tall gate to keep people from crossing between the small passage the houses formed together. Too bad the gates weren't made sturdy enough to keep out a raging P-Argent blonde. Mitsuki rammed full speed through the locked metal gates, knocking them completely off their hinges with a loud bang. The few cops on scene that hadn't been paying attention to Mitsuki from the tempered yelly certainly were now as the crash resonated through the street. The duct kicked up from the gates blocked the view of the license plate, and the cops didn't have any extra cars to go after the rogue SUV, so they made a vague report for a dark SUV driving between houses as well as the time and location. The cops sighed as they knew reports like that hardly ever led to actual arrests. Mitsuki never slowed as she trampled over the backyards of the houses on her impromptu off-roading adventure to Inko's house. Hey honey, that playset looks really nice, we should buy one like that for the baby. Mitsuki, honey, why are you yelling? And yes, it looks nice, but please don't run over the place. Well, too late. God, please don't hit that fountain. And it's gone. Honey, slow down, there's a cat. What, where? I don't see a COH sheet, there it is. The car violently swerved to the side, causing the wheels on the right side coming off the ground completely, just barely missing the stray tabby cat lounging in a sandpit. It was a rarity if Masaru ever rose his voice above a stern lecturing tone, but today was one of those rarities. Honey, if you don't slow down, we're both gonna die. Are you doubting my driving abilities? No, but you're currently driving through lawns. It's called a shortcut. No, it's called trespass, oh god, tree. Mitsuki swerved to dodge the large oak and instead drove into someone's newly growing apple grove. Who put up all these trees? At this point in time, Masaru's brain had decided to give up all hope as he promptly passed out. Who grows trees in their yard? That's so idiotic. I'm trying to drive here and they just decided to sprout these no-good sticks. Masaru? You big wimp, it's just a few baby trees. No biggie. When Mitsuki finally made it out of the patch of sapling apple trees, the car was thoroughly dented and scratched, but there wasn't enough damage to actually stop the functionality of the highly durable SUV. And if the car could still drive, then nothing could stop a hormonally high Mitsuki Bakugo. At some point between hitting the trampoline and the swing set, Masaru woke up only to close his eyes and brace for impact while his wife drove on with a smirk. Luckily, soon after, Mitsuki found a gate leading back to the road, clear of any and all traffic. The couple simply ignored that anything illegal happened and mutually agreed that it was time for a new car tomorrow. As they rounded the final corner to the Midoriya house, the scene was anything but pretty. The apartment building was on fire with heroes desperately trying to evacuate the civilians to a safety. There was still a stream of smoke coming from a side alley as two figures darted from its opening. Just beyond the alley there was an ambulance and accompanying med teams surrounding what looked to be a hysterical woman and a gruff man in black. My god, Inko! Mitsuki heard from the seat next to her. What, where I don't see her around anywhere? Honey, look at the ambulance, isn't that her? Upon further observation, Mitsuki finally noticed the details of the hysterical woman. The dark green hair mixed with red. The oh-so-common cardigan Inko always wore, though this one was dreadfully torn. And the very eminent PRGNT belly. She was covered in blood and fighting to reach out for something. The man fleeing the scene. Mitsuki wondered how she ever missed that crucial detail. It was Hisashi. And he was coming right at her. As Inko was forced to release her telekinetic hold of the man, Mitsuki was sure that the wounded hero chasing him would never catch up. At least not without help. She took the car out of park and floored the gas. Masaru didn't even try to stop her as he hid his eyes with his thin fingers. A few heads turned to the screeching of tires as the angry blonde blasted her car forward right across to a sidewalk. I got you now, you sick son of a beach-lying piece of scumcrackers on a flaming stick in hell. Oh sweet Lord of mercy. Was mumbled beside her, the sound buried under the screech of the tires. The car made impact with her target with a resounding and frankly satisfying thump. Hisashi's head slammed into the windshield, splintering out the glass from the point of impact, but not hard enough to shatter it. His ungracefully body rolled over the car and into the air. Not even bringing the car to a full stop, she yanked the emergency brake and jumped out of the car towards where Hisashi had fallen. The hero that had been chasing Hisashi raised an eyebrow, or at least that she assumed he did under his pullover mask. Hisashi, I'm going to rip you apart piece by piece, you goddamn son of... Ma'am, you can't apprehend a villain without a hero license. The mask hero instructed her, not having much hope of his word's success. Doesn't mean I can't beat his sorry, but to a pulp. Miss, you're PR'd in T. Leave the fighting to the pros or else you'll be risking your child getting hurt. If Hisashi would have still been conscious at this point, Mitsuki probably would have still beat the sheet out of him, but seeing as he was out cold, she let him be and instead turned to the hero. All right, now where the hell is Inko? Excuse me? Short greenette, halaprego. Oh, you mean the wife? Yes, she's on her way to the hospital to deliver the baby. What the hell? She still has 2 weeks to go. Which hospital? The hero was taken aback at her aggressive tone, and instead of trying to calm her, which seemed to be an impossible task, he radioed in to find the whereabouts of the PRGNT victim taken from the scene only a few minutes ago. The information he received turned his gaze grim, hidden by the dark mask. He'd never been so grateful to wear a mask on the job as he delivered the news to the fiery blonde of her friend's location. They're bringing her to the Muzutafu Central Trauma Center. Would you like a ride there from an officer? He asked as he glanced at the state of her car, one of the wheels in particular that had literally come off the axle and was rolling around in the street. Mitsuki almost refused out of pride until she herself took in the state of her utterly trashed vehicle. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, great, I'll just cuff the... He cut himself off as a shadowy hole opened in the ground. Damn it, where the hell do you think you're going? Mitsuki barreled at the still unconscious Hisashi as the portal began to swallow him up. Just before she could leap in herself, the hero held her back, keeping her from getting swept up in whatever portal had Hisashi. In an instant the man was gone with as well as the portal. I almost had him. Mitsuki yelled in rage directly at ectoplasm. The piece in his ear glowed with an incoming transmission. Almost instantly the man's gaze fell. He looked up at her with sympathy, regret? Mitsuki couldn't tell, she was always so bad at reading emotions. That was Inko's thing. What's wrong, sock face? She was surprised when he took no offense. Sheet, this was bad. I'm so sorry ma'am, but I just got word. Your friend didn't make it to the hospital. What? Did that be the hijack the CR or something? No miss, she died just before they could get her to the hospital. Mitsuki became stone cold. There was a pressure suddenly in her chest and water threatening to fall from her eyes. And the baby? She asked in an emotionless haze. They aren't sure yet, but they're going to do an emergency C-section. Oh. Mitsuki's spark left her soul. Standing in the bitter cold, she blamed the rain for the salt water streaming down her face. She was numb. Inko, her best friend, was gone. No, she was taken, stolen from the world. She was murdered and he got away. Hisashi would pay for this. As she thought of the man who ripped Inko away from life, she could only see red. There must have been something said to her, but the sound never made it past the ringing in her ears. She doesn't remember getting into the car, much less the ride to the hospital. But suddenly Mitsuki was there. Her husband's arms wrapped around her in a comforting embrace as she stared blankly into the stark white room. The one-way glass letting her see the operating room. There was so much blood. Inko's blood. As the minutes ticked by, Mitsuki became more aware of her surroundings. The few chairs set up in the viewing area. The small black table holding 3 large coffee cups, still steaming. And the gruff man slouched in the corner. His eyes never straying from the operating room. Eyes set on Inko. Just as Mitsuki turned back to face the white room, the baby finally emerged. The room held its breath, waiting for the baby to take their own. After a long, tense silence, the baby opened her big green eyes and cried out to her mom. Tiny bald hands reached out for the comfort of her mother, but the action wasn't returned. Nor would it ever be. The baby would grow up with no mother, and no father. The adults would all make sure of the latter. The once warm, tender care of Inko Midoriya was no longer there. Instead, only the cold, limp body of a mother that would never get to meet her precious child. The hospital arrival went by in a blur of white and red. The only time that things ever seemed to slow down was for the baby's first breath. A few minutes after Aizawa's own arrival, a couple joined him in the observation room. Neither of them spoke, and the blonde seemed to be in a dissociative state. Her eyes were glazed and had no reaction to the hospital happenings around her. Her empty gaze simply rested on the operation, but Aizawa doubted she was actually seeing it, much less processing the information. It wasn't until just before the baby's DLVRY that his peripheral caught her coming out of her trance. His focus never left the green-haired woman. Inko had put her trust in him, and he failed her. She was gone, and her baby was motherless. Izumi, he would never forget that name that he swore to protect, just as her mother had pleaded him to. God help any person who tries to lay a finger on that child. No one left the room even after the white sheet had been laid over the body of Inko Midoriya. The only actions in the room happened when the baby was being transferred out of the operating room. Usually infants would be placed with the other newborns in a larger room, but the police and hospital staff agreed that for the safety of the baby, she would get her own room in a specialized wing of the hospital designed for dealing with patients who need protection. Just after the baby was rolled from view, a nurse came into the observation room to escort them to Izumi's room at the far side of the hospital. They arrived in silence. The room was split into 2 sections with a glass divider separating the 2 parts, one for the patient and the other for the visitors. There was a doctor already in the open half of the room waiting to meet with them. "Hey, why the hell can't we see her?" the blonde woman questioned at the pudgy 4-eyed doctor. The man wasn't even slightly taken aback by the demanding tone. The infant was delivered in a premature emergency C-section and faced some trauma in the womb prior to birth. The baby has an extremely high core temperature for which we have yet to find a cause. Also, her immune system isn't fully developed, so to keep her from contracting diseases that she would have no way to counter, we're leaving her in temporary isolation for at least a week while her immune system builds and we can assess the cause of the raising temperature and provide treatments. There will also be a staff member always present in the sterilized room in order to monitor for any sudden changes in the baby's health. The 3 all looked back at the baby connected to multiple wires and the nurse taking vitals from within the sealed-off room. "I believe there are a few detectives here to take your statements, so if there aren't any more questions, then I'll be on my W. What happens with the baby when she's released?" the blonde interjected. "That's a matter up to the police department and child services, but for at least the next 2 weeks she'll be staying here under strict observation." With that, the doctor turned and left the room. Once the door was fully closed, Mitsuki turned to Aizawa. "Okay, now who the hell are you and why the F are you here?" "My name is Eraserhead. I'm a pro hero, the first person to the scene. She, Mrs. Midoriya, told me to protect her daughter when she was gone. She said that she trusted me with her baby." An eerie silence once again fell over the small group. The only thing breaking that silence was the faint beep of the heart monitor muffled by the glass barrier. This time Masaru spoke up. "It's not your fault. I'm sure you did everything you could with the situation. Except that it wouldn't have been such a bad situation if I would have seen through his lies. Mitsuki under her breath, not expecting anyone to hear it. Ma'am, Eraserhead started. God, don't call me ma'am, I'm not old enough for that shit. Just Mitsuki is fine. Mitsuki, it's not your fault. The man is a professional liar. In cases like this it's almost impossible to tell until they make a mistake. Tonight just happened to be a big mistake. You can't fault yourself for what you have no control over. It's the hero's job to stop things like this from happening. As well as it is the fault of the police who were delayed to the scene. Woof. All heads turned to the doorway where a tall man with a dog head entered, followed by a young plain-looking brunette in an officer's uniform. They hadn't even noticed the door open. In sync, the two raised their badges. Hello, I am Detective Kenji and this is Officer Naomasa, he said, motioning to the other. We need you to tell us everything about what happened tonight. And please don't leave out any details as they could be crucial to the case. Mitsuki and Masaru shot a guilty glance at each other, brief enough that neither police noticed. Though it didn't escape the trained eyes of the pro-hero to the side of them. Aizawa would have to ask about that later. After the couple recounted their perspective of the night's events, only mentioning that they had taken an alternate route due of traffic, which technically wasn't lying. Mitsuki also proudly told of it her impacting with a fleeing Hisashi in her SUV, but the expression shifted with explanation of Hisashi's escape through a dark, misty portal skiing his into the ground, leaving no trace of the man or his escape route. Masaru had nothing to add as he and Mitsuki were together the entire time until they hit Hisashi. It was then Aizawa's turn to report what happened. Wanting to spare the civilians the pain of knowing what Inko had gone through, Aizawa tried to have the interview take place outside the room, but Mitsuki was having none of that shit. Anything you can say to them you can say to us. She was my best friend and you aren't about to leave me in the dark. The younger officer turned to the blonde in sympathy. Mrs. Bakugo, this won't be a censored interview. You don't need punish yourself by what happened. Yes, I do. I need to hear this. Just do the interview here. We can take it. The husband gave a firm nod in agreement to his wife's statement. The officers shot glances to each other and motioning to Eraserhead for him to start his report. Mitsuki kept a stern expression up until Eraserhead told them of Inko's last conversation. Mitsuki's heart fell mournful in her friend's words, Inko's concern for her child knowing that she wouldn't make it. Though no one would ever have known it, Aizawa was holding back the tears threatening to fall through the entire recount. With the information of that night recorded, the officers prepared to move on to the next order of business. Thank you for your reports, Woof. They will surely help with the investigation into the death of Midoriya Inko. I'm sorry to say that due to Midoriya Hisashi's escape, we will not be permitted to release the baby into the care of those listed in the will due to. The hell do you mean? I'm the godmother. Nko specifically put in the will for me to raise Izumi if anything ever happened to her. You can't just ignore a mother's wishes like that. Mitsuki hollered at the dog-headed detective. Ma'am, it's simply a matter of security. Woof, we will need to monitor her whereabouts and assign her an adequate protection detail to prevent her capture by the Villain Alliance. This caught Aizawa's attention. What do you mean Villain Alliance? What's the association? Well, Woof, after talking with our informants and reviewing past interrogations along with the nature of the quirk, we believe Midoriya Hisashi to be the Villain Alliance enforcer Komodo. The name was one well known to the public. The villain always made sure the bodies were found soon after death in their mutilated state. It wasn't widely known, but the man actually called news stations himself to give them the location of the bodies, making it impossible for the police to keep the media out of it. The Alliance wanted the deaths to serve as a warning that they were not to be messed with. The body count of the Komodo was still unknown, though police estimated it to be nearing the hundreds by now. His signature was always a brand on the victim's forehead of the Villain Alliance's insignia. The same branding that he had given Inko to claim the child. Due to the high profile of the father, the child will have to remain in the care of the police until we are able to apprehend Komodo. Aizawa had never personally gone up against Komodo, few ever had, as he kept himself hidden away, only showing up when there was a job to be done. But he had heard others' recounts of the villain and none were ever able to pinpoint the man's exact quirk, as he never used the identifying power, except to those he successfully killed. Most villains get caught due to their quirk. The police have a record of everyone's registered quirk and often use it to filter through potential suspects, seeing as a quirk is sometimes even as unique as a fingerprint. However, they hypothesized that it was a fire-related quirk due to the state of some of the bodies. There had also been a few accounts of puffs of smoke coming from his mouth, which is how he acquired the name Komodo, after the Komodo dragon. "And after you catch him?" Masaru asked, his voice still a bit shaky after the revelation of Hisashi's villain identity. The plain-looking one, Officer Naomasa, spoke from his position beside the detective. Even after his capture, the baby would still need protection against the villain alliance due to the high likelihood of going after the Komodo's child. From information we've gathered from intel officers and captured alliance members, they seem to focus on having a child with a strong quirk, even through deception and illegal means. Which is why Komodo chose to fool Midoriya Inko, a woman with a telekinetic quirk, probably in hopes of the child manifesting some form of pyrokinesis which would be useful in both the hero and villain occupation. So the child would be in danger even after the capture of her father due to Alliance trying to reclaim one of their own. Yes, woof, we are still trying to find a few heroes to join the protection detail to help the police guard the room and to do recon, as this case could get very dangerous very fast, woof. "I can do it," came from the gruff man now sitting in one of the provided hospital chairs. "I'll send out a few calls to try to work out a shift schedule." "That would be greatly appreciated, Eraserhead." "When do we start?" Mitsuki said with a determined face. "I'm afraid we can't have civilians putting themselves in danger. Though if you have any information about Mr. Midoriya's supposed job, woof, or his past that could give us any leads to follow. And you are welcome to come visit the child as long as you clear it with Officer Naomasa, as he will be heading up the protective detail while I lead the investigation." After handing out both of their business cards, the detective left, but the officer stayed behind to guard the room. "So, Eraserhead, who did you have in mind for the shifts?" Aizawa knew that he would regret this in the future, but he didn't doubt their abilities as he pulled out his phone to call the voice and R-rated heroes. Just as Aizawa had thought, Present Mike and Midnight, Fike Hisashi Yamada and Namuri Kiyama, were both ecstatic to be invited to the baby's protection detail. They split the time up so each hero took on a full day of guarding, switching off at dinner. They made sure to overlap a bit for the switches so that there would always be one of them with little Izumi. Thankfully, the police agreed to deal with all the paperwork, seeing as the heroes were aiding in the shifts, so they weren't distracted by mountains of legal forms. The week flew by quickly. The only threat found was a centipede that Present Mike saw in the hallway. He was thoroughly scolded by the nursing staff for disrupting the patients. Midnight even did some research into baby development and found baby Mozart music, which claimed to help stimulate a baby's brain activity. She had to do little convincing with the starstruck male nurse in order to get him to bring in a speaker to let the infant listen to. The last day of the week-long isolation from the baby proved fruitful as they were able to move her to an open room with no glass divider, allowing the adults to give her the much-needed human interaction she had been lacking. Though she still had an extremely high core temperature, she had no symptoms of a fever, so the doctors decided it wouldn't be an issue in her response to others and simply decided to keep her another 2 weeks in the open room to monitor her temperature just in case. The first one to have a shift in the new room was Aizawa, but all three came to finally be allowed to hold the baby they'd all grown so attached to, though Shoyudo would never admit that out loud. When the baby was carried into the room by a nurse, all three were patiently waiting for their chance to hold Izumi. Especially Yamada, who affectionately referred to Izumi as my lil listener. The child had grown so much after just a week of life. There was already a messy bush of curly green hair sprouting on her head, the color similar to her mother's. She had the biggest green eyes that were always scanning around for any new motion. The hospital had dressed her in the standard white bodysuit that she was currently trying to pull off with her tiny clenched fists. Before Aizawa knew it, the two pros were in front of him and already getting their phones out to take pictures. Suddenly, the big green eyes were full of tears and she was shrinking back into the nurse holding her. Unfortunately, this is when Mitsuki rounded the corner into the new room. "All right, who the hell scared my godchild?" This only startled little Izumi further as she cried louder. Realizing her mistake, Mitsuki took a step back. "Oh shit, my bad. Jesus, would you all leave the baby alone already?" Aizawa said, scolding the three. As the adults crowding the baby all stepped back, the nurse walked to the bed crib hybrid designed so the baby couldn't hurt herself falling out of it. She tried to put down the now silent baby into the crib, but Izumi wouldn't let go of her hold of the nurse's shirt. Izumi was pulling with all her baby might, fighting not to be left alone as she started screaming at the top of her lungs. Being the only one that she hadn't been spooked by yet, Aizawa moved in to help the nurse. He was surprised by the infant's grip, but it made sense that she inherited that same vice-like grip from her mother. Izumi wouldn't release her hold until Shoyuta let her grab onto his hand, which she gladly accepted, releasing the nurse. "I think she wants you to pick her up," the nurse said as she stepped away from the baby. I don't really, I've never held one before. I don't want to hurt her." The big bad Eraserhead finally meets his match, a week-old baby. Midnight teased. "Shoyuta, it's easy. Just grab under her armpits to pull her up, then cradle her against your chest. And make sure to support her head." Yamada came around to stand next to his confused friend. Aizawa did just that. As he brought her up next to his chest, she snuggled into him, skiing on the end of his scarf while turning to look at him with her impossibly wide emerald eyes. He didn't even notice the two pros and Mitsuki taking an array of pictures. Okay, my turn." Midnight moved in to get closer to the baby. "Come to Aunt Namuri." Izumi immediately turned away to hide from the female hero by snuggled her face into Aizawa's scarf, blocking it from view. "Would you look at that, someone actually likes Shoyuta." Yamada mocked. Said the one dating him. Mitsuki commented with a snicker. This managed to shut Mike up for a bit, granted only a short bit, but that still counted when it came to Yamada and his talking tendencies. After the short week of watching Izumi, the three pros and Mitsuki had become good friends. They talked a lot in the long hours of guarding the baby, and Mitsuki came at least once every day to visit Izumi. Mike was glad he found someone who could handle his loud volumes. Namuri loved having another girl in the group she could talk to, and Aizawa was amused by her extreme levels of sass. They all felt a bit protective over the heavily PR'd N&T blonde, and couldn't wait to meet her baby in the next few weeks as she was nearing her due date. They even pitched baby name ideas once she mentioned struggling to come up with one for her unborn boy. After a lengthy text discussion with the three, yes, they have a group chat, she finally chose the name Katsuki. Namuri found it adorable that they would have rhyming names, which is why she proposed the name in the first place. Mike took it as defeat when his names weren't chosen, but quickly got over it when Mitsuki let him pick her baby's first outfit. In the following days, the three heroes had all decided to buy Izumi some cute baby clothes. Not surprisingly, they had all gotten the baby some of their own hero merch. Mitsuki bought some All Might and Crimson Riot jumpers for variety. Through the next few days, there was nothing unexpected with little Izumi. The group had collectively come up with the nickname Iz that they were all fond of using. Mitsuki had gone into labor while at her house and was brought to a different hospital closer to her house, despite her loud protests of wanting to be near Izumi. The next day was during Yamada's shift that things took a turn for the worse. It started out the same as always, with Yamada meeting Aizawa in the room at 6 to have dinner. After they finished the takeout, Aizawa went out to do a bit of patrolling in the area where he had heard rumors of alliance activity. Shoyuta had been going out every night he didn't have guard duty. The leads never seemed to pan out. He'd stumbled into a few drag deals and even a convenience store robbery, but nothing that could be traced back to the Villain Alliance or Midoriya Hisashi. Midnight had planned to go with Eraserhead tonight, but the pair agreed that she should give Mitsuki some company as she stayed overnight for observation after needing a C-section when the baby started coming out feet first. The visiting hours had just ended in Izumi's hospital, so people were filing into the hallways towards the main exit at the front. It was always the noisiest part of the day. Even though they were a ways from the main wing of the hospital, there was no way to prevent all the foot traffic. Mike had just finished putting Aizu to bed when he heard a metal bang in the hallway, followed by what he recognized to be the thud of a body hitting the ground. He bolted to the door to lock it. There were two guards at the door, but he could hear they were in a losing fight. Mike rushed back to pick up Izumi as he sent out an alert to all police and heroes in the area that the hospital was under attack. God, what he wouldn't give for Nemuri's quirk right about now. His was better suited for open areas and definitely not for discreet escapes. After pocketing the phone, he turned to the barred windows. They were meant to keep people from breaking in, but right now the only thing they were doing was keeping him and Isa trapped. It was a miracle that she hadn't woken up yet. The commotion outside had gone quiet, but there was no signal given by the guards for the all clear. Which only meant one thing: they didn't win. Mike turned to the window, taking a few steps back and bracing himself. He released a quirk-powered yell just strong enough to leave a hole in the cinder block where the barred window was moments prior. As he rushed to the opening, a dark, misty portal appeared, blocking him in. Coming from it was a built man with curly black hair and a glowing throat. Mick's eyes widened in recognition. "Komodo. I believe you have something of mine." Present Mike was royally screwed. The door was blocked by whoever took out the guards and was now working on the multiple locks. His only other option was the window he'd blown apart, but now a very angry father was in the way. With the ridiculously low survival rates of fighting with the Komodo stacked against him, Mike decided he'd rather take his chances with whoever was at the door. Taking a deep breath, Mike focused on using a lower volume. He didn't want to cause any damage to Izumi, who was still burrowing herself into his chest, though she was now wide awake and whimpering softly. There was no way in hell Mike would ever let the monster in front of him ever get his hands on little Izu. Mike opened his mouth and sent a large sound wave at the villain before immediately turning to yell at the door, which blew off its hinges and smashed into the two villains who had been trying to pick the locks. Mike had already left the room when the two started their chase. They were hot on his heels as he made was to the stairwell. Ducking behind a corner, Mike waited for the two to pass by as he took a deep breath in. When they came into view, Miz triggered his quirk, sending the two flying back into the wall headfirst, rendering both unconscious. If he could just make it out of the building, there should be backup on the way. Eraserhead's patrol wasn't too far away. Yamada just hoped the Insomniac would check his hero alerts. As Mike turned the corner towards the stairs, his eyes met with three very rough-looking men. The one with a bull head and hooves was charging right at him. Turning to go the other way, he felt something wrap around his ankle. One of goons must have had a metal quirk because the tubing in the wall had come out and was tightly wrapping his ankle, preventing him from dodging the incoming bull. There wasn't enough time for a counter while shielding Izumi. The bull-featured man collided with his side. The horns punctured his flesh as he was thrown across the hallway and came to a skidding stop. He looked down to check on Izumi. Thankfully there wasn't a scratch on her. She was still nuzzling into his uninjured side, eyes wet with silent tears. Yamada jumped back onto his feet, taking note of each villain's position. The bull man had started charging again, the red still dripping from the tips of his horns. The metal quirk user was pulling piping from the walls and swinging them at Mike. The third still hadn't moved from their spot next to the stairwell. Mike didn't have the time to take a guess at the quirk, as he could hear the Komodo running his way. Yamada held tight to Izumi and sent a screaming shockwave down the hall, toppling the goons. Pivoting to make his escape, a pinprick dug into his shoulder. The third man was on his knees, holding a modified smoking gun. There was a needle sticking from Mick's shoulder, the purple liquid quickly draining into him. Ripping it from his flesh, he was already feeling its effects. His head felt fuzzy and he couldn't move. The drag had stopped his control over his body. There was nothing he could do as a large pipe squeezed around his middle and the three all walked towards him, radioing in something Mike couldn't hear. A dark figure rounded the corner and made eye contact with the little girl secured in Mick's arms. The Komodo made what Yamada thought to be a demented laugh. Well. I was hoping the esteemed pro-hero present Mike would put up a better fight. Though I must commend you for holding off this long. But I'll be taking my daughter back now. Can't. Mike struggled through each word. He had to fight off the drag for every small movement. And what exactly is a paralyzed sad excuse for a hero going to do? You can barely even talk, and it's not like you'll be using your quirk for the next 4 hours anyways. But don't worry too much, the paralysis is also temporary. But you won't live long enough for that to happen anyways. Mike didn't even flinch at the villain's taunts. The longer he could hold out, the better chance of backup arriving. Now hand her over, or your death will be more painful than it needs to be. The villain took a few more steps and was just a few feet from where Izumi was, gripping onto the loud blonde with all she could. She moved to see who was coming and got the sight of smoke trailing from her father's mouth. The villain gave a crude smile as he reached his hands out to grab her. Mike watched in horror as the monster's hands slipped between him and the baby, taking her from his frozen grasp. She squirmed to get out from the arms of the villain, as if sensing the dark aura around him. The usually quiet baby was now crying, eyes still locked with Mix while Komodo walked away. She reached over her captor's shoulder, little arms stretched out trying to reach out to the hero as tears streamed down her face with an accompanying wail. The goons moved in towards the hero, but were stopped by a raised hand from their fire-breathing boss. "Leave him be, this one's mine." Komodo handed the crying child to the metal-controlling goon. Her crying lessened to a mere muffled whimper as she tried to stay quiet. The Komodo brought his hand into Mix's view and removed a small ring cover. Underneath, the Villain Alliance emblem was tainted red from past victim. From Inko. The man brought the ring up to his mouth, letting the flames grow in his throat, and heated the ring to be a glowing bright red. He held it up to the Mix's face, letting him feel the radiating heat. "I usually do this part after I kill them, but you're a special case, so I'll let you feel it. I want to hear you scream." He brought the ring just above Mix's forehead, where Komodo had branded so many others in the past. As the space between the searing metal and the hero's flesh began to close, a panic from behind cut him off. The scene was a peculiar one. There was a large bubble of air encasing the bull hybrid's head. His eyes were bulging with his face bright red. He was sweating, the steam rising from his face filling the confined space with white-hot air. The man was trying to pry the circular field off his head. It wouldn't budge. After his arms flopped to gravity's will back at his sides, the bubble around him popped, his skin sizzling and covered in heat blisters. His eyes rolled to the back of his head as he crumbled to the ground. The two villains next to their injured comrade froze. Komodo scanned the area for any signs of more heroes, but the halls were empty except for the 5 of them, 6 counting the baby. He had no clues as to the whereabouts of the unknown attacker. Another bubble formed around Komodo's ring-bearing hand. The temperature inside the isolated pocket started rapidly building. He tried to yank his hand out, but the force of the quirk kept it trapped in place. The metal user bashed in the field with a thick pipe, shattering it into floating pieces that quickly fizzled into nothing. The only one who realized what was going on was Yamada. He watched as the baby's eyes locked onto her father's hand just before the bubble had appeared. With the formation of the bubble, her eyes glowed a milky white, signaling the use of a quirk. The villains were on high alert, eyes scanning the long hallway to get a glimpse of the hidden threat. Not one of them thought to suspect the baby in their possession. While the villains were distracted by the bubbles forming and dissolving around them, burning anything caught inside, Izumi stayed silent, her white eyes still filled with tears. "Damn it! Who the hell is messing around? Show yourself, you coward!" The boss yelled in frustration. Whichever hero was doing this was seriously pissing him off. But he was almost out of time. Kurogiri would be sending a portal soon. Give him a lethal dose. We wouldn't want him squealing to the cops. The villain who had injected Yamada threw his long jacket open, revealing an array of different colored serums. He picked one and placed it in the gun's cartridge and took aim at the motionless pro-hero. Before he could fire, a bubble appeared encasing the gun and melting it into a mangled blob. The liquid poison had turned to vapor within the bubble. The goon dropped the gun as the bubble popped, running to a safe distance as the deadly gas dispersed into the air. The gas created a barrier between the villains and Mike, preventing them from getting any closer. This time someone noticed. A boss. The metal manipulator called, holding the infant at arm's length. "What is it?" The Komodo snapped back. He had to do a double take at the sight of his daughter with glowing milky white eyes. It was her quirk. "Oh, Sensei's gonna love this," he said under his breath. A warp portal opened up behind the villains. They only had 30 seconds until it closed. That was their agreement with Kurogiri. The Komodo snatched his daughter from his underling and made his way to the escape route. The other 2 had already gone through, not wanting to be left behind. The Komodo moved quickly, almost to the warp gate. The Izumi's eyes locked with Yamada's, pleading for help as she bit her lip and held back tears. A fabric ribbon tore across the hallway, securely wrapping the baby in a firm hold. The Komodo turned too late as the baby was pulled from his grasp and towards the new presence. Eraserhead stepped into the hallway, eyes trained on Komodo, his quirk in full effect. The hero brought a mask up to his face as a purple gas filled the hallway. The gate closed. Midoriya Hisashi fell with a solid thump to the cold hospital floor. Nemuri was delighted when Mitsuki texted her and invited her to meet baby Katsuki. Usually Nemuri would be on call as a hero, but she decided to use up a sick day for the visit. Though she did left her hero alerts on, just in case something big happened that her quirk was needed for. Even just a few days old, the baby had grown a decent amount of sandy blonde hair, just like his mother. It wasn't yet long enough to be able to tell if it would spike out like Mitsuki's hair, or be more tame like Masaru. Nemuri was betting on the former. Mitsuki was complaining that the kid had been born with a scowl, and only smiled when he tugged at people's hair, which he loved to do. He seemed to be fine with new people, which was a pleasant surprise to Mitsuki as she was sure he would have reacted badly due to his constant, grumpy baby attitude that her and Nemuri had dubbed it. Right after Katsuki had finished yanking on Nemuri's hair, seriously the little sheet had no chill, she got an alert that sparked her attention. A mayday had been sent out to all heroes in the city, requesting immediate backup from an oncoming villain attack. Midnight scrolled through the alert and bolted upright. Handing the baby back to his mother, Nemuri gave a rushed explanation. Izumi's hospital is under attack from the Komodo. Present Mike is there but he can't fight to his fullest with the layout or with Izumi there. I'm sorry Mitsuki, I gotta go. What? Okay, go. I'll call the hobo. You go save the screaming banana. Not even taking a second to enjoy Mitsuki's creative nicknames, Nemuri sprinted out the door. It was easy getting a ride in a cop car once she flashed her hero ID. They made good time between the two hospitals as Midnight got in contact with the on-scene incident commander, Officer Naomasa. The building was being evacuated but no heroes had arrived yet. The police had found a few unconscious guards as they made their survey around the exterior of the large facility. There was a break-in through a back maintenance door and they had stationed police around to catch anyone fleeing the scene. Nemuri flung herself out of the speeding cruiser as soon as they came into the parking lot, not even letting the car come to a complete stop in her rush to get inside. Eraserhead had been tailing an underground Quirk Fight Club organizer for about an hour now. He was much farther from the hospital than he would normally be on his shift, but the man he was following was rumored to have ties with the villain alliance. Aizawa knew at this point he was grasping at straws. With the leads, but he was growing desperate as it had been a full week with no new information on the whereabouts of Midoriya Hisashi, or rather the villain Komodo. There was a buzzing coming from his pocket. It must have been close to the fourth call by now, but he didn't want to call attention to himself while tailing his last possible lead. He gave in when he received the sixth call. What? I'm kinda doing some. Shoulda, you need to get to the hospital right now. Izumi is under attack. Mike sent out Mayday. Nemuri is on her way but won't be there for another few minutes. Eraserhead had to hold his phone away from his ear to save his eardrums from the force of nature that is Mitsuki Bakugo. Sheet, I'm on my way. Tell Nemuri I'm coming. 8 to 10 minutes. Aizawa spotted a motorcycle left parked in the road. You know what make that 3? He will never tell anyone why exactly it is that he knows how to hotwire a motorcycle, but he was really glad in this moment that he could. The bike roared to life and sped off, leaving only a sticky note with the pro hero's number behind. Shoyuta tore down the street, breaking about every traffic law in existence. It was worth it as he pulled up at the same time as a squad car skidding to a halt and Midnight jumped out, booking it to the front entrance. Aizawa swung himself off the bike, giving a mumbling "watch this" to a rookie cop as he followed Nemuri to meet with the scene commander, Officer Naomasa, for a briefing. With both pros on edge and itching to go in, Naomasa simply handed them both an earpiece and Aizawa a gas mask as they raced past him into the hospital. Through the earpiece they heard the officer asking for confirmation that they were getting the transmission. After both pros had checked in, he began the emergency briefing. This is Naomasa. The hospital has been cleared of all non-critical patients along with unnecessary personnel. The recon reported the fight is in the southeast corner of the hospital in the security wing. The police and med crew will come in as soon as you give the all clear. We have Quirk suppressing HNDCFFS on site for apprehension of the targets. We'll take custody of any villains on your word. Recovery girl is on her way in case there are any critical injuries. Be careful, Neo Mesa out. Midnight and Eraserhead nodded to each other. The two had worked together enough to understand their own nonverbal cues. They went past each corner carefully, checking for any signs of the villains. There were a few guards down on their route to Izumi's room, but neither had time to check their status as they ran, radioing back the information for the medics. The pair worked through the building quickly, only stopping once to question an injured guard coming their way. Izumi's room was destroyed. The door was blown off and the window reduced to a gaping hole to the chilly night air. There were 2 guards from the protection detail left folded against the wall a bit away from the door. The pros didn't even call for the med crew at the sight of the deep slashes to their throats. They knew the guards weren't gonna make it. Going down the hallway, the heroes saw the 2 villains Mike had smashed against the wall. They were still out cold, so Midnight called it in as they kept down the stupidly long hallway. At the juncture, they finally heard voices coming from around the corner. Silently peeking around the edge, Eraserhead counted 3 low-level villains, 1 already down. Komodo was just taking Izumi from one of his subordinates. On the other side of the 4-way hallway, Mike was trapped in a metal tube binding. He was in bad shape. There was a pool of blood forming from his left side where 2 prominent puncture wounds were shown staining his shirt. A portal was just forming to allow the 3 to escape with Izumi. In order to safely retrieve the baby, Aizawa knew he needed the least resistance from the captors. He'd have to sacrifice catching the Komodo's 2 allies. But if it was successful, Izumi would be saved with no fighting. Eraserhead made his move once Komodo turned away from where they were hiding. He extended his capture gear out to secure the child, then slipped her from the villain's grasp. Aizawa then positioned her safely behind him as he brought the gas mask up to his face. Midnight had already started filling the air with her sleeping gas. The Komodo fell to the ground in a slump as the portal closed behind him, leaving no trace of the other 2. Eraserhead called in to give an update on the situation while Midnight rushed to their injured friend. Mike was dizzy with blood loss. 2 shapes approached him in a blurry haze of mixing colors. If not for the neuroblocker still in his system, he would have flinched away. The muffled sounds of voices filled his head as he slipped into unconsciousness. Mike was in bad shape. Nemuri managed to slow the bleeding, but he was still losing a lot of blood. Aizawa was able to free him of the metal bonds, though they were worried that moving him would make it worse. Izumi seemed very out of it. The heroes were both concerned that she hadn't cried while they were dealing with Mick's injuries. She was kept safe wrapped in Shuta's capture gear. Usually she'd be gnawing on it playfully, but she now was starting glassy-eyed at the wall. Something was off and they didn't have enough time to wait for Recovery Girl. Midnight, you take Izumi, I'll carry Mike. We gotta get them to Recovery Girl as soon as we can, and I don't think he'd make it if we just wait here. Geez, keep putting pressure on it. If you can, I'll run ahead of you and tell the crew to get ready. Aizawa carefully brought Izumi down and into Midnight's arms. She reached out to hold the baby, but when she touched her she pulled back. Oh, what the hell? She's burning up, like literally. Shoyuta reached to touch Izumi's forehead. She felt like a FING furnace. He swore he could see heat rippling off her. Damn it, here, wrap her in this and make a run for it. He quickly took off his shirt, rendering him shirtless. God, close your mouth, just go. With that, Midnight took off holding Izumi tucked against her chest, wrapped in Eraserhead's shirt, leaving him alone with Mike. Using his capture gear to put pressure on the puncture wounds, Shouts picked his boyfriend up, running as fast as he could to the front of the hospital where Recovery Girl and the crew of medics would be. If Mike was lucid right then, Shoyuta was sure the doofus would probably make some joke about being carried bridal style by a shirtless Shoyuta. The thought just darkened the ever-eerie mood as the pro raced around the bends of the hospital hallways. He was met with a bright light, blinding Yamada as he groggily opened his eyes. It was too white and reeked of disinfectant. Conclusion: Mike was in the hospital. Welp, least I didn't die, Shoyuta would be said with me. He thought as he struggled to recall how he ended up in the blank hospital sheets. Hey, you had us scared for quite a while there. The voice of Midnight cut through the harsh buzz in his head. He looked around the room. Nemuri was standing next to him, leaning slightly over the bed. Mitsuki was snoring loudly in a plastic hospital chair, limbs splayed in just about every possible direction. Turning to his side, Hisashi saw the gruff face of his high school crush, now boyfriend, looking beyond tired with eye bags that seemed to have packed for a 3-week vacation to Alaska. Their fingers were intertwined, resting comfortably next to him on the mattress. So, what exactly happened? Mike asked, not remembering the details. You don't remember? Aizawa spoke up. Nope, kinda drawing a big fuzzy blank. The hospital with Izumi, the Komodo attacking, the vigilante? None of it. Midnight cut in. The memory struck Yamada in a tsunami of emotions. The shock of the initial attack, the panic as he ran with the baby, the hopelessness when she was taken and he couldn't fight back. All of it hit him at once with a sharp echo through his head. The guards down, the villains, the bull, the ring, her quirk. Wait, sheet, where's Izumi? Mike panicked, trying to free himself of his bed to get to the door. Shoyuta didn't even let him pull the covers all the way off. Hey, easy there. She's fine, okay? She's safe, right in the room next door, ectoplasm's with her. Mike looked up to meet Shuta's worried eyes. Shoyuta, there wasn't a vigilante. Hisashi, if you're trying to tell me one of the villains attacked their own. It was Izumi. Mike, that's crazy, she's barely 2 weeks old. At this point Mitsuki had woken up and joined the conversation. No, it's not. She made these bubbles of air and I don't know heated them up? That's how she melted the gun and oh god, she didn't kill the bull-headed one, did she? His question was met with a frozen silence as they all looked between each other, concern broadcasting from their shuffling eyes. So he is dead then? Mike came to the conclusion himself. Yeah, he was dead when we got there. Are you telling me the baby did that? Midnight looked beyond scared for the infant. Mike was about to respond when Officer Nao Mesa came in followed by Recovery Girl. The baby did what? The officer echoed. Eraserhead responded this time, she used her quirk. Oh my, that certainly would explain a lot. All eyes turned to Recovery Girl as she skimmed over her clipboard with a furrowed brow. The baby was showing an elevated heart rate and an alarmingly high core temperature. Her blood pressure was dangerously low as well, one of the worst cases of oxygen deficiency I've ever seen in a living patient. She was in an even worse condition than you in the beginning. The presence of a quirk makes this a very close to fatal case of quirk exhaustion. In a child so young with a quirk that powerful and deadly, puts both her health and those around her at risk. A child's body is just not suited for the added stress of a quirk. That's why the common age of quirk manifestation in 4. That gives the human body enough grown in preparation for the unnatural addition. This being said, would you care to describe what exactly her quirk is? I'll need to get it in the database and alert Principal Nizu as soon as possible. Nizu? Mitsuki asked in complete confusion. Yes. The crowded room added another person? Must? Bear? Beside the point, there was added being to the room. How'd you know? The occupants of the room all looked dumbfounded. Well, I like to stay informed with all the hero happenings, especially one right in the middle of the city that houses my school. When I reviewed the case information, there were quite a few holes in the story, the mouse rat bear said, eyeing the officer. The assumption of a vigilante was completely preposterous given the specific set of circumstances. First off, how would they enter the building before the proheros Midnight and Eraserhead could even get to the scene? And how do you expect this person to both enter and exit without alerting the coming heroes or the police that were surrounding the building? Well, while having a stealth or even a rare teleportation quirk would certainly explain these improbabilities as it did for the villains, that doesn't answer for the heat quirk used in the attack against the villains. So granted, my quirk quickly put together that this indeed was the quirk of someone already in the fight, which narrowed the possibilities to one once all the others' quirks were accounted for. So logically, the only probable answer for the question is the unlikely yet entirely possible reality that the infant, Izumi Midoriya, developed her quirk early in correlation to the fight with a recognized paternal villain. Yeah, but it wasn't exactly in a random usage. She only used it against the villains. Mike stated from his bed. You are exactly right. The baby had some cognizant function to tell the good from the bad. See, some children have a natural sense of auras. Though it usually presents itself in much more subtle ways, I believe young Izumi has a strong awareness of those auras. Though common in younger children, the sense will usually fade as it does in most cases. It's basically an intrinsic warning of danger in relation to people. Though don't expect the ability to show as prominently as it did then, the extreme emotional stress definitely heightened it beyond normal levels. And you are here because? Mitsuki asked, still not fully understanding Nizu's unnecessarily long explanation, but she was not the only one being lost in the animal's length of reasons. Well, seeing as the child would need specialized quirk training at an early age, I'm here to offer for Izumi to take lessons in quirk control at Yui, at least until she can properly tame her power. Or maybe in time, she'll grow to want to be a hero. In which case I would be glad to open the doors for her to train with us until she chooses which high school to join, which we can also provide help with. Midnight spoke up this time with her own shock showing. I'm sorry, you're offering a quirk tutoring and recommendation to a baby? No, not at all. She'll have to earn her recommendation through training, but if she proves to deserve it, then there would be nothing stopping her from getting a recommendation to the school. He was met with a chorus of blank expressions. Also, due to the danger of her staying in any civilian home and her not being able to go to a regular orphanage, I am prepared to make arrangements with the board for her residence within the academy. What the F dash? You can't be serious, she's a baby. So she really couldn't go through regular adoption? The hell do you mean, you fucking stereotyped gopher? That's my god baby, and she ain't about to live in some high school. She's a baby and needs a home. The riot of responses was quelled by a very overwhelmed officer. Just to clear things up, Nizu is correct that Izumi cannot be placed into a regular child care service, as she would be a possible danger to those around her. The same goes for any civilian guardianship, even with the documented godparents. The government has overruled the will in this case due to the fact that the home would simply be unequipped for the child's early and accidental misuse of a quirk with such lethal consequences. Namuri stood beside the fuming Mitsuki in an attempt to calm the blonde. Therefore, Child Services has agreed to take her into a program based in the United States. Though it may not be optimal, the option still stands. Child Services also reviewed Principal Nizu's offer of guardianship at the school, and while they've agreed upon the early training, they don't find a high school an appropriate place to raise a child. If a better solution presents itself in the next few days, then the child could reside there, but if not, then the only other option is for Izumi Midoriya to be sent to America for the program they have there. Well, we could take her. Shoyuta turned wide-eyed at his partner, currently hosting a sheet-eating grin and staring right back. Mike, I don't know that we're the best option to raise an infant. There was a startled yell from the room next door. Ectoplasm ran to the doorway, shoulders slightly smoking. Erase her head. Aizawa was already halfway through the room at the sight of the charred cloner. The room next door was in chaos. A nurse was pressed against the wall in fear, needle in hand, as far away from the child as possible. Izumi was absolutely wailing as she wriggled around in her small hospital bed. There was a bubble zooming around her, preventing anyone from getting close. He immediately activated his quirk, negating the overacting quirk. He approached the bed slowly to not frighten the crying baby. She peered up at him with her big green eyes, full of fear. She reached up towards him with her small chubby arm and held onto his pointer finger. He released his quirk once she'd calmed down to just a whimper. She might feel more comfortable if I give her the shot while you're holding her, the nurse said while walking back to the side of the bed. He obliged and reached under the baby's arms to lift her gently into his arms. While he cradled her against his chest, the nurse came forward with the needle ready. Shoyuta activated his quirk again, just in case Izumi would have a bad response to the needle prick. The nurse gave the shot and hurried out of the room to avoid any possible quirk activation. Once Aizu had calmed down from the shot, Shoyuta turned to the doorway to go check back with Mike. He hadn't realized the crowd of people watching him through the open door. Well, that settles it then. If Hisashi and Shoyuta agree, I'd be happy to give up guardianship to them. Mitsuki said from the doorway. With Eraserhead's quirk as a factor, I could definitely get the police department and social services to agree. Officer Nao Mesa piped in. And it'd be optimal for the school training from how close they are to the school. And I was going to offer the Eraserhead, Present Mike and Midnight teaching positions anyways, so this is perfect. Nizu added. And me and Shuda would be happy to adopt her. Mike yelled from his bed in the other room. Apparently Nomuri was the only one paying attention to the flustered pro hero. Hey Shoyuta, are you okay with this? He looked down at the little girl now cuddling into his chest. Why, yeah, I think I am. The following days were packed with research and stress naps. Ahem, Shoyuta. Mitsuki gave the new fathers a few of her baby books, and Midnight helped go shopping for the baby's room. Hisashi was determined to have the best baby room possible. Knowing that his counterpart would be less enthusiastic with decorations, Mike let Shoyuta be on babysitting duty and he dealt with the home preparations. This turned out to be the perfect setup because most of the time when the nurses came in to check up on Izumi, Aizawa was right next to her, matching the baby in the daily naps. Whenever Izumi woke up and began to cry, it woke Shoyuta up and he was able to calm her down by simply letting her play with his capture gear. There were only a few occasions that Shoyuta had to use his quirk, and most were just her getting scared when she had to get a checkup. Mitsuki stopped by a few times, but she was usually busy with her own baby. The three wanted to set up a playdate, but they decided to wait until Izumi had a better hold on her quirk. Izumi was also very hesitant around new people, unlike Mitsuki's son. The two seemed to be opposites. Izumi was shy while Katsuki loved meeting new people. While Katsuki found entertainment in pulling hair, Izumi was happy just to hold her father's finger or snuggle up next to him in his sleeping bag. Izumi was released from the hospital 4 weeks after the attack. Midnight joined the two in the car ride back to their apartment. They had made sure to get the safest possible car seat for Aizu. Midnight had questioned the clerk at the store for just under an hour, trying to get the best seat for her little niece. She wasn't satisfied until the manager assured her of the testing process and complete trust in the car seat. The man's own daughter had used it. They finally chose that model, much to the relief of the store's staff. The three finally arrived at the apartment, Mike and Midnight overly enthusiastic to present Aizu to her new room. The room was adorable. They had picked the colors to be a light purple with pink and gray accents. The walls were the light shade of purple with white flower outlines above the crib. There was a large light gray plush rug covering the floor. The toy box was next to the gray dresser, with pink knobs. The box was a modge podge of brightly colored hero ads. The diaper-changing area came open from tucked against the wall so it didn't take up unnecessary space while not in use. Izumi's eyes explored the brightly colored room. She was tired from the car ride, so Mike carried her over to the new crib for a nap. They made sure the baby monitors were set up and working that day before, so there was no fuss over the system. After Aizu seemed content to sleep, the three adults backed out of the room and left the nightlights on. They had a lot to discuss after Nizu had surprised them all with a job offer. At the 6th month mark, Shoyuta and Hisashi thought that Izumi would finally be ready for a playdate. She had gotten much better at not using her quirk. Aizu still set it off if she got hurt, like getting a shot or if she's getting especially bugged by teething, but she no longer triggered her quirk when startled or if she was Yupit. Hisashi could even take care of minor quirk uses by making her giggle. She was actually a very giggly baby when she wasn't being shy. As long as she was familiar with the person, she tended to be extremely curious and looked over everything. Though she was still shy when she was introduced to the few people that her parents had over on occasion, she usually opened up pretty quick to them. Mitsuki was thrilled when Mike called her to propose the idea. Katsuki was an active baby, but they thought that a bit of baby socializing would be good for the two. Nomuri went out of her way to get the two onesies for the occasion the moment Mike told her. Mitsuki and Nomuri hung out every week. Usually at Mitsuki's house due to the baby, but Katsuki had grown used to the pro-hero around. The girls liked to talk over weekly gossip, watch movies, and dress Katsuki up in cute outfits Nomuri bought, or at least try to because he always hated wearing them. They agreed to have it on the following Tuesday. Mike dragged Shoyuta along for the playdate. His excuse was that they might need his quirk if Aizu reacted badly, But Mike really just wanted pictures with the two families. Masaru would be coming home towards the end of the get-together because he had a meeting after work, but they could still take a picture of the full group once he got there. Mike carried Aizu out to the car and sat next to her car seat on the way there. She didn't like being in cars, so they had to play songs to calm her down. Mike found out online that some babies liked music, so he tested out a plethora of genres trying to find what she liked. So far her favorite were old hero theme songs. She would even try to babble along to some of them. Katsuki was dressed in an ash blonde colored Pomeranian onesie, Izukam dressed in a dark green bunny rabbit onesie. Mike even tried to grill Nemuri on where she got such perfect outfits, but the hero wouldn't say, claiming it to be her little secret. Honestly, Shoyuta and Hisashi were really nervous. They didn't know how little Izumi would react to having a playmate her age. And Katsuki seemed to be a bit of a moody TM baby, but Itsuki assured the two that he was really only like that with her and Nemuri. Finally, it was the moment of truth. They were at the door with Aizu, who was taking in the new surroundings. When the door started to open, she shrunk back into Shoyuta, putting her face right into his scarf. Nemuri answered the door due to Mitsuki being busy with Katsuki in the other room. They all met in the basement where Nemuri had ordered an extra long baby ball pit. The two babies hadn't noticed each other yet, and all the adults were watching for a reaction, especially from Izumi. Mitsuki moved to sit on the ground with Katsuki still on her lap but facing away from her. Mike took Izumi and mirrored her. Shoyuta watched Aizu in case her had to rein in her quirk. Big green eyes met red ones as the two babies finally locked eyes. Not surprisingly, Katsuki was the first one to react. He held his hands out toward Izumi. Mitsuki scooted closer, so the babies were now only a foot apart with Katsuki sitting on the ground in front of Aizu. Izumi looked focused, like she was waiting for him to make the first move because she didn't know how to react. Thankfully, though, there were no pockets forming. Katsuki crawled over to Hisashi's knee and propped himself up. Now Aizu seemed more curious rather than threatened. She leaned forward just a bit, but it made all the adults grow smiles at the little interaction. Hisashi gently picked her up and moved her to sit on the floor. He felt that she would do better venturing by herself rather than on Papa's lap. Katuki nudged himself closer to be right next to her. He almost fell in the process but caught his balance at the last second. Once again he held his hand up, and this time Aizu slowing brought up hers to meet his. Bada. Dabul. Katsuki started the baby babble, but Aizu was happy to join in with the incoherent noises. Hey Mike, I think they're trash-talking you. Midnight snarked from next to Mitsuki. Mike, being the performer that he is, gave an overdramatic response. Oh, I'm wounded. Aizu, you aren't trash-talking me to your friends, right? Papa is still your best friend, right, Lil Bunny Rabbit? The kids had both turned to watch the pros display, Aizu with a hint of concern. Mitsuki and Midnight were snickering at the dramatic show. Mike, stop, you're gonna scare her. Shoyuta piped in. Oh no, my daughter doesn't wove Papa anymore. She went and left me to be with her new cool squad. To finish off his grand act, fell back from his sitting position, acting as if a comedic arrow had shot his heart. Woe is me. He whispered while laying fully spread out on the ground. No one noticed the bubble forming around one of the baby toys scattered on the floor. It let off a loud pop as it blew from the heated air. Aizawa quickly set off his quirk at Izumi. Zashi, what did I tell you? Now get up and hold the daughter you just scared. Mike obliged with a guilty look as he picked up the baby with slightly wet eyes and a big frown across her chubby cheeks. Oh Aizu, I'm so why Papa didn't mean to square you, he said, snuggling her pressed against his face with a hug. The rest of the playdate went on without a hitch. There were no more quirk flares, and the two loved the ball pit when they got to play in it. So did Mike and Nemuri after the kids fell asleep. Izumi was one when she said her first word. Shoyuta had just gotten back from his night shift on patrol. Usually the small family met for breakfast after Aizawa had his post-work nap with Aizu. She liked snuggling up next to him and wiggling to be under his arm. Hisashi made breakfast while also checking in and taking pictures to add to his and Nemuri's ever-growing collection of embarrassing Shoyuta and baby pics. Mike woke up the two despite Shuta's protest of 5 more minutes. Zashi made blueberry pancakes, with little mini ones for Aizu. They put her strapped into her high chair and presented the pancakes. She liked to pick up and eat them herself, so Mike didn't get to feed her this morning, much to his dismay. Isa, do you like your blueberry pancakes? Mike asked with his early morning enthusiasm as always. He got a happy smile and nod back. Sometimes Mike would use the airplane sound effect to get her to giggle and eat the foods she didn't like. And so it wasn't a rare sight to have Izu imitate him and make little jet noises of her own at mealtimes. Of course, the first time she did this, Mike freaked out and rushed to take a video, but his reaction startled her, so she stopped doing it. It took some coaxing from both parents until she did it again, and Zashi happily got a cute video to send to Midnight. She was making her mini pancake fry around to her mouth and chewing with a delighted hum. Bubber bee. Both heads turned towards her. Hey there, Izu, what did you say? Mike asked first. Big eyes looked up excitedly and she began a chorus of sounds starting with B. Bubriri. Boober. Pffffffffff bree buer sty. Her expression fell a bit when she couldn't get it right. Keep trying, you're allowed to make mistakes talking, Squirt. And you picked a hard one to start with. Blueberry. Shoyuta had taken a liking to calling her Squirt because she was a bit small, even for her age. Boo burpooey. Boo booey. Luckily Hisashi had already been filming. Both dads were beaming as they listened to her first word. Boobooey boobooey boobooey. She repeated with a shining smile. Mike was almost crying behind his camera. Scratch that he was crying. A week later she had learned Papa for Hisashi and for Shoyuta. Midnight came over later to try and teach her name, but it ended up being Nimi, which she was gushing about for the next month. Midnight, Eraserhead, and present Mike all accepted Nisa's job offer after Izu turned 2. They had a birthday party for both her and Katsuki the day before submitting the paperwork for the positions. Midnight was going to teach modern hero art history, present Mike was an English teacher, and Eraserhead was assigned to be the 1A homeroom teacher. Shoyuta complained the most out of the three for having to deal with all the talentless pricks expecting to waltz their way through with butt-kissing and money. Namuri and Hisashi didn't mind the new jobs as they were teaching a subject they were well versed in. Mitsuki offered to babysit Izu when Shoyuta and Hisashi had to teach. The two insisted on paying her, but she wouldn't let them. They also didn't want to have Izu go to a daycare because that would be too stressful and she still lost control of her quirk if she got too overwhelmed. Izumi was fine at the Bakugo's house because she was comfortable being around the three, though they were an explosive family. Cough cough. Izu had spent a lot of time there and loved Mitsuki and playing with Kaken. Once the school year started at Yui, Izu and Katsuki spent a lot of time together. The two had already grown used to each other through the many playdates they had. Katsuki had received the nickname Kaken, and he had dubbed Izumi Zuzu. He got upset when Namuri tried to use the nickname he had come up with for Izumi. Thus the adults all knew that no one could use Kaken and Zuzu, but those two or face the wrath of a blonde 2-year-old. Once when Mitsuki let it slip, he picked the word hell and was using it whenever he could, even though he was taught that it was a naughty word. Mitsuki had already significantly cut back on swearing so that Katsuki wouldn't pick up the bad habit, but she tried even harder after that. The schedule worked out well with Izumi being dropped off at the Bakugos, and usually taking a nap once she got there, and the couple heading off to Yui. Namuri usually picked Izu up before her dads got off work because Midnight's classes were all earlier and she didn't have a homeroom responsibility unlike Eraserhead. After she got Izu back home, they usually had some girl bonding, as Namuri called it. Izu loved her aunt and her aunt taught her so many things about hair and nail polish and cute clothes. Shoyuta was always a bit later due to having a homeroom, but whenever Mike came home early he would jump in and join them in whatever they were doing. Which was why he had very messy hot pink nails with yellow polka dots by dinner. Let it be known that he got a lot of compliments from the staff and even some from his students, so the entire week that the polish lasted he bragged about his daughter. She was super happy when he relayed back all of his compliments on her painting abilities. Another time he came home to Namuri tackling Izu's wild fro of hair into 2 neat little braids. Of course Mike let Izu mess around with his hair, though with being a 2-year-old it ended up being more of a loose twist of hair that if you squinted really hard and turned your head at an angle then it slightly resembled a braid. But the thing stayed in with the help of a lime green scrunchie. Izu decorated it with a plethora of glittery hair clips. Mike gave the biggest reaction and gushed about how much he loved it and that even the superstars would be jealous, and that he'd probably even be on the front of a magazine with her masterpiece. The overdramatic flair always sent Aizu into a giggle spree that was caught on video by Nomuri. Shoyuta caught the tail end of the giggle fest and even came over to have Aizu braid his hair. The second attempt was a little better than the first, and now it resembled a braid if you just squinted really hard. Shoyuta gave her a big hug and told her he loved it, which earned him a cuddle hug, which Mike just had to join, so Nomuri of course also jumped in to make a big cuddle pile on the living room floor with 3 uncontrollably giggling and 1 hiding a chuckle. When Izumi turned 3, Nizu offered to start giving her quirk lessons. She was progressing intellectually faster than the other 3-year-olds, as her fathers had noticed in the past year. She was already using complete sentences most of the time, something usually achieved by 4-year-olds, and remembering most of the alphabet. She even started writing some, mostly gibberish, notes on her favorite heroes from the TV cartoons she liked to watch. When she was really focused on her hero notes or anything else really, she would end up muttering a storm, and with her beginner speaking skills half of it became an incoherent blob of sounds. But it must have helped with developing because her muttering was beginning to be understandable if Shoyuta listened carefully. Nomuri and Mike complained that they could never understand when she was saying, even though Shoyuta always seemed to. With Nizu's offer and Izumi's shaky handle on her quirk, Hisashi and Shoyuta agreed to have the early training sessions at UI. Their only condition was that one of them, or Nomuri, be present at all sessions in case Aizu got nervous in the all-new environment. Of course, Nizu perfectly agreed that with a child in early development, familiar encouragement helps with learning new skills in an unknown environment. Izumi started at 2 weeks before Yui would have the first day of school. They wanted to introduce her to the school when it was empty so that she would feel more comfortable. The 3 walked in with Izumi between them. She was holding Shuta's hand behind Nomuri and Hisashi. She refused to walk in front. "Honey, why don't you want to walk up front so you can see everything?" Mike asked after they had all stopped while Izumi was looking particularly scared. "I don't know the people here. They aren't gonna like me," she said while tucking herself behind Shuta's leg. "Aizu, we're only meeting with Nizu today. There's only one person you're gonna meet. But the other teachers." She was right. Many teachers came even on break to prepare lesson plans and train to stay ready for duty. And a lot of teachers were very eager to meet little Izumi, knowing that she was Eraserhead and present mixed kid. It also didn't help that Midnight and Mike were constantly bragging about the adorable little girl and ogling over pictures and videos with the other teachers. Honestly, Izumi had quite the fan club within the UE staff. Even some of the students told Mike he should bring her into class for a day. They didn't want to stress her out and have her quirk go haywire, but the 2 agreed that once she had a good handle on her power, then they could start bringing her to classes if she wanted. "No, you don't have to meet any of them today. And if they do try to sneak a peek at the private practice, then Daddy will send them away. Now, would it be better if I hold you when we go in?" Shoyuta said, kneeling down to be eye level with her. When he mentioned being picked up, her face lit and cheeks glowed with an oncoming smile. "Yes, please up." She held her arms straight up and stood in front of him. Lifting her up on top of his shoulders, he made his capture gear wrap once around her waist for a seatbelt. "And squirt, why do we have a seatbelt?" "Safety first." She held up a finger to punctuate the first. Luckily, Aizu didn't notice, but there was a few teachers watching the cuteness from the academy windows. She also didn't notice Mike and Midnight tag teaming and giving them death glares and dispersing the gathering. They wouldn't want Aizu getting scared just because of a few nosy teachers. They finally approached Field Gamma, where they had scheduled to meet up with Nizu. The dog-bear-mouse principal was waiting under a canopy tent just past the entrance to the training field. Izumi started to shrink back into Shoyuta to try to hide from the new person animal. They made introductions with Nizu and Izumi. She warmed up quickly to the fuzzy principal. Maybe it was because he wasn't human, but she wasn't as apprehensive about him after meeting him as she was most new people. They started by having her try and maintain a bubble roughly the width of her hand. "Okay, now Aizu, can you make a bubble form?" the animal administrator asked. "Aren't the bubbles bad? I'm not supposed to make them." No. This is different. See, when you come here we're gonna teach you to get better at using the bubbles. So you're gonna have to trust me, can you do that? She looked back at her dads as if asking them if she could trust him. Once they both nodded, she turned back to Nizu and determinedly shook her head, tuning her poofy hair from neat pigtails into now frizzy green ball and lopsided. She focused, trying to make an orb form. After a few seconds of trying, she shrugged her shoulders into a pout and looked to Nizu. I can't do it. They don't want to come out. Well, Izumi, what were you thinking of when you tried? I needed to make a bubble. Okay, so instead, try to think of what it feels like to form an air bubble. Focus on the feeling, okay? Okay. Izumi closed her eyes and held her hand up. The three pro-heroes watched from under the tent with intrigue and mild worry. Izumi thought about the last time she made a bubble. Daddy had gotten home, and Papa jumped up to say hi to him by touching their faces. She didn't know why, but they said it meant they loved each other, but that she can't do that until she's older and the person is very special. Papa ran over, but he messed up and stubbed his toe on the corner of the table. He fell and it made Izumi really upset. Then Daddy had to use Quirk cause she made an orb start circling her. Izumi thought about her anger and that she was afraid. She tried to imagine one of her air pockets forming. She felt a weird sensation spread from her chest through her arms and out her fingertips. She held onto the weird feeling on in her hands and opened her eyes. There was an air pocket suspended in air a few yards from her, about the size of Papa's fist. Nizu had moved to stand next to her. She wanted to look at her dad's, but she thought that'd make her lose concentration. Okay, Izumi, that's great. Now can you make it bigger? She tried pulling her hands apart, but there was no shift. Remember the feeling. Focus on that. Nizu advised. She looked at her hands and took a deep breath. It felt funny, like a tingly sort of feeling. She could feel a pressure in her palms. Aiza focused on that tingly feeling in her hands and pulled a bit. There was a pressure almost keeping her palms together. She tried to pull again, but the opposite force was strong. Maybe if I loosen it. She wiggled her finger as if plucking the force's bond to her palms. Each finger movement made it easier to pull her hands apart. She reached her hands as far apart as they could go without her being in the middle. She just felt that wouldn't be good. Looked up, the bubble was bigger than the principal was hovering over the ground. Good job, Izumi, now can you move it around? She moved her hands around, keeping the same width apart. The bubble moved much more than she was moving her hands, but with a little practice in motion ratios she would probably get it in no time. Now I have a thermal scanner here. He pulled out a small box from who knows where. This tells me how hot it is. It might be easier for you if you make it smaller again, okay? She concentrated and shrunk the orb. It was much easier than making it grow. Now try and heat it up as hot as you can. Izumi knew she could do it, but she had never actually paid attention to what it felt like. So she just tried to imagine the hottest thing she could, hot chocolate when it burned her tongue. She felt a warmth on her skin. It wasn't as hot as the drink, but it made her feel strange. Okay, I'm getting a temperature increase. Can you imagine something hotter? Well, Izumi didn't know much about the stove, 'cause she's not allowed to touch it. But the sun was out today and it felt warm, so she tried to think of that. She saw a video that the sun was just a big ball of fire in space, so she focused on what the video showed. Her skin was burning, but when she looked up, Nizu was staring at the orb. It was really bright and yellow. It wasn't as bright as the sun, but her eyes still hurt looking at it. Izumi started to hurt. Her skin really felt like it was burning. Nizu was still looking at the light, so she turned to look at her dad's. She locked eyes with Namuri as soon as she turned away from the bright orb. Aiza felt like her head was fuzzy. It felt really light and she was sweating a lot. It was really painful, but Nizu hadn't told her to stop. Or did he? She didn't think she couldn't hear right now. Nizu's mouth was moving, but she couldn't understand him. Everything sounded like she was underwater. Did he say bigger? She opened up her palms to be flat out from her body, extending her arms with her in the middle. Wasn't she not supposed to do that? She couldn't see. Everything hurt. It was so bright. A bubble was around her and she couldn't see. The light was everywhere. Wait, could Daddy see her? He can't help if he can't see. She couldn't feel the tingly feeling in her hands anymore because everything hurt. It was burning. There was smoke being lit by the light. The grass under her feet was on fire. She couldn't breathe. Her throat hurt. Panic. She thinks she was screaming but couldn't tell over the roaring sound around her. Black specks were floating in the edges of everywhere she looked, and they were getting bigger. Then everything was dark. She didn't want to, but suddenly she was falling, but the tingling in her hands was still happening. She wasn't trying to. The bubble didn't stop after she fell. The ground was still on fire and everything was lit with smoke and the bright light. It was all in her bubble. It sounded like something was pounding on the edge. The black dots got really big and then she couldn't see. She doesn't remember the rest. It was all going well for Shoyuta until she tried to heat up the bubble. She did fine the first time, but Nizu wanted it hotter to test. She must have thought of something pretty and hot because there was a bright light that looked like a fake star. He made the mistake of looking directly at it while trying to understand what it was. His dry eye acted up and he couldn't pull his eye drops out of his pocket. When he blinked he saw the light imprint of the orb and it was messing up his sight. He couldn't get a clear view of Aizu with his eyes, but Midnight was panicking over something. Nizu was yelling to stop the heat, but Aizu just made it bigger. Shoyuta really couldn't look in that direction without hurting his eyes, but he had to find Izumi. Something changed and the bubble went from the field to around Izumi. Screw eyesight, he had to find her before she killed herself. He sprinted over along with apparently Mike and Midnight. They pounded on the edge of the smoke-filled bubble. There was thick smoke lit up by fire and the grass was burning. Nizu yelled that she was on the ground, but Shoyuta couldn't see her. Then after a flame whipped out he saw her, motionless on the ground. His quirk activated on sight and the bubble popped. The fire was still going but wasn't being heated further. He ran out to pick her up, but his eyes were still blurry from before. Mike got to her first but let out a yelp when he went to pick her up. She was burning. Her skin would literally burn them. Screwing life, Mike picked her up anyways, ignoring the smell of his own skin burning as he rushed to Recovery Girl. Midnight helped to guide Aizawa, and they honestly didn't give a f about where the little rat thing principal was at the moment because his daughter was hurt and needed help, and he blamed the principal for now. He just hoped Recovery Girl could help. Recovery Girl had just finished up with a support corps student who had been working on a miniature hand glove compression rocket and accidentally fired a rubber load directly at their face. Thankfully, all they got from it was a small scar and a giant scolding. Speaking of scolding, it sounded like Mike was running through the hall screaming, "Oh shit, what went wrong?" Chio turned to open the infirmary doors, but by then they has been kicked open by the frantic pro hero carrying a small child in his arms. "Yamada, put her down on the cot, I have her. You can wait in the teacher's lounge, I'll send someone for you when I'm done." "Oh, I'm gonna lecture the hell out of someone," she thought as she started to work on little Izumi and kicked the worried father out of the infirmary. Namuri and Shoyuta turned the corner to see Mike pacing in front of the infirmary, scrunching his hands through his hair. He was talking to himself and didn't even notice the two approach from his worried haze. "Mike, what happened? What'd she say?" Midnight asked to pull him from inside his own head. He turned sharply, startled from not noticing them before. "Zashi, how is she?" "I don't know. Recovery Girl kicked me out and told me to wait in the teacher's lounge until she sends someone over." Both stiffened at the information. The hall fell silent, protected by the soundproof doors of the infirmary. "Okay, then it's no good waiting here, let's go down to the lounge," Namuri suggested to the two. She should have known that was never going to work as the two went to sit against the wall facing the infirmary doors, not wanted to be any farther away from their daughter. Namuri gave up and sat down next to Mike. They didn't know how long they'd been there before Nizu rounded the corner with Endeavor. "Why is the flaming garbage can incarnate with the furry white gopher?" Namuri whispered to Mike and Eraser. "I'm wondering why the little fuzzy turd thought he should bring the big flaming sheet to talk to us." Aizawa snarked back. "If he tries anything with Demon Dumpster Spawn and Izumi, I'm cutting off his tie." Mike added in, "And when you do, I'm using it for a new whip." The R-rated pro replied. The two newcomers walked up to stand between the door and the three pros on the floor. Nizu was the first to speak up. "Sorry for leaving before, but I had an idea of how to help little Izumi out with her temperature control problem. See if she can observe different variants of heat, she'll be able to replicate temperature more accurately. And know how hot is safe for her to go." That's why I asked Endeavor to be here so he can supply some fire for observation in the next lesson. Though he insisted on coming first to see her. I want to see if the child actually has potential or if I'm wasting my time. Mike held Shuta's hand tighter. Though I must commend you on having her manifesting an early quirk. But it would have been better had you started the training earlier. I just wish Shoto would produce his quirk already so we could start his hero training. Isn't your kid the same age as Izumi? Yes, but early training gives him a head start on all the other hero wannabes. He is the most likely of all of the mixes to be half and half, and with that quirk he'll be a top hero for sure. Shoyuta stood up to meet the hero face to face, or at least closer with the 4-inch height difference. Are you telling me that you're already planning your child's future without giving thought to what they want? Well, a parent knows best. And isn't that exactly what you're doing with these training sessions? And for a 3-year-old. A vein popped out in Shuta's head with how angry he was getting. Izumi needs training to control a dangerous quirk. But she gets to decide what she wants to do with her future. We aren't imposing our own failed dreams onto our kid. Why you? Well, I think that's enough for today, and this was an awful idea given the timing. Nizu cut in. Endeavor, your son would be welcome to join these control training lessons once he develops his quirk. The principal continued the discussion as he herded the number 2 hero away from the angry family members. Nizu came back a few minutes later, apologetic for the practice session fiasco. He also was quick to propose a different heat hero to help in Izumi's training. There was another hero that might be able to help out with Izumi's heat manipulation powers. Nizu left after informing the group of the possibility of a replacement tutor. It was just under 2 hours of waiting when Recovery Girl finally came out with the news. She looked very annoyed. Well, that was a bad case of heat slide made worse with quirk exhaustion. If I may ask, what in the hell were you doing with that poor girl? Her scowl was aimed at the 3, now standing in front of her. Midnight was quick to explain Nizu's training and instruction. There were blanks in information during the bright spurts of light that they were all blinded. Recovery Girl's eyes shifted from annoyed to anger. Once Midnight finished the rushed report, Recovery Girl finally let them know about Aizu. Well, the combination of the heat slide and quirk exhaustion made her very tired, so I couldn't use my quirk to help until she built up some energy reserves of her own. I had her in an ice bath for a while to bring her internal temperature down. She literally turned some of the water to steam when we got her into the bath. I assume the heat resistance and retainment is a side effect of her quirk. Wait, heat resistance? The voice hero asked in confusion. They hadn't heard of this from any of the previous doctors. Yes, the girl has a decent resistance to heat. Now, that doesn't mean she's fireproof, but she will last longer in extreme temperatures. That includes the cold. She also has a protective thermal layering, though that is also not entirely temperature-proof. Izumi probably has this temperature withstanding to combat her heat-altering quirk. With the cold temperature resistance, does that mean she can change the temperature in the air pockets to be colder as well? Shoyuta asked. I can't say. And you won't be able to test that for a while anyways. The girl needs a full week of quirk recuperation. So no more quirk training sessions or anything of the sort this week. And I want to be at the next session so I can stop you when you try to do something dumb like try to make a 3-year-old recreate extreme heats. She looked down both sides of the hallway, and don't worry about telling Nizu for me. I have quite a bit to tell him, so I'll be informing him later of today's tutoring issues. The 3 pros made eye contact. There was some worry for the small mammal, but mostly glad he was getting some lecturing headed his way. He deserved it. Oh, and she should be waking up in a few minutes, so you're all welcome to come in and be here when she wakes up. I'm sure some familiar faces would help with the stress of waking up in a new place. Nemuri, Shoyuta, and Hisashi all followed the short woman into the room, eager to see Aizu. The girl looked pale, but there was a steady breathing rate and beep of the heart monitor that kept them all at ease. After a few long minutes, at least they felt long for the 3, Aizu woke up in a confused haze. Her eyes blinked open and were full of confusion, which was to be expected. What? Was all she could get out through her sore throat. You passed out at your training session with Nizu. Squirt, do you remember that? She nodded her head in agreement. Aizu hesitantly looked around, taking in her surroundings. She looked scared. Did I hurt him? No, Daddy's Quirk caught you. And the only person hurt is yourself. Mike assured her. Okay. She let out a loud yawn and reached her hands up to motion to be picked up. Up please. Shoyuta looked back at Recovery Girl, who gave a quick nod. Midnight knew Shoyuta was still a bit tired after the ordeal and Mick's arms were burnt. Oh shit, his arms. She forgot. Okay Aizu, I'm gonna take you to the bathroom to get you cleaned up before we go, then we can meet your dads back at the car. Okay. Mike gave her a confused look, but Shoyuta understood exactly what she was doing. Izumi would feel awful knowing that he had been burnt, and would definitely blame herself, even though it wasn't her fault. Nemuri didn't want the girl to feel bad, so she figured she'd distract her while Recovery Girl took a look at Mike. We'll see you in a bit, Squirt. Mike still was confused but gave Aizu a comforting smile and wave. Nemi up please? She asked, putting her hands up towards Nemuri, who obliged by pulling the girl up to rest on her hip. Nemuri carried the tired bean to the bathroom to get her washed up, and her aunt's senses were going off. The Aizu probably had to pee. Her aunt's senses were, once again, correct. Nemuri took Aizu from the infirmary, leaving Shoyuta and Mike with Recovery Girl. Shoyuta knew that Zashi had been hurt when carrying Aizu, but he didn't know to the extent. He had come to a conclusion: his boyfriend was a complete certified idiot. When Recovery Girl took a look at his forearms, she slapped him on the head before giving him a kiss to heal him. You're telling me that you've been sitting here for 2 hours with second-degree burns on both arms, and just now decided to tell me? Ah yes. Zashi was a bit groggy from the healing energy toll. She turned to Shoyuta. And you knew about the burns? I didn't know they were that bad. But you knew he was hurt. Well yes, but you, Eraserhead, are an idiot. It was a statement. She said it with no teasing tone or rudeness. It was in that moment the old lady's fact. Granted, as a pro hero he should have known something was up. Mike had been hiding his arms and in a daze, in shock. Aizawa had been blinded to his partner's pain by his own personal worry. Okay, that's not true. Shoyuta is the most prettiest, beautifuliest, and intelligentiest person I know. Mike was really feeling the drowsy effect of Recovery Girl's quirk. Unluckily for Shoyuta, when Mike got really tired he got loopy. If Shoyuta didn't know any better, he'd think the hero was drunk. Good thing Mike didn't have to pull all-nighters, or else their others would be subject to the sleep-deprived loopy tendencies of Mike. Don't even ask about when Mike actually got drunk. It was hilariously awful. Midnight had videos, but was sworn to secrecy and kept them password protected. Recovery Girl was used to Mick's reaction to her quirk by now. He had been injured a few times in high school as well as used her healing after field missions. The old pro didn't even bat an eye at the drunk antics of the man. Go ahead and get him home. Don't forget no quirk usage for Izumi for a full week. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if she gets random temperature spikes in the future. With her quirk and having only a mild heat resistance, she could get an onset of internal heat risings from this, especially in days preceding a large quirk usage. To get her temperature down, put ice on her forehead and, if you can, in the areas of high blood flow, like the sides of the neck, armpits, and thigh area. And let her sleep as much as she can. She'll need it this week. Heat spikes. Yes, a side effect. Now go get Mike to the car before he falls entirely asleep. Mike slept the whole ride home. So did Aizu. So did Shoyuta. Midnight drove the sleeping family back to the apartment but was too lazy to get them all inside, so she just rolled the windows down a bit and turned the car off before following the rest and just sleeping in the car. After a strange morning of waking up in a car and having to drag everyone out of the car and up to the apartment, Shoyuta was wiped. He was always tired, but after the scare yesterday he was entirely wiped. The four hadn't even woken up until like 10 in the morning. Seeing as Hisashi was still worn out and Nemuri refused to leave Aizu, Shoyuta went ahead and cancelled the lunch reservations. They had enough in the fridge for lunch, and he could go shopping later. Or use one of those apps. Nemuri likes to have someone else go shopping for him. That sounded better. He'd have to ask her for the name of the app once she was up. Or once they were both up, seeing as he was already falling back asleep, curled up next to Mike, who was softly snoring. Everyone was up around noon, Well, everyone except Aizu. Hey Namuri, so why exactly did I wake up in a car surrounded by a sleeping caravan? Okay, so let's make lunch. She rushed past him and into the kitchen. Well, at least she's helping. It was a nice day of doing absolutely nothing at all. They all followed Izumi's example of sleeping and waking up only when nature called or when hunger broke through the subconscious. The cycle of lounging at home all day ended when Aizu wanted to go out to play. Katsuki had been sick the last few days, so she couldn't hang out at the Bakugo's house. Mike wanted to take her to the park, but he couldn't get off work Monday due to the English test that day. Shoyuta volunteered to go instead, seeing as any excuse to not teach the bunch of talentless wannabes was fine by him. At the park, Aizu liked to talk to all the other kids. Because she didn't go to a daycare with others like normal kids did, and her only socialization with kids her age was Katsuki, she needed to have time to meet new friends. At least that's what Shoyuta was thinking was happening when she went to talk to a group of kids in the playground. She wanted to be independent, so he let her get out of earshot but never out of eyesight. He didn't know how much of assholes kids could be. Aizu was having a blast at the park. She liked going around and looking at the trees. Dad even let her go around all by herself. As long as he could still see her. There were a bunch of kids just a little older than her playing in the sand pit, so she thought she'd go over and make friends. The kids were all around 4, so a year older than Aizu, but she thought they'd all be able to be good friends. Everyone she'd met so far were super nice to her, even though she was shy. One of the boys in the sand pit was making the sand form together into coils and other shapes while his friends all watched. It must have been his quirk. Izumi thought it was really cool. She was a shy girl but wanted to meet the group, so for the first time she pushed away her shyness and went to play with them. The group watched in awe at their friend's quirk. He could make small particles form together, so it gave him easy control of the sand and dirt clumps. Right now he was making spirals out of the sand to show off his power. Their group had all gotten their quirks already, his being the latest to show, so they thought they'd all go to the park and test it out. They had a parent chaperone, but she was usually texting her boyfriend anyways, so the group of 6 did what they wanted. Some little girl started to come up to them, watching the quirk display. She was small and looked young, so definitely not worth their time. The greenette looked so scared when she opened her mouth to say something. A few of them held back chuckles. Hi. I'm Izumi. Can we be friends? She stuck her hand out and bowed her head slightly. She must have been expecting a handshake, but the kids only replied in muffled laughter. The one with the sand quirk came up to greet her. For a second it looked like he'd be nice. From where Aizawa was watching, it looked like the kid was going to shake her hand. Hey Pipsqueak, you never seen a quirk before? And no, I have one too. Yours is just really cool. A shrimpy like you can't have a quirk yet you're not even 4, you liar. BB, but I do. No, you liar, you just wanted to see mine. Let me show you what a quirk really looks like. His buddies behind him all chuckled. From a distance it looked like they were getting along. That is until he launched a sharp spray of sand at her. He was going to send another wave after she fell, but his quirk stopped working. What the? He didn't notice the set-off pro headed his way. Aizu was holding back tears and staring down at the ground. Shoyuta got there quickly. He wanted to give the kid a piece of his mind, but as an adult that was probably not the best idea. This kid was lucky he wasn't Namuri, or else someone would be getting their butt kicked. Seriously, the aunt was protective. Shoyuta scooped up Aizu and put his all into sending the mom sitting at a park bench a killer death glare when she looked up. She hurried to gather the pest kids and get out. Daddy. Did I do something wrong? No, Squirt, you did everything just right. They were just assholes. What's an a-hole? Sheet. It means donkey. But don't use it, it's a bad word, okay? Why is donkey a bad word? Because people will get offended if you say it to them. Okay. God, I hope she doesn't use that. Shoyuta had learned that Aizu was really quick at picking up words. She was already above most of the kids her age with her language skills. Mike had even started teaching her some English. Aizu has a few quick sniffles and wiped the tears hastily from her eyes before they could spill. Can I come tomorrow? This caught Shoyuta off guard. You want to come here again? Yes, please. But weren't they mean to you? I'ma make friends if I come. Her innocence was too cute. He could probably have either Zashi or Namuri take her to the park after work tomorrow. But it would have to be a different park. There was one a little further in the opposite direction from the apartment from this park, and Shoyuta didn't want to risk running into those twerps again. Okay, I think Papa or Auntie could take you after work. Thank you, Daddy. Her face was a bit red and blotchy, but her smile was the same happy beam as always. What he wouldn't give to keep her smiling like that forever. Mike had to grade tests after school the next day. Namuri went to pick Aizu up from the Bakugos. Katsuki had gotten better, so they thought it'd be okay for Aizu to come over again. Namuri had been pissed TM when Shoyuta told her about what happened at the park the day before. Mike almost yelled, which could have killed everyone, and she wanted to strangle some twerps. Izumi still wanted to go to the park when Namuri picked her up. Shoyuta had warned her to stay away from the park from the day before, both for Aizu and for the safety of the twerps if Namuri ever found them, so she drove a bit farther and took Aizu to the park near her own apartment. The park was a bit bigger and much newer than the other park. It was built between her apartment complex and some rich neighborhood, so the playground was much nicer. There was even a small minnow-filled stream near the edge of the park. The forest created the southern border with the stream just before it. Aizu was really excited to explore the new park. She played in the sand pit and even talked to a few of the kids there. But she always turned away after being there for a bit. Namuri was trying to stay out of the way so Aizu could make friends on her own. Shoyuta said developing independence was important, but it was painful to watch the girl leave conversations just because she got too nervous to continue. The incident yesterday probably made the girl even more self-conscious about talking to new people. She wouldn't even try to approach a group. Aizu started to look for a different person just as Namuri's phone started ringing. It was Mike, so she had to pick up. Hello. Hey Namuri, so how is Aizu doing? Is she alright? Is there anyone being mean to her? Cause I could leave right now to get her, or Shoyuta could ditch his training session and come get her, or we could send help. She's not hurt, is she? I don't doubt you, it's just my fatherly instincts are screaming danger and it might trip me head off if I didn't know. Sock, are you sure that she's... Geez Mike, I can watch one toddler by myself. It's not that hard to, and she couldn't see Aizu anymore. Wait, what? What's wrong? Namuri? It's nothing, she's just playing in the sand. She lied through her teeth, her voice spiking an octave did nothing to help her. Oh well, can I talk to her? He definitely didn't buy that. Oof, welp, I'ma have to call you back, she's calling me over. Okay, bye. What, I don't hear any tea. She cut off the blonde with the glorious invention that is the hang-up button. How far can a 3-year-old run in 4 seconds? Izumi saw a kid walking into the trees by the stream. He looked scared and was hiding behind some bushes. He looked shy. Izumi was shy too, so maybe the two could be friends. She made her way over as quick as she could, or else she might lose sight of him. He kept moving farther away, but she didn't want him to be alone. Izumi was trying to keep her eyes on him, so she didn't see the roots sticking up from the ground in the middle of her path. One faceplant later and she was on the ground. Her elbows were skinned and she was covered in dirt. Are you okay? The boy had come back for her. She looked up to finally get a good glimpse of him. His hair was split right down the middle, half red and half white. He was right around her age and had a worried expression. I'm fine. Tears pricked at the edges of her eyes, threatening to fall. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm okay. She got up with a big smile. He was really nice for caring about her. Why were you running? I wanted to talk to you. The boy looked confused, so she continued. Do you want to be my friend? He looked shocked. Maybe she did it wrong again. I'm sorry, did I say it bad? And no, I just don't have friends. Oh. Izumi felt rejected. But I'd like one. He met her eyes with a glimmer of joy. Her spirits lifted as she once again put her all into her glimmering smile. From a distance, 2 different girls were calling out for their lost 3-year-olds. Aizu. Shoto. Before finding their intended person, the two met with each other. Coming around a tree, the closeness shocked the 2 strangers. At the same time, they both started to question the other. Have you seen a little girl with green hair? Do you know where a 3-year-old boy is? It took them both a moment to register what the other had said. Once it clicked, Namuri was the first to break the awkward silence. Geez, okay, I'm guessing you lost one too. The girl had white hair with red speckled throughout. Yes, my brother. Well, mine was looking for friends earlier, so they might be in the same place. The two started venturing farther into the wooded area, keeping silent to listen for them. They found the two after just a bit of walking. Izumi! Shoto! The kids turned at the same time to see the coming worried females. The other one ran to his sister? Nomuri guessed. Aizu ran straight for her. Aizu, you can't scare me like that. Why did you run off? Big emerald eyes met hers. Sorry, Nemi. I made a friend. Nomuri looked back at the boy with bicolored hair. He seemed familiar, but she couldn't put her finger on from where. Auntie, can I ask him something? Yeah, go ahead. Aizu walked over to the two next to them. My name is Izumi, Midoriya Izumi. You can call me whatever you want cause we're friends. I'm Shoto. See, can I call you Sho-chan? She asked with hesitancy layered in her small voice. He blushed but nodded in agreement. The two adults, technically Fuyumi is a teen, talked briefly so they could set up times to meet at the park. After quick goodbyes, the four split to go home. Aizu was gushing about having another friend. They had agreed on meeting the same time every week. So after work on Tuesdays and Thursdays, Izumi would go to the park to meet with Shoto. The playdates fit well with everyone's schedule. The first week went by easily with Nomuri taking Aizu both times. Mike and Shoyuta were thrilled to hear Aizu had a new friend. Shoyuta was less obvious in emoting, but Nomuri could tell. Katsuki requested to meet this Sho-chan, but Izumi didn't want him to scare her shy friend. Days at the park were fun. Aizu and Shoto would play in the sand and walk around the large park exploring. They never went out of eyesight of the chaperones, learning from the first time. Sometimes they would talk, but it was also nice for the two to just sit in silence with each other's company. Usually when they did have conversations, it was about heroes. They both liked All Might, and Aizu told him all about Present Mike, Eraserhead, and Midnight, her tied favorites. She proudly told him that they were her dad's and aunt. He shrunk back at the mention of fathers. Aizu didn't ask about his. She figured she could tell him about her family because they were friends now. The playdate routine kept up even when Izumi started her training again. The three reluctantly took Aizu back to Yui the next week for another quirk training session. She hadn't used her quirk all week, not even accidentally. Apparently, along with Recovery Girl and Nizu at the lesson, there would be another hero to help out. Nizu said he called her in from America, though she went to Yui for high school before taking her career across the globe. He informed the trio before the meeting in order to avoid any issues like the last time they tried to introduce an instructor, cough cough flaming trash. The hero's file was thoroughly reviewed by the three pros, as well as Mitsuki because she was still said from what she had heard of from last time. The conduction hero, Mercury. Real name Ichihara Rei. She graduated second in her class just 2 years after Present Mike, Eraserhead, and Midnight. Her quirk was conduction. She could either add or take heat from objects. She used a support weapon to extend her quirk's usage and subsequent range. They were basically miniature grappling guns on the ends of each of her fingers that anchored into an armored wrist plate. She could shoot and retract each finger spike at will. The actual grappling piece at the end of each finger was in the shape of a claw and extended past the nail. There was metal wiring and the claws were entirely metal, so if the nails attached to an object, she could regulate temperature into that object due to metal's high conductivity. She also had metal-toed knee-high combat boots that had a metal shin cover and came to a retractable knife point above the knee and a retractable knife at the toe of the boot. Heat could be conducted through both weapons as well as the sheathed blades at her elbows. She was known for minimal damage to property and being a great stealth operative. The grappling hooks gave her increased maneuverability as well as being able to heat and cool parts of her body at will to avoid thermal scanners. The only question the three had about her was why in the ever-loving F did Nizu try to get Endeavor first instead of her? The second meeting went much better than the first. It started out with just Nizu. Mercury had gotten caught up in a villain fight on her way there. Nizu took Izumi through some simple breathing exercises and forming a few small air pockets, but not heating any. Eraserhead, Mike, and Midnight all hovered over the dog-bear-mouse hybrid, making sure he couldn't mess anything up again. Let's just say that Nizu had the complete trust of literally no one at the session. Half an hour into the session, a woman in costume came towards the entrance of the training field. She wore a draped front triangular fabric held from her leather neckpiece. The dark one-piece fabric formed into fitted pants at her hips, then let out at the knee and lead into her combat boots. Her forearm cover was a metal sheath with retractable blades tucked to the inner wrists. Her short silver hair was shaved in fairly close on the sides but curled up in longer strands on top. A fitted black mask covered the bottom half of her face. And of course, her metal claw support piece extended to each of her fingers. "Ah, Mercury, thank you for joining us," Nizu exclaimed. "Well, when I heard you were having the inferno of sheet stains teaching, I had to come instead." "Language." Shoyuta grumbled at the pro. "Oh shit, sorry." The unintentional response was met with an exhausted sigh from the resident caterpillar. "Okay, well, to start, let's see, you must be Izumi," she said with eyes trained on the girl. The mask hid Mercury's smile, but her eyes expressed the emotion just fine. "Yep. Well, I want to first get all her quirk information down right. From the report, it seems to be the ability to isolate pockets of air and heat the inside to extreme temperatures. Is that all?" She was met with nods from the adults. "Okay, and from what I heard, we should just ignore everything that happened with the principal's sorry attempt at training and start from scratch. We wouldn't want a redo of last time." 3 sets of eyes glared through the back of the mouse dog bear's head as he let off a nervous sweat drop. "Well, great, now that that's cleared up." Ichihara got down on one knee to be eye level with the grenette. "Izumi, what does it feels like to form an air pocket?" The duo went about practice learning small and simple things about Izumi's quirk. It was only the first session, but by the end Izumi could form a bubble the size of a pea with no difficulty. Rei wanted to take it slow for Izumi considering her age. Her parents more than agreed to that plan. Mercury was careful in instructions with Izumi, and they only focused on having Izu form the air pockets, not heat them. The added stress of temperature control was deemed too dangerous for a 3-year-old. The final decision was to wait to give any training with the heat regulation part of the quirk until Izumi was at least 7. So the sessions were focused on control over creating the air orbs and their size formation. At 3.5 years old, Izumi stopped going to the Bakugo's house every day for Mitsuki to watch over her. After going through 6 months of quirk training with Ichihara-sensei and learning to control it from randomly triggering, it was decided that Izumi would be able to attend preschool. She still had accidental set-offs when she was in high emotional stress, but that was a rarity and usually because Mike was being a total drama queen. The shared apartment between Shoyuta and Hisashi was in a different school district than the one that the Bakugo house was in, so Izumi wouldn't be going to the same school as Katsuki. It was rough explaining this to Izumi, but apparently not as bad as trying to tell Katsuki. Aizawa had a headache all day thinking about having to tell his daughter about the change in schedule. She would still attend practices with Ichihara-sensei 3 times a week, though Rei Todoroki, Shoto's mother, had called Hisashi about changing the playdate time to be for an hour on Saturdays instead of the bi-weekly meeting setup previously held. He and Hisashi were planning on telling her after dinner with Nemuri. Hisashi got off work first, so he went to pick up Izumi. He could hear commotion coming from inside before he even knocked on the door. Izumi was the one who actually came to open the door. "Hi, Papa." "Hello there, Izu. Is something wrong?" He peered past her and into the house to try and see what all the fuss was. Kaken made sparks with his hands. "Oh, so he got his quirk? I guess he is nearing 4. From the basement he heard a distinct Mitsuki yell. "You brat, no quirks in the house, you almost burnt my favorite couch. There are friggin' scorch marks, my pleather. You can't stop me, old hag." "Old hag? Where did you even learn that language from? You're just mad that I'm smarter than you. You aren't even 4 yet, you little sheet." "Little sheet, old hag lady." Katsuki ran from the basement and out the back door and proceeded to start making fiery sparks in the yard. Mike winced when one spark caught a leaf on the tree. Mitsuki came up the stairs shortly after with a fire distinguisher in each hand. "Oh hey Zashi, didn't even hear you come in. Well, let me know how tonight's info sesh goes, K? I'ma do mine today too, just heads up." Yeah, and Midnight said to remind you about coffee tomorrow. He glanced back at the backyard window. Also, your son is burning the tree. Okay, yeah, thanks, I'll see her then, and wait, fire, damn it, Katsuki. With that, she was off to use up yet another distinguisher. The car ride back was full of Aizu gushing over her friend's quirk. She only had 2 friends so far, and Shoto hadn't gotten his quirk yet. And if he can train it, I bet that he could make the sparks bigger be explosions, and he'll totally be able to be a hero. Can I be a hero to Ikud fight Tibajus with Shoto and Havia hero Ajinsai Tagatharan fight Tibajus like Pepondadian Nimiemmer? Aizu, I'm sure you'll be a great hero. By now he was fluent in Aizu mumble. It was basically a different dialect with how ridiculously fast she could ramble out her words. The two arrived back at the apartment at the same time as Shoyuta. Midnight texted saying that she got caught in a meeting, but would be there in about half an hour. As much as he hated to admit it, Shoyuta SED at cooking. His skill ranged from Pop-Tarts to a very basic and burned omelet. Izumi watched her favorite show, an all-might cartoon, while Shoyuta made lesson plans and did his best to ignore the television's annoying idiocy. Hey daddy, whatcha doing? Apparently there was a commercial break. Grading imbecilic papers and making plans for teaching a tactics lesson. Her eyes went wide with intrigue at a new word. Tactics? What's that? It's someone's course of action. Here it's how they would fight a villain's quirk based on what they could do with their own quirk. Can I see? She moved to sit next to him at the table, forgetting her show in the background. Shoyuta explained that he was currently working on a graded scenario given to one of his students who had an elasticity quirk that let them stretch their body parts at will. The student was assigned to create tactics around fighting a villain with acidic skin so he couldn't touch them without being stuck to them and burned. The student had copped out of the assignment by saying that he would call a better-suited hero and take crowd control duties instead. Why didn't he just cover them so he could punch them? Shoyuta looked at Aizu, prompting her to go on. Like my stickers. She held up her hero sticker book. If he could wrap the villain in enough layers of fabric, cause the villain has sticky acid so the hero could wrap them. And what if he doesn't have anything to wrap the villain with and he doesn't have time to go get any? I know. He could just hold a pole or something and swing like the baseball stick thing. Now Squirt, why aren't all my students as smart as you? He ruffled her curly mane of hair in praise. 'Cause they're imbeciles. 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 She beamed after saying it correctly. Shoyuta couldn't help curling his lips into a crooked smile. Shoyuta, you better not be teaching her any bad words over there. Mike called from the kitchen. Papa, Daddy's students are imbeciles. Shoulda. Well, she's not wrong. The sigh and eye roll combo used was one that Mike stole from Shoyuta. The display of annoyed disappointment was cut off by a knock at the door. Is that Nemi? Can I get it? She was met with a nod of approval and ran to the door. Nemuri was holding a large pink box. Hey Aizu. How are you? Good. What's that, Aunt Nemi? I got a little something for after dinner. But it's a surprise, so you have to eat dinner first, okay? Okay. Aizu loved surprises. After dinner, the four enjoyed Nemuri's homemade cake. It was on sale at the grocery store. The cake was good. It was Izumi's favorite, strawberry shortcake. She still had crumbs on her face when they moved to the couch to tell her about the schedule change. Mike started off because he was the better speaker. So Aizu, we have been talking with Mercury and we all think it's time for you to start normal preschool. Me and Kaken can make more friends. Aizu, you and Katsuki will be going to different schools. The normally talkative toddler was silent. But you can still have playdates together. And hang out on the weekends. And no, I don't, wanna. Tears were threatening to fall. Shoyuta, being the most resistant to Aizu's cuteness, chose to answer in Mick's stead. Squirt, you can't just say no. We live in different areas. But we'll let you pick which one you want to go to from a few around this area. She mumbled something quietly to herself as she curled her knees to her chest. What was that? Nemuri spoke up and moved to sit beside the girl. What if and no one likes me? She looked up at the three with tears running down her face. A heart-crushing silence was broken by Shuta's gruff voice. Aizu, are you smart? Why yes. Yes you are. So why would you ask something so dumb? They'll love you. And if they don't, then Auntie here will smash them to pieces. They are still kids. My cut in. So I can take more on at once. The simultaneous sigh and eye rolls from Mike and Shoyuta sent Aizu into a giggling fit. Zashi and Namuri caught each other's eye and set their master plan. Giggle fest. They both jumped on the laughing green bean, Mike pulling Shoyuta in with him. Aizu squealed as she was tickled, forgetting the school separation as she fell asleep after the tickle pile turned into a cuddle lump. Her and Shoyuta fell asleep at the same time, and the pictures can prove it. Aizu hated her school. She didn't want to stress her parents with it, but the kids made fun of her stuttering and shyness. One even started calling her Deku because she couldn't stammer out a full sentence. The kids picked on her, so the stuttering kept getting worse and worse the more nervous she felt. She kept up a fake smile at home so that no one worried about her. She wanted to prove that she could be strong just like her dad's. She didn't need saving. When she was 5, Shoto stopped coming to playdates at the park. His quirk was half hot, half cold, and apparently his mom had a breakdown so she couldn't take him, and Fuyumi was busy all the time. The two friends agreed that once he could go out alone they would hang out again. She hadn't heard from him in a while. Kaken started getting cocky with school. Well, even more cocky. He treated her like a damsel in distress. Whenever they played together, he wouldn't let her meet any of his friends, saying that hanging out with a girl is lame, and that he would never share her with those scum anyways. He never let her play the hero in games anymore and only had her be the civilian in need of rescue. She stopped looking forward to her weekly time at the Bakugo's house. Training with Mercury was the only positive Aizu had outside her home. She could control the air vortexes and use them to push against things and create pockets to ram into things. When she turned 8, they let her start using the heat aspect of her quirk. She walked to and from practice by herself. Despite the protest from Mike and Midnight, Shoyuta thought a bit of freedom went a long way, and it wasn't a far walk. When she was 9, they found out about the bullying. Izumi had done such a good job of hiding it. She always covered up scrapes from being pushed over and washed her face after crying so the redness died down. If they ruined pieces of clothing, she threw them away and told her parents she lost them. Her family found out when Namuri went to surprise her and pick her up at school instead of letting Aizu walk home alone. Izumi was sitting under a tree writing about one of her classmates' quirks. She couldn't talk to them, but she always thought to take notes and develop theoretical tactics against their quirks. One of her main bullies and his friends came up to her, surrounding the tree so she couldn't run away. Hey Deku, why are you taking your stalker notes all alone? Don't you want some company? The remark was met with snickers from his crew. Oh wait, I forgot, no one likes a creep that can't even talk. Useless Deku. That's not true. I can talk. I just get nervous, please leave me alone. Wow, what a treat. We get to hear Deku fail at speaking and the words leaking out in blobs. Freaking motor mouth. The insults brought laughter from the kids around her. Hey Deku, there might be one thing you're good for. His quirk was finger extension. He stretched one finger along the ground, getting dangerously close to her skirt. Maybe if you just never talked you could actually be cute. The creep liked his lips and took a step forwards, another finger stroking her cheek. His finger slipped under her skirt, stroking her inner thigh. Izumi bit her lip to keep from crying. Excuse you, what the hell are you doing to my niece? The kids all ran at the sight of an adult. Namuri caught the lead bully's shirt by the sleeve, but he wiggled out of it, leaving her with his uniform sweater. Instead of chasing down the little creep, Namuri crouched down to where Aizu was frozen at the base of the tree. Her eyes were glassed over, but she wasn't crying. Oh, Aizu, why does everyone hate me? The broken whisper coming from her niece tore at Namuri's heart. Aizu, that's not true. I don't want to come back here. You don't have to, hun, we'll move your school. Really? You do that? Wet green eyes looked up in hope. Izumi Midoriya, I will make sure you never have to set foot in this building ever again. Okay? You never have to see those god-awful boys again. The tears began to fall, no, not Izumi's but from Namuri's eyes. Izumi didn't start crying until their hug. Namuri carried her all the way back the apartment. Aizu was asleep after the first block. Needless to say, it didn't take any convincing for Shoyuta and Zashi to switch Izumi's school. One wanted to go directly to the school and scream at them for a few hours, Hisashi, while the other wanted to find the kids and their parents to colorfully express their distaste. The two let Nemuri make the call to the school, though on speaker so they could hear. Let's just say the principal was overwhelmed by the protective prohero's rage. After the lecture, Yamada submitted the paperwork to have Izumi pulled from the school. Shoyuta researched a different school for her to go to instead. The new school was a bit farther away than Izumi's current one, but she would be escorted to and from for the first few weeks anyways. Izumi stayed home for the next week. She would start her new school after the week of personal time off. Shoyuta and Hisashi alternated taking days off so that she would never be alone. Mercury offered to do an all-day training session Saturday to get her mind off things, and Izumi was totally fine without seeing Katsuki that week. The session with Mercury reintroduced the heat side of Izumi's quirk. Shoyuta came along in case his quirk was needed to stop her, though Ichihara promised that it wouldn't be like the last time this was attempted. Izumi was looking forward to trying out heating her air pockets. She was really good at creating the orbs and moving them around, though she hadn't yet been allowed to try out temperature control within the air pockets, something about it being dangerous for her health. Walking into the session with her dad beside her was strange. She hadn't had an escort to training for a while. His presence was nice. He would call her on her bullshit if anything happened. While her papa would tell white lies about how good something was, her dad never skipped over a fault, he always pointed them out. Usually with dry, blunt sarcasm. And the bonus that if she started to fry her brain he could stop her with one glance, yeah, that was definitely a plus. Mercury-sensei was waiting for them when they came in. There were a few metal boxes and some dummies with thermometers attached. It didn't take a genius to guess what that meant she'd be doing in training today. Her dad stayed towards the back in a plastic chair left under the tent for guests. Izumi, come on, you have 2 laps to run before we start. After an easy 2 laps, Izumi usually started off her training with a few laps. The duo went through the regular physical and quirk stretches. The quirk exercises were basically creating the vortexes and changing size on command. They tried before, but found that Izumi could only maintain a singular vortex at once. Trying to form another left her exhausted. Though it was possible to keep 2 formed, it took too much stamina, and if she kept it up for too long she'd probably pass out from the strain. Alright kiddo, so today we got the A-OK to try heating up those suckers. But we're gonna start out small so you don't overexert yourself. Okay. Izumi had been waiting years to try out the heat aspect of her quirk. She'd never done it without permission, so she'd never done it. When she asked as a kid, her family's reaction convinced her not to disobey. But today she could finally experiment. Alright, so you know my quirk's heating abilities, right? The ability to conduct heat from your body and regulate the temperature to either add or take heat from an object. The heat comes from your body's inner heat regulator that is mutated to regulate other things' heat as long as there is a physical connection or a link to a conductive material, the preferred being metal. And there's that big brain of yours. A slight blush crept up Aiza's face. Sorry. We talked about this, kid. Never apologize for being smart. Your ability to analyze is leagues above others. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you had an intelligence quirk or something. Considering I've only told you that I could add heat to things, you had an impressive deduction that I could also cool them. With the blush spreading across her face, she really embodied a Christmas tree. Alright, so to start off I'm going to heat my finger grapples and let you feel how hot. Right now we aren't gonna go hot enough to burn, so you're okay to grab one. Izumi's affirmative nod allowed the practice to start. Now try to imitate the heat around the set-up thermometer dummy. With the metal wiring and a tacked finger spike heated to a mildly warm degree, Aiza moved to face the dummy a few yards away. Dropping the spike, she put her fingers together and encased the arm-sized comical thermometer in the middle of the practice dummy. She concentrated on the heat within the bubble and felt her hands warm up. She could feel it heating like it was an extension of her body. Sweat dripped down her forehead as it neared the desired heat. Okay, that's enough. Kiddo. The heat kept growing. Izumi couldn't get it to stop. The pressure between her spread palms started an unfamiliar burn. She pressed her hands closer, shrinking the air pocket. The heat just spiked in intensity. Izumi, pop it. And no, I can do it. She tried shrinking the bubble further to control the heat, but it was just increasing. Izumi. Conceding to her mentor, she let it go. As soon as she let go of her hold on the heated orb, a sharp crackling sounded off with an accompanying light. The dummy caught fire in a swirling mess of heat. The whole thing lasted only a few seconds, but the discovery was huge. So, if I abruptly end the elevating heat in a shrunken space, it results in a spiraling fire reaction but still in the same locality as the popped air vortex. The most probable cause is the reintroduction of unused oxygen as fuel instead of the given controlled level of oxygen. Now, if I could further shrink the pocket, would it be a more intense reaction, or would it negate the heat escalation? If I end it without shrinking, does the same reaction happen? Probably not, because of the oxygen levels being unreduced in the larger area of the unshrunken vortex. Can I stop the heat elevation? Or just cut it off? Is regulation within the Quirk capabilities, or is it only increasing? Can I manage the rate of heat addition? Is it possible to? At some point during her mountain of mumbling, Shoyuta handed Aizu her self-Quirk analysis notebook and a pen. She was instinctively writing without taking a pause in analysis. For someone new, the state of concentration she was in would be unnerving, but the two were used to it. It was actually quite impressive, the deductions and hypothesizes she made in just a few seconds. Behind Aizu, Mercury and Eraserhead discussed the recent development. So, can you send me a copy of the notes she takes today? Mercury found the kids' insights useful in the teaching process. And Aizu's ideas and theories rivaled that of professional analyzers. Yeah, just make sure she doesn't go overboard. Yepers. Shuta's side-eye glare shot her way. Geez, yeah, yes, Mr. Party Poopy Pants. With a sigh, he went back to his chair and Mercury continued on with the lesson. By the end of the extended training session, they discovered quite a few things about Izumi's heating abilities. She couldn't keep the temperature from increasing, but she could control the rate of increase. Rapid increase in temperature burned out the air vortex and fizzed into smoke when it imploded. The amount of oxygen in the initial air pocket stayed the same no matter the size of the bubble shifting. If she caught a pre-existing fire, she could snuff it out by expanding the pocket around it, thus dispersing the oxygen to be too spread out to be fueling the flames. The more heat added, the hotter she got, though it was in ratio and not a direct temperature comparison. Popping the heated bubbles resulted in combustion depending on the size of the shrink after formation as well as the initial size of the pocket. Aizu was getting ready for her first day at her new school. She was transferring in the middle of the first semester, so people were bound to notice her blunt addition and prevent her from going under the radar, as she would have liked. Mike was the one to drop her off at school. They didn't want to overwhelm her with all the people on the train, but she would probably have to use it later on. So, Aizu, are you excited for your new school? Not really. But Aizu, you'll be able to meet a bunch of new people and make friends. People will think I'm weird. She shrunk in on herself and curled her knees to her chest, looking very small in the front seat of the car. Izumi, you are an amazing girl and you will always have your family's support behind you. And your aunts would be more than willing to launch a raid on the school if anything happens. A small smile tugged at the corners of her lips. They pulled up to the school with time to spare. Mike parked the car and headed in with Aizu to meet the principal and get her situated. Well, hello, you must be Izumi Midoriya. We just received your files the other day. We have a class spot all set up for you to jump right into. Your parent can stay here and sign the paperwork while I walk you to class. Izumi was hesitant, but her papa gave her a big smile and she was off to trail the principal to her new class. The class was about the same size as her last one, if not a bit bigger. Izumi was just praying that the teacher wouldn't make her introduce herself in front of the class. Apparently, the gods weren't listening, or someone hadn't been paying attention to a certain little green cinnamon roll, because the first thing Izumi was asked to do when she walked into class was to stand up at the front and introduce herself. The chorus of inhuman screeching going through her head didn't stop Izumi from hearing the kids whisper about her. They were probably calling her a weirdo or asking why she wasn't talking and making fun of her for it. Midoriya? After a long awkward silence, the teacher's call snapped her out of her headspace and she attempted to stammer out an adequate response for the class. Nice to meet you. I'm Iizuka and Midoriya. With a curt bow and fully flushed cheeks, she walked in shame to her desk at the back of class, a row over from the windows. On one side of her sat a boy with black hair sticking out around her face. The other side was a girl with mouse features, and in front of her sat a boy with a bull nose. He even had the septum piercing. As the teacher rambled about some assembly in the near future, the boy next to her with the black hair tapped her on the shoulder, to which she of course jumped to. She wasn't used to having anyone tap her, and the feeling of a rough hand on her shoulder reminded her too much of the boys at her old school. She harshly flinched, making her chair scoot just enough to make a horrid screech, alerting the whole class to her blunder. All heads turned to the sound, and the teacher even took a pause from talking to glance her way. Thankfully the teacher went on, and no one paid any attention to the greenette anymore, thank God. Psst, a hushed whisper caught her attention. The boy next to her was trying to get her attention again. He probably was just going to insult her just like the other kids at school. If she ignores him, he might give up after a bit. In her experience, sometimes that worked. It did. He didn't try bothering her for the whole rest of class. Unfortunately, he caught her before she could book it out of the classroom. Hey, wait. He made the mistake of grabbing her wrist to get her from running around the corner and into the hallway. She pulled, but feeling no give on the grip, buckled her knees and fell into a sitting position against the wall. It was always better if she was sitting before they punched her, cause then she could ball up to make less surface to hit. Oh crap. Are you okay? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make you freak out or scare you in the classroom. I just wanted to introduce myself. And I'm making the worst first impression ever. Are you okay? His eyes met hers. She was surprised and confused. He wasn't going to make fun of her for being an idiot? Or not being able to talk? For being a Deku? Why you're not gonna hit me? She said with eyes already tearing up in anticipation for the pain. What? I'd never do something like that. Why would you think I was gonna hurt you? He knelt down to her level so he wasn't standing over her anymore. The K kids at school said I was a Deku. C's cause I can't talk. So they hit me, and a G group O of boys got A around and they didn't let. Hey, calm down. You don't have to tell me, it's okay. Here, let me take you to the nurse. She hadn't even realized she was hyperventilating. He almost reached for the girl again but stopped himself. Do you want me to pick you up, or can you walk? Why, I'm fine. He still helped her up. Her legs were wobbly, but she could stand. As she took her first step, the black-haired boy was concerned. She still looked shaky and was breathing a bit funny, but at least not as bad as before. When she tried to take a step, her knees shook and buckled, gravity took over and Izumi was falling. Two hands caught under her arms, preventing her from hitting the ground. Sorry. I don't want to freak you out, but can I carry you to the nurses now? You don't look good. She was getting pale, well, even more than usual. Okay. Her reply earned her a smile. She hadn't noticed before, but the boy had pointed teeth. A quirk maybe? He bent down so she could get positioned for a piggyback. Once she was on, he hoisted her up with ease and started for the nurse's office at the other end of the school. Thank you. Hey, no problem. He was glad she couldn't see his face because a blush had crept to his face. He couldn't see it, but Midoriya had a full-on tomato face of blush. Oh hey, I almost forgot. I never introduced myself. I'm Kirishima. Nice to meet you, Midoriya-san. Why you don't need the honorific? She was blushing harder, if that was even possible. She hadn't had a good friend in a while. Kaken was always treating her like a damsel, and she hadn't seen Sho-chan in a long time. It would be nice to make a new friend. Well then, would it be okay if I called you Midori? And you can call me whatever you want. Whatever I want? I mean, I guess don't call me smart cause you'd be lying. The joke caught her off guard. Her exhale of laughter caused Kirishima to cackle in response. Gee, it wasn't even that good. I can do better. Kiri. Yes. Could I call you Kiri? Well, you already did. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to insult you, I just thought that Beck. No. That was a joke. I like it. Thanks, Midori. Why, no problem. She couldn't shrink back when he was literally carrying her, but internally screeching at human interaction that no one could stop her from doing. Hey Midori, we're here. He set her down carefully on one of the 2 cots they had in the infirmary. Thanks, Kiri. Yeah, no problem. The nurse came to check on Izumi. The checkup was quick, and finding nothing wrong with the girl except for the occasional shaky breath, the nurse sent her and Kirishima back to class. Hey, are you still okay to walk? I don't mind carrying you if you need it. No, I'm good. I feel better now. Well, your stuttering is getting a lot better. It's barely even there now. Sorry, I didn't know it bugged you. Wait, no. That's not what I meant, sorry, no, I think it's cute. Realizing what he said made Kirishima's face light up like Rudolph's nose. Thankfully for Izumi, the 2 had made it back the classroom so she didn't have to respond. They pretended like it never happened. But pretending wouldn't make Izu forget that someone, though even a part of her, was cute. She always thought she was too odd if anything was to be liked. She never in a million years would have thought it'd be her stutter. She'd been bullied for it for years. Izumi hoped that Kirishima would stay her friend, but she was surprised when he actually did. He wasn't one for confrontations, but he would tell off the kids that made fun of her. No one had ever stood up for her outside her family before, not even Kaken. One day Kirishima had to stay behind during lunch to talk to the math teacher. He may have been en route to fail the class. So Izumi went to lunch alone. It was her 2nd week of school, and she had spent every day in class with her friend. She was still nervous and shy, and her stutter made her embarrassed to talk to people. Kiri was patient whenever she was talking, and they both loved heroes, so they had a lot to talk about. She even showed him a bit of her hero journals. She was comfortable enough around him that she barely even stuttered when she was talking to him, but she still had it bad when it came to talking with the rest of her classmates. Izumi sat at their usual spot. Kiri had said that he'd be 5 minutes late at most. She sat alone, not that she minded, she knew her friend wouldn't be long. Just as she opened her bento, a shadow appeared over her. It was one of the boys from her class. Hi. She squeaked out, trying to be polite. So, is it like a brain deficiency that makes you like that, or are you just mentally handicapped? Her heart dropped to the pit of her stomach. She felt nauseous. It was just like the kids from her old school. The ones that surrounded Harenthu Leave Hair Alone and Fiona Thatrieto. Nah, I heard on the news channel that my mom watches that if you're dropped on your head as a baby it causes the brain to get all messed up and stuff with functioning the right way. Another boy had joined in to ridicule her. Oh, I get it. So your mom dropped you on cement or something? More like off a fendi balcony with a STC stutter like that. 2 more boys had come over to join forces with their friends against Izumi. Why you're totally alright. The boys were cracking up over their mock stuttering. The spot her and Kiri sat was out in the corner of the large cafeteria. They found it so that Izumi wouldn't have the added stress of being near a lot of people. Though that isolation backfired now as there was no one around to help her. Not that anyone would. She remembered her old classmates' reactions when she was bullied. They either watched or ignored, some even joined in, but no one ever tried to stop it. Tears were falling down her face and she was panicking, but she didn't want it to be like her old school. She had a friend now. She could stand up for herself. Why you all are imbecilic buffoons if you think that's what causes a stutter. She rose from her chair. She wasn't even close to face with her short height, but it was better than sitting at least. I'd tell you about the neuropathic F functions, B, but you wouldn't understand something complicated like that. The bullies' faces all fell to a scowl. The first one took a step closer, almost bringing them nose to nose as he bent down to be at her eye level. Are you trying to call me dumb? And no, I'm just expressing the intellect necessary for the understanding. And you don't cut it. Izumi felt proud of herself. She was finally standing up to the bullies. Or at least she was until she felt 2 hands harshly shove her back into her chair. On impact she hit the chair sideways and probably acquired a barrage of new bruises. The screech from the chair on flooring wailed, hopefully alerting someone to her need of help. Listen here, you good-for-nothing wimp. He put his knee between her legs, pinning her skirt and preventing her from leaving as he leaned over to get in her face again. You're pathetic. You don't have the right to talk to me that way. The chorus of agreement and teasing rang out from his friends behind him. Kiri, I need help. She thought as hard as she could. Maybe some cosmic force would listen to her this time. Hey shithead. Smack! A metal lunch tray rang against the side of his face. The force was enough that he toppled over Izumi, bringing the chair with him. After landing, she wormed out form under him and bolted to hide under the table away from the boy. She peered out from under the table to see her friend after hearing a chorus of fight sounds and some slight sizzling. It wasn't Kirishima. Kirishima didn't have yellow-black eyes, horns, and especially didn't have pink skin. Her savior was just finishing an exaggerated spit at the boys as they fled. Ah, that was scary. Are you okay? The girl leaned down so her head poked into view and stared at Izumi. I. More tears welled up as the adrenaline left Aizu. She felt the full effect of the situation's emotions. Sorry, she said in a whimper before curling further into her preferred human ball state. Her quieted crying turned to sharp breathing, almost like painful muffled hiccups. She was turning red and her faulty breathing was getting faster and faster. No, hey, I wait, should I get someone, or I don't know what I should do. Midori. Kirishima came hurtling over chairs and people alike to get to his friend. To top it all off, he did a perfect full sprint to knee slide under the table and gave Aizu a hug. He embraced the crying girl with a strong hold and picked her up to get her out of the crowded cafeteria that was just making her even more nervous. Aizu didn't like crowds even when she wasn't crying and at the center of attention. He was in such a rush to get her out of there that he didn't notice the pink girl trailing behind him. By the time he got her out of the cafeteria, she was totally bank and had stopped responding. The only thing Izumi was doing was an excessive hyperventilation. Hey, is she gonna be okay? She tried whisper yelling at him. What? I don't know, but she doesn't like crowds. I'm not sure what happened, but I'm taking her to the nurse. If you're coming, keep up. Oh yeah, I'm Kirishima by the way. Oh, I'm Mina Ishido. Just call me Mina, and yeah, I'm keeping up. I need to make sure she's alright after that. They were about to round the corner to the school infirmary when Aizu snapped out of it. Her face went from deathly pale to dark green in an instant. Flailing out of Kiri's arms, Izumi ducked into the bathroom, barely making it to the toilet. She could hear someone else in the stall next to her, but she was in such a rush on her way in she didn't pay attention to the layout of the bathroom. But the shoes she could see weren't in a stall, but someone was peeing, and Izumi could tell from under her stall that she was in the only stall of the bathroom, but someone was peeing, so where were they? What the hell? You can't be in here. The stranger's voice yelped after the door swung open. The stranger's very male voice. Sorry dude, this bathroom's closed for now, go find somewhere else. Izumi could tell in an instant that that was Kirishima answering. Oh my gosh, that was mortifying. A female voice whispered after the door closed that one sounded like the pink girl that saved her. There was a knock on her stall door. Midori? Can you come out of the stall? You should really see the nurse. And no, I am fine, thanks. Midori, come on, you're scaring me, at least let me give you a hug. The comforting embrace was tempting, but she didn't want to come out and face her friend when she had caused such a scene. She was being a burden and someone had to rescue her, and now all the other kids would hate him for helping her, and it was all her fault that Kiri even did that because she couldn't just ignore when they were joking around, and she was so messed up who would even want to be friends anymore. This is why she never had friends that stuck around. Maybe Kaken was right and Shuas really used Minto beat himself in distress. Midori, you are not a burden. I know you're just in there stuck in your head, so come out or I'll kick down the door, I swear. 2 sets of shoes were waiting outside the stall. From her position on the floor, Izumi slowly turned the lock and opened the door. Kirishima instantly dropped down to her level and the girl with him did too. Hey, how are you feeling? He spoke in an even and calm tone even though his brain was in red flashing alert mode at the state of his sickly-looking friend. She shakily leaned against the edge of the stall. I'm fine. Midori. You suck at lying and you know that. I feel awful. Well, you look better than earlier at least. Ishido piped in. Well, beating how she looked earlier isn't hard to do. Did I really look that bad? The two simultaneously shot glances at her. Girl, you looked like someone put your brain through a blender. Yeah, that's why I was running you to the nurse's office. And you stopped responding when we were on our way there. It was almost like some kind of trance. Oh. Izumi shrunk in on herself just a bit. Seeing the girl's discomfort, Ishido stepped back from the stall. You know I'm going to wait outside and make sure no one comes in. She hurried out so the two friends could talk without any interference. Midori, are you really okay? Kirishima slid to sit next to her. The space was tight, but he could curl his legs in to fit. I really don't think why you'd want to hear about it. It's not a big deal anyways. Izumi, look at me. After hearing her first name instead of her familiar nickname from the boy, she turned to look him in the eyes. After a response like that, it is a big deal to you. If it means a lot to you, then it means a lot to me too. And yes, I want to hear about it, because we're friends and I want to know so that I can help you and make sure it doesn't happen again. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but I'm here to listen if you do. Tears streamed down Izumi's face as she heard the words from her friend. His eyes went wide. Crap, did I say something wrong? Kirishima panicked. And no, it just means a lot that you said that. That in my last school there were some b-boys who made fun of me and convinced everyone that I was useless. They called me Deku. One D-day they surrounded me after school and I couldn't leave and they made fun of me and one started using his quirk to touch him and go you up in my skirt. But my Aunt C came and stopped him. That's why I switched SC schools. I'm sorry. And no, it wasn't your fault. But I could have stopped them. You didn't even know me. I won't let it happen again. Okay? Izumi just now noticed a tear peeking from the corner of Kiri's eye. The boy wasn't expecting the hug he got. Nor did he expect the tight grip of the small greenette. You called me by my first name. Oh, sorry, I didn't even think about it. No, it's fine, I liked it. Luckily the hug prevented them both from seeing each other's blushes. So should we update the nicknames? We can. Well, I need to think of a good one. I take a while to think though. Kiri's eyes trailed off. By Friday, we each get 2 days to think, then tell each other on Friday after school. Yes, sounds great. He almost forgot his original goal. Oh, and I'm still taking you to the nurse. No, I'm fine. Still getting you checked out by the nurse, he said as he got up from his uncomfortable spot on the ground. She silently conceded as she held her arm up for him to help her out of her cramped position. Kirishima noticed the wobble in her knees, but she refused his help getting to the nurse. Mina met the two outside the bathroom where she had blocked the entrance. Are you okay? I was really worried earlier, and I didn't know what to do after the whole, confrontation thing. Aizu took in the girl that had stood up for her. She looked nervous for some reason. Why, I'm fine. I'm Midoriya Izumi, by the way, and thank you for what you did at lunch. Oh, you're so cute. Could I call you a nickname? You can call me Mina. We can be friends faster that way too. And Kirishima, you can call me Mina too. Actually, we're gonna have a nickname reveal of the sorts this Friday. If you wanna join in, that'd be cool with me. Izumi nodded in agreement. Sweet. Sounds fun. Oh, aren't we supposed to take her to the nurse? I'm fine, really. Nurse. The two said in unison. Finally, another person to help you see the value in self-preservation. I'm not that bad. Two unbelieving gazes aimed themselves at Izumi to call out her bullshit. Hey Midoriya, I just noticed that you stopped stuttering just now. Oh, it acts up when I'm nervous. Aizu blushed in shame at her failed speech. It's super cute though, you shouldn't be embarrassed. Welcome to the friend group, Kirishima said, overjoyed. The weekdays passed by quickly, each of the three thinking up possible nicknames all week. Friday came too fast. They met up on a picnic table after school on Friday for the big reveal. All right, is everyone ready? Kirishima started off. Why, yes. Yeah. Okay, so first up is nicknames for Mina Ishido. Kirishima and Izumi looked at each other and at the same ready to say the name. Kirishima motioned for Aizu to go first. So Mina is already a short name B, but I wrote out on the paper different possible names to shorten it for a nickname, and I didn't like Mina-chan or Ash-chan or any of the other outcomes on the list, but this morning I found one that I actually thought wouldn't be too bad, and I don't want to say that it's good or anything because I don't want you to feel that you have to use it, but I thought that. Midori. Right, sorry, so I thought of Mi-chan. The excited inhale from Mina was long enough for Kirishima to cut in with his idea. Yeah, mine was just Mina. Oh my gosh, Midoriya, that's such a good name, it's so cute, I don't know if I'm worthy. The dramatic inhale after the sentence was almost as impressive as the time it took to gather up the air prior. Okay, so Mina's new name is Michan, Kirishima announced with just the subtle hint of a blush. Mina took up the silence after, okay Kirishima next. I came up with Eiji-kun. I came up with Kiri-chan. Izumi noticed the lack of response. I don't think I could just stop using Kiri, so to make it a nickname I just added, Chan, 'cause I thought it'd be cute. Beautify don't like it hats fine I can't gainer skirin stia. No, it's cute. Right Kiri-chan? Why yes it's great thanks Izu. The blush was hidden by well-timed fake cough. So far Izumi is the only one that came up with good ideas. Mina pointed out. I guess we SCK. Kiri agreed. I'm really excited for you guys' ideas. Mina started with hers. So I thought of Zumi-chan. I came up with Zuzu. Scratch that, mine sucked, we're using Kiri's. Gee, was it really that good? He was confused at the reaction. Oh my god, yes, it's adorable. Zuzu? It's legit so cute and we're using that one or Ima dip out. Why yeah, we can use that one. Izumi didn't even try to hide her blush. Okay, so Kiri-chan, Mi-chan and Zuzu. Kirishima stated. I love this. A few weeks later Izumi was at a training session with Mercury. They did the regular warm-ups and an added wall scaling practice. Shoyuta had insisted on having non-Quirk reliant training as well as with Quirk. Mercury couldn't have been quicker to agree to the no-Quirked training additions based on his recommendations. Mercury had started Izumi off with basic lessons in a few fighting styles including Jiu-Jitsu, Judo, and Mercury's personal favorite, Krav Maga. The Israeli fighting style was a mixed martial art and self-defense, street fighting technique that was highly effective in real-life scenarios. Mercury introduced it as the most badassery fighting style out there. Aizawa was brought in for one of the 3 sessions each week for a wider variety of fighting types. Rather than to have Izumi master one type, they found it best to have her comfortable with a wide set of styles then incorporate it into a personalized form of Krav Maga. Izumi was fairly small set, so she had to focus more of using her opponent's strength against them rather than to try and overpower them with her own strength. A month into the training there was a mishap at school. Izumi, Ijiro and Mina were all planning to go to the arcade after school. Each of their parents had given them an allowance for the splurge and they used it happily playing games. Mina absolutely destroyed at Dance Dance Revolution. There was literally no one who could outdo the girl. She added spins between steps, and even did a portion in a handstand while hitting all the programmed keys correctly. To say the two were surprised at their friend's talent for dance would be a huge understatement. They were in awe. They all knew that they all were aiming to be proheros, but if Mina didn't make it she could always be a professional dancer. Leaving the arcade, Izumi had forgotten her jacket inside by the DDR machine so she ran back in while the two stayed outside to wait. Kirishima tried to come with her but she refused, saying it would be pointless for 2 people to get one jacket. The arcade was much more crowded when Izumi ran in for the jacket compared to when the 3 had been in only minutes before. Her light pink hoodie was sprawled in a corner by DDR. Someone's dirty shoe was standing on the corner of the jacket, keeping her from making the seamless exit as she had planned. You are excuse me? Could you lift your foot? She looked up at the man belonging to the shoe. He was around her age, maybe a little older, with orange hair trimmed close to a buzz and black eyes. The look her gave her would have Mike and Midnight stuffing him into a garbage compactor and clicking start. The boy glossed his thin lips with a wet tongue as he gazed down at the girl trying to get back her jacket. She was too cute. Hey, if you're not busy right now, why not stay around for a bit? And no thank you. Why not? It won't be long. No. And my friends are outside waiting for me. Get off my jacket now, please. Rejection was not an option for him. Listen here. He bent down to where she was crouched, not moving his foot from the trapped jacket. Your friends left you here with me. They probably already left by now. So just stay here and we can have some fun. He brought his hand up nearing her cheek. Hell no. Izumi's recent training kicked in. She pivoted her foot to get in position and gripped the wrist of his advancing hand. Using his forward momentum and a boost from kicking up with her hind legs, she flipped the boy over her shoulder, slamming him on the ground face up and knocking the breath out of him. Realizing what she had just done, she grabbed her dirted jacket and bolted out of the building. She didn't check to see if he was following her in her haste to get out. Kirishima and Mina were chatting outside the arcade when they were interrupted by Izumi bursting out of the doors. At the sight of their frantic friend, the two went into protection mode. Like hell someone was gonna hurt their cinnamon roll. Zuzu, what happened? Kiri avoided holding her shoulders to ask, knowing it would set her off until she calmed down. Before she could answer, an orange-haired boy ran out the doors of the building. After a brief scan of the surrounding area, he spotted something and headed Izumi's way. Found the problem. Mina mumbled under her breath. What the hell, you psycho beach, that hurt. You owe me big time after that embarrassing. The kid was fuming. Literally. There was an yellowy-orange vapor coming off his skin like smoke. Ijiro and Mina quickly moved Izumi to be behind them. Hey man, we don't want any trouble here, so cut the quirk. You know that's illegal, bro. You think I care about that sheet? Hell no. Now move, fuckhead, you're blocking the way. He started to get in a fighting stance as he moved closer. Wait. Izumi squeaked form behind her two friends. Let me handle this. It's my mess and I'm gonna clean it up. Mina was more than hesitant and Kirishima was flat out not moving. No quirks. Izumi said, staring at Kiri. Fine, but no quirks. He complied and stepped aside, leaving just enough of a gap between him and Mina for Izu to squeeze through. You're cocky enough to think you could beat me without using a quirk? You don't even know what mine is, stupid. Based on the smell, it's a quirk replicate of sulfur secreted by your pores and are released through a heightened form of evaporation. And judging by the sea color and spread pattern, it isn't a very high concentration. So as long as I don't stay in contact too long, there's hardly any effect. And I'm not cocky. I'm just a whole lot smarter than you. The kid was shocked, sure. The little beansprout had dissected his quirk in seconds of seeing it. But she would have to live up to her words and actually fight him. And a scrawny girl like her had no chance. He was bigger and stronger. The thing in the arcade was just a fluke. She had gotten lucky that he was leaning over too far, that was all. But to win his pride back in front of the other guys in the arcade, all he had to do was win against her. And by the way, Didich, I don't need a quirk to beat an imbecile like you. The boy charged, set off by her last comment. He was playing directly into her hands. He started off with a wide left hook, which Izumi easily ducked under. She catalogued that he was left-handed in her mind. A shove to the back left shoulder put him off balance immediately. He swung around and tried to grab at her but failed to as she shot behind his outstretched right arm and elbowed the side of his temple, forcing him to one knee to avoid falling completely. Beach. He grumbled. Izumi waited for him to make his next move. She didn't need to wait long as he launched up to tackle her and met his nose with her knee. The force knocked him backwards and blood poured from his, now crooked, nose. He glared daggers from where he flew back and landed on the gravel. If a girl says no, listen the first time. With that, Izumi walked back to join her baffled friends. She had mentioned having a training session before, but they had assumed it was strictly quirk training. They weren't even kind of prepared for her level of butt-whooping. She barely put effort into the fight. It had mainly been the guy's own momentum used against him to cause damage. She had fought smart, not strong, and was only 9. Her two friends didn't know it, but Izumi had only had a few months of basic martial arts training and a month of practicing the specialized forms. Oh my god, Zuzu, that was so cool, I can't believe you just did that. Holy crap. Mina ended her squeal with a rapping. Mina opened her eyes after the hug and began to pull away when she saw the boys start to get up from the ground. He launched at them. Mina couldn't use her quirk with Izu between them, and she wouldn't have enough time to switch positions and make a move. She swung Izu around in the hug to put herself between her smaller set friend and the charging bully and braced for impact. The impact never came. Kirishima had hardened himself and stepped in front of them. The boy had foolishly thrown a punch straight at him. Something poked and a few things cracked. Ah. What the hell, you shithead, that hurt. Just leave, bro. You lost already. Get the hell outta here and leave us alone. Screw you. He must have felt the need to preserve his tattered pride as he fled back into the arcade. Once was out of sight, the group started making their way to the train station. Zuzu, care to explain what the heck just happened? Mina snickered at the clean language. So I went back for the jacket and he was standing on it and was being creepy and tried to touch my face. So I kind of overreacted and flipped him. I was upset and a bit embarrassed, so I just left. He followed me outside and that's it. I just used his own action to my advantage. He wasn't very good. Mercury-sensei is way better. Wait, hold up. What the hell? Huh. Realizing her words, she startled. Oh my gosh. I'm not sure if I can tell anyone, it just slipped out. Please, you can't tell anyone. I think Mercury wants her privacy and I'd hate to ruin it. Geez, Zoo, don't worry. Yeah, we won't spill. You can trust us. Mina seemed too excited, but she'd be able to keep a secret probably. The three chatted about the fight on their way to the station. Mina loved the sass and Kirishima grilled her on how long her training had been going on for. The friendly interrogation ended as they reached the train station. So thanks for, keeping this all a secret. Why, you should both come over sometime and maybe I could get Mercury to come and meet you guys. Though that might be hard, she comes for dinner every once in a while. It'd be cool if we saw her, but also we could just hang out together. If you're cool with that, I think it'd be awesome to all go to your house after school next week. Tuesday works for me. Mina chimed in and Kirishima nodded. Yeah. I'll ask my parents and text you guys tomorrow. See you Monday. After a chorus of goodbyes, Izumi left on the train for the ride home. She had no idea how to even start to ask her dads about having friends over. She barely even remembered what a regular house playdate was like. Wait, no, they're called hangout now. She was too old for playdates. She was confused on so many levels. Izumi was beyond nervous. It was her first time having friends over since Kaken, and that was a while ago. She walked home in a ball of anxiety. She didn't even know how her parents would react or midnight. And she idiotically said that she might be able to get Mercury to come too. Fat chance. Mercury wasn't one for fans. Or kids. Apparently Nizu only got her to agree to training Izumi was by using her known hate for Endeavor. But Mercury grew a soft spot for the greenette, so even though she refuses to work with kids, she enjoys the training sessions with Aizu. After unlocking the 3 separate locks on the door and scanning the hand identifier, she got access to her apartment. Her dad had convinced her papa that the added security was necessary. Izu, you're home. Mike pulled her into a too-tight hug as soon as she locked the door behind her. You know you're late. You said you'd be home by 5 and it's now 5:20. We were gonna call you missing soon. Don't do that again. You practically gave me a heart attack. Don't be such a helicopter, Zashi. She's allowed to have some freedom. Well, at least one parent was on her side. But he is right, Squirt. If you're gonna be late, you have to send a text or something, or else Mike will have another fit of the panicked parenting. Her dad called from his usual spot on the couch. A flush rang out from the hallway. Hey, you guys need to replace that toilet paper, by the way. Oh my god, Izumi, you made you so worried, you little fudge. You need to tell us if you're going to be late. So apparently Nemuri was over for dinner. Nemuri, we already went over this. And you stay over here all the friggin' time. Replace the toilet paper yourself. The gruff one called out. Boo. You know where the toilet paper is, don't even try with that. Nemuri spun on her heels to quickly comply with the grumpy dad. She came back barely 10 seconds later, having completed her assigned task. Ugh. Alright now, Aizu, why were you late again? Nemuri popped into a stern posture. I went back into the arcade to get my jacket that I left behind, and there was this guy who wouldn't move and he told me to stay, and he grabbed my wrist really hard, so I flipped him and ran out. Kiri-chan and Mi-chan were outside, but the guy followed me and he was yelling and tried to fight me while he was using his quirk. But it was a weaker quirk and it just made it so I couldn't grab him, so I ducked under a punch, shoved his shoulder down and elbowed his temple. After he charged, I kneed his nose, but I might be broken it. After I went back to Kiri-chan and Mi-chan and the guy got up and charged again and Kiri-chan got in the way in his hardened form and the guy probably broke a few fingers with that punch so he ran back inside. When Izumi finished, all three adults were silent. I'm really sorry that I didn't call, I just forgot, and then I got lost in my thought and replayed what happened and took a few notes on his quirk and then I was late and I'm sorry. So let me get this straight. You were assaulted, flipped the guy, ran, were followed, fought a quirk user without the use of your quirk, beat him, then he punched your friend instead of you and broke his hand. Aizawa asked dryly. Why yes. Then I am very proud of you. Izumi, we're so proud of you and am never letting you out of my sight again. Let's go back there and kick his butt even more. It's my tune now, alright, no one messes with my niece. Her two more spastic family members wailed with tears practically shooting from their eyes and rushing her with a deathly hug. Her dad just gave her hair a ruffle between the huggers and walked back to the couch. See, could I have two friends over Tuesday? Aizawa stopped in his tracks. Namuri and Mike sprung back from the hug. Yes. Sure. Hell. Yeah. K thanks. Izumi's cheeks flushed and she ran to her room in embarrassment. Monday was fairly uneventful. Aside from some kid cracking a raw egg on his head, maybe he thought it was boiled or something, nothing really happened. Izumi stressed about her friends coming over but tried to not let it show. It was embarrassing that she hadn't really had normal friends over before or had normal friends PRD. Training was rough, she kept getting distracted, so Mercury made her do extra laps after practice as punishment. Tuesday morning Izumi felt sick. Not flu, just sick to her stomach. She was well beyond nerves and was venturing into panicking. A hug from her papa, her dad wasn't a morning person, and she was off for school. Zuzu. A joint call resounded when she stepped into the school courtyard. Her two friends were barreling towards her, smiles pronounced on both their faces. What? You're later than usual. We were worried you were sick. Kiri explained. Well, for the record, I thought you were beating up another goon like a badass. Izumi's face lit up. Geez, Mi-chan, that was one time. You say that so casually. Kiri said with a soft chuckle. The three were cut short with the final bell sounding off. They split as Mina ran to her homeroom apart from Izumi and Kirishima's. The lessons flew by. 1 minute she was hearing the teacher talk about division and the next moment everyone had colored pencils and were coloring in maps of the world, and hers was somehow halfway done. Izumi spaced out most of the morning. Lunch was a hassle. She kept having to assure the two that yes, she was okay. And no, they didn't need to take her to the nurse again. Another block of unheard learning went by and it was time to go home. If a person could sweat bullets, which was probably a quirk out there somewhere, Izumi would be having that right now. Hey Zuzu. You ready? Mina asked from her side with Kirishima. They had already walked outside the school. Get it together, they're your friends. Why yeah, I just haven't had anyone over in a while. Hey, no problem. It's really no stress at all. We can just watch a movie and talk. I don't have to be home till 5 anyways. Kirishima's support helped calm her growing nerves. Yeah, and I could always teach you a totally awesome dance routine. This brought a smile to her face. Yeah, maybe. I wish I could dance, I kinda CK. Well, with all the top secret fighting training you do, maybe dancing could actually help out. You know, like backflip away from a punch and heel spin out of a hold. Like the spy stuff. Yeah, I'd pay to see Zuzu do a headspin while kicking the crap out of someone. No dance is your thing. I'd never be able to win in that. Izumi countered. Yeah, but she could easily hand me my butt. Mina whisper yelled to Kirishima. Once again the Christmas tree emerged with Aiza's blush. She hadn't even realized they were only a block away from her apartment building. The two followed her into the building. They didn't fail to notice the barrage of security guard and the multitude of locks at the door. Hey Zuzu, what's up with all the security and stuff? Did you guys get robbed or something? Both Kirishima and Mina looked confused and a bit concerned. Oh no. It's not that, it's just necessary for some of the people we have over. She wasn't sure if she was allowed to tell them that her parents were pros. She should have asked that sooner. Crap. Oh okay, yeah, with you know who and all as your mentor, she'd probably want some extra beef on the locks. Thank God for Mina's ability to make sense where it shouldn't be. Why yeah, she doesn't want us getting to trouble cause she visits and all. Yeah. Once inside, the three dumped their bags in Aiza's room. The front door opened and slammed in a haste. Izumi! All three heads turned to the incoming person. Oh shit. Crap, was that today? Hi. Namuri was panicking a bit. Hi. Kirishima was the first to speak up. Oh sorry, this is my Aunt Namuri. She turned to her aunt, and this is Kirishima and Ishido. You look kinda familiar. Mina couldn't put her finger on it, but she thought that maybe they'd met before. Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Oh well, you've probably seen my hero persona. What? The two joined in shouting. Can you even tell them this stuff? Izumi asked. Yeah sure. Your dads and I talked last night and we all don't care as long as you don't broadcast it to the whole school. We've never really been secretive about it except Mr. Grumps cause he hasn't been able to get the stick out of his but for like 5 years now. Wait, hold up, which hero? Mina was starstruck. What, you don't recognize me? She comically batted her eyes and struck her hero pose. Midnight. Izumi, you didn't tell us your aunt was a pro hero. That's so cool, bro. Well, I'll let you all start in on your fun while I pretend I can make snacks and probably fail and end up bringing potato chips. Namuri made her way to the kitchen, leaving the jaw-dropped middle schoolers. All right, my room's this way. Izumi nervously led the two to her hero-themed room. She wasn't too embarrassed, her room was hero-themed sure, but mostly just the action figures and one poster of all the top 100 heroes and her entire bookcase of hero notes. Yeah, maybe that was the part she was most nervous of. As she opened the door for her friends, her hands were slightly shaking. Here we go. She whispered to herself. The two responded well to the room. They weren't all too surprised at the decor choice. They both had actually expected more from a hero nerd like Izumi. That was until Mina spotted the bookshelf. Hey Zuzu, what's this? Oh, it's not Impa. Wow, are all of these notes of heroes? Mina was flipping through volume. Izumi had a lot more access to heroes with her parents being pros, so she had more access to hero information and resources. Why yeah. Yo, that's so cool. I saw you scribbling a bit in school, but like I never knew what you were writing. Kirishima exclaimed. I want to be a hero when I grow up, so I thought that the more I knew the more I can help. And my dad helps me with quick analyses so I can be better at doing rapid-fire reads on people. Zuzu, you're getting ahead of the game on this. Mina chimed in impressed. Oh, does your dad do work for a hero company or something? Kiri asked. It. Well, you mentioned he helped you with Quirk analyzing. Izumi had two choices. She could either tell the truth or make up some lie to hide her pro-hero parents. Though she didn't want to lie them, and they already knew about her aunt, so maybe it wouldn't be a big deal. And Aunt Nemi said that her parents had agreed as long as her friends didn't broadcast it to anyone else. And my dad is the pro-hero Eraserhead and my papa is Present Mike. She watched as their eyes grew wide in awe and surprise. By now Present Mike had grown substantially with his news show, and even though Eraserhead was less known on purpose, the three had talked about heroes a lot before and Mina had brought him up. Zuzu, are you meaning to tell me that you have not one, but 3 pro-heroes in your family? Mina was the first to recover from the info shock. Why yes. Holy crap, that's awesome. Bro, I don't even know what to say, that's so cool. And sorry, but could you both not tell anyone? We don't mind if you know, but they don't want it getting out to a bunch of other people. Yeah, no problem. No problemo. The 3 talked about Aizu and her hero family. They noticed that she stayed away from anything relating to her family before, so neither pressed. The 2 both had to leave before dinner. Izumi was a little bit grateful that neither of her dads had made an appearance with her friends over. She didn't think she could handle that much excitement in one day. The school year was whizzing by for Izumi. She finally had friends. They hung out every lunch and even some weekends. She was busy with her training with Mercury often, so they couldn't hang out as much as the 3 would have liked. It was nearing the end of the school year when Aizawa got some bad news. Shoyuta and Zashi were happy to see their daughter having fun again at school. She always had a story to tell of the school day. Instead of like before, she was actually happy, not giving them some fake smile. Aizawa was still mad at himself for not seeing the signs of bullying in his daughter before it had gotten to that point, but she was really good at hiding it. Too good for her age. Aizawa got an incoming call on his hero phone right when he was about to start his nap after his homeroom left for a hero studies class. The ringtone blared out in annoyance. This better be important. He grumbled to himself while clicking the answer button. Eraserhead. Eraserhead, this is the Crimson Valley Supermax Penitentiary. We have had a break-in tonight and the inmate Midoriya Hisashi has escaped. We don't know how they got in, but it looks to be from a disintegration quirk and some undetectable transportation. I was told to direct you to call the All Might Japan office for more information. Mentally, Shoyuda was in a frenzy. His brain was hurtling between storming out at that second to track down the villain, to calling All Might's office as he was instructed, to pulling Izumi out of school that second. He decided to have a 2-for-1 and call the office on the way to the school. He wasn't taking any chances with his daughter. And he needed to call Hisashi and probably midnight. He made a mental list of people to call while he ran out the doors with his car keys. Izumi was at recess when a teacher's aide approached her about an early dismissal from school called in by her dad. She thought it was weird that he'd pull her from school since she had never left early before. It was probably important. She said goodbye to Kiri-chan and Mi-chan as she left the playground with the aide. Instead of going to the office as Izumi thought would happen, the teacher aide took a turn before the door and took Izumi around the back of the school. Your dad said that it would be better if no one saw him in the school, so he asked me to take you this way. Izumi let the adult lead her to the car waiting in front of the side door to the middle school. It wasn't her dad's car. Your dad said that he would be picking you up in a government car. I forgot to tell you earlier. Ma'am, what teacher do you help out? Izumi thought the whole thing was getting a little weird. Mrs. Yu. Mrs. Yu doesn't have a teacher aide. Izumi tried to turn, but the woman caught her wrist before she was able to. Oh, don't be like that, Izumi. Your dad wants to say hi. The voice was not her dad's or her papa's. It was gruff and broken. The door opened farther to reveal a man with dark, curly hair and a broad frame. There was something crazed in his eyes. Instinct took in and Izumi twisted her wrist at a sharp angle. She grabbed the wrist with the same hand being held and adjusted her feet to turn and flipped the fake aide over her back. With a harsh yank, the imposter was on the ground and had released Izumi's wrist. The man came closer and eyes bolted. She sprinted around the length of the school on her way back to the playground. She couldn't take whoever that man was in a fight. Her parents had told her of her birth mother. They had also mentioned that her father was a bad person, a villain even. But he was in a supermax prison that they said he would never be able to break out of. Never. So this had to be someone else, another fake. She thought if she kept telling herself that, then maybe she'd believe it. The playground was almost within sight. She could hear footsteps pounding behind her, rough breaths accompanying the force. She could see someone. The footsteps behind her stopped. She kept running. There was a teacher by the edge of the lot who Izumi hastily approached. Help. There's a teacher who took me out back and a van W with a guy in all black and I think he might. Wait, slow down. I can't understand you if you talk so fast. There's a man W who tried to take me W who isn't my dad. This got through to the teacher quickly. A whistle around her neck was blown to signal to the other teachers. All the kids were to be brought back inside. Everyone started for the door when Izumi felt something around her wrist. The teacher was holding her. No, we need to get your statement, so come with me to the office. The teacher made her stay toward the back of the group, rushing to get inside. They started down the hall together when they were stopped by a downed lock door. Locked doors were used by the janitors and sometimes security to section off areas of the school. But they were never used in the day and security didn't use them for a stranger on property drill. A security guard rounded the corner and headed towards them. I'm sorry, but there was a hazard, so we had to close the locked door for safety purposes. If you'll come with me, I can escort you through the alternate route. Oh dear, what? Hazard? The teacher was concerned. There was just some water damage that we couldn't take care of in time and we didn't want anyone getting hurt with the drill. But it's not a drill. She was cut off by a taser being moved into her side, rendering her unconscious. She fell to the floor, losing the grip on Izumi's wrist. Now you could come with me now and it'll be a breeze, or you can fight me and get hurt and still come with me. Your choice. Though, I recommend the former. Izumi sectioned off a bubble around the man's hand and heated it. The taser heated and fumed, while the man had to drop it in pain of a burning hand. Damn it! Izumi dodged his wide grab and slid under his arm. She was chased down the hall. She didn't know where she was going. Aizu took one sharp turn after turn, trying to lose her attacker. She didn't recognize this part of the school. She had lost all orientation. A hand grabbed her and pulled her into a classroom. She tried to squirm, but they had a firm hold on her. Hey, calm down. The person whisper yelled, I'm a teacher, okay? You're safe, just tell me who you're running from and what their quirk is. Izumi recognized the man as the school's gym teacher. He had an agility quirk that he used his increased muscular physique to compete in crazy athletic competitions around Japan. Izumi always thought the man should have at least tried to go pro, but she was glad he hadn't, or else she wouldn't have anyone right now. He's with the guys that tried to get me in a V-van behind the school. And it might be B because of my dad's. They're heroes. I don't know his quirk, he didn't use it. Sorry. No, that's fine, thank you. Try to call your parents if you can. And go to the back of the classroom and hide behind something. Don't tell the other kids, just call your dad. Izumi hadn't realized that the room had at least 20 kids in it. They must have all been in a younger year than her. And they all looked scared to death. She turned to be away from the main group and tucked herself beneath the teacher's desk in the corner and took out her phone. The battery was at 90%, she had barely used it that day. She was thankful for that. She quickly went to her short list of favorites and called her dad's hero phone. Only for emergencies was scribed in at the bottom of the contact number. She classified this as such. After half a ring, her dad picked up. Yes, Izumi? Her dad must have been worried because he never called her by her real name. There are people at the school. They're trying to get me to go W with someone they say is my father. B, but he's in jail so. He escaped. Her heart jumped to her throat. Listen, Squirt, I'm on my way right now. I've notified the other agencies in the area. Stay on this phone, you hear me? Do not hang up no matter what. Okay, now tell me where you are. Izumi looked around the room. There was a panel on the door with the information, but it was too small. She eked closer until she could read out. Room 112. Okay, and is there a teacher in the room? Students? Why, yes, there's Mr. Basho. He's the gym teacher, agility quirk. And there's students too, younger class, I count 24. Alright, good job. I'm almost to the school. I think there's already some pros on site. The good ones? Izumi asked. Squirt, they're all good. We're heroes after all. There was a knock at the door. No one made a sound. The noise came again, a triple knock. Someone's here. She whispered as quietly as she could. The teacher motioned for everyone to get back. Aizu, get down and stay quiet, we're almost here. Don't hang up. And don't fight them, you're the objective here. We want you hidden as long as possible. Don't come out until I'm there to get you. Remember the code word. Don't respond verbally, just tap the mic and I'll hear it. Her parents had taught her Morse code when she was still in elementary. She was really grateful for it right about now. The teacher was still stationed at the door. There had been no more knocking, but there was still an eerie shadow of feet on the stark white tiles seam under the door. Whoever it was, they were still outside. Someone couldn't handle it. A shrill cry of fear was let out from one of the younger girls. Everything went into slow motion. The door was kicked in. Mr. Basho swung a chair at the intruder's head. The man caught the chair and blew fire where the teacher was holding. The metal melted into his flesh with a searing steam and was melded together with his hands as the Mr. Basho refused to let go. A cry of pain was let out when the intruder struck the teacher in the face, then took the moment of opportunity to slam his head into the wall. After the fourth time, the teacher lost consciousness. His head was bloody and his hands were raw. The entire classroom reeked of burnt flesh. Kids were crying, failing to be undetected. The hardest thing Izumi had done in her life was to stay silent. Could one of you kiddies tell me where my daughter went? I think she must have come this way. No one spoke. Izumi was grateful for the unspoken loyalty. Oh, so no one's a talker, huh? Well then I guess after I kill a few of you someone will be brave enough to talk. The kids all froze as his throat lit with an angry glowing red. Izumi moved before he could finish the intake. The man was in the classroom. In front of him were 24 young students. The teacher was out of commission, and Izumi didn't know how long until a pro hero could get there. He was gearing up for a fire breath with a deep intake. Like hell Izumi was gonna let that happen while she hid like a coward. Peering from her hiding spot under the desk, Izumi could see the rough outline of Komodo from the window's faint light seeping into the classroom. She focused her energy on his outer lines, around his shoulder. The familiar ripple of an air pocket formed, and Izumi immediately started to superheat it. A sizzle sounded off and the Komodo took a leap back, forgetting his younger would-be targets to find the oncoming attacker. Izumi, come with me and no one gets hurt. Isn't that what heroes do? Sacrifice themselves to save the innocent? She kept quiet, trying to come up with a plan. Well, I guess maybe you take after me instead then. Izumi bit her lip. She needed to stall him, she couldn't let him hurt the other kids, but she also had to make sure there was enough time so that her eraser head could get there. The man took a step towards the kids. She created a heat bubble in front of his kneecap and rapidly increased temperature, forcing him to step back to avoid burning. I see you've been practicing. You know, I'm a great teacher. You could learn a few things if you come with your father. Her father? No, her parents were Shoyuta Aizawa and Hisashi Yamada. She knew she was adopted. Her parents told her of the tragedies surrounding the night of her birth. She knew a lot about her mother from Mrs. Bakugo, but no one really spoke of her father. They told her that he was the Komodo, and that he'd never get out of jail. Ever. She couldn't let that get to her. She knew that she was his objective, but she had to forget who he was. He was just another villain. She could hear him slowly getting closer. Well, it was better he be getting closer to her than to the other students, at least she could protect herself, somewhat. She didn't hear the intake of breath, but she sure did feel the exhale. Fire split at the edge of the table. Izumi was shielded by the corner she was crouched in. The metal slates split the torrent just away from her. The white walls next to her were scorched black, thick with ash and soot. She grabbed the thin ledge under the desk and slid herself halfway across the classroom. Thank God for Mercury's strength training. Hopping to her feet, Izumi took in her full surroundings and quickly weighed her options. She could fight and risk the students caught in the mess of it and be injured. She could try and talk him down. She could lie and pretend to be on his side, probably too late for that option though. Or run, he would probably follow her out, but then her dad wouldn't know where she was. Plan it. Talk him to stall. Plan B, run. Another stream of fire shot her way. She dove towards the front of the class, narrowly dodging the inferno. Izumi, stop wasting my time. You are my daughter, you know you're better off just coming with me willingly. You murdered my mother. A gut reaction. She spoke from her lowered stance on the ground, ready to spring at any given time. I did no such thing. I was planning on teaching her obedience. She wouldn't listen and got the police involved. It wasn't murder, it was failure on her part. She didn't belong to you. She did, and so do you. Now let's go. Don't continue to keep up this childish resistance, you're no match. The Komodo breathed in. Izumi readied for his attack, but something seemed off. His feet. His left foot was pointed at her, but his right foot had shifted to face the kids. His weight began to shift, but by then she was already moving. She could block the fire with her quirk, but Komodo was close enough that he could shoot another stream out before she could reform. While running, she formed the bubble and rapidly expanded it, depriving the fire of the needed oxygen and putting it out. She was closer to the kids. Komodo's fire was faster than her pocket formation, but not faster than her feet. Izumi didn't think. She just acted. With a strong push from her back leg, she dove in front of the students and started to activate her quirk. They were scared, some were crying. And they were all innocent. It was her fault they were held hostage. Pain seared her back. Her quirk formed a pocket stopping the coming flames, but the pain remained. She couldn't let the Komodo stay here. The danger with the students was too high. She needed to flush him out. If she ran, he might follow. but might was too far a risk. I can make a rubber spray with my quirk. If you get him out, then I'll keep him out for a bit. The kid spoke out to her. Close it as soon as he's out. She replied in determination. She didn't catch whatever he had said next when the Komodo started to blow again. Izumi formed a pocket around the villain's head. He started to step back and gasp. She couldn't let him move out of range of the already formed pocket though. Springing towards him, Izumi landed a solid kick to his abdomen. He was launched from the air vacuum and towards the door. He reached for the girl, but Izumi slid under his arm and get the door handle. She flung it open and yanked on his outstretched hand to throw him out. Midair he caught her burnt backpack handle and tugged. The momentum carried her out of the classroom with him. His grip released as he hit the ground. Izumi took the opportunity to glance at the door. The kids had already closed it, but there was no layer under the door. Seal it. Don't wait for me. Izumi held eye contact with the door until she heard a stirring behind her. Something gripped her wrist and pulled her down. A punch landed harshly against her cheek, just below her left eye. The Komodo swung her against the opposite wall, slamming her against the lockers. A resounding pop echoes through the hall. Her shoulder went limp. All her left arm was tingling. She couldn't move her fingers. Crack. In order to use her quirk, Izumi used her hands to expand and visualize the formation. She'd never done it without her hands. She couldn't do it without her arm. Well, plan B it is. Izumi pivoted and sprinted down the hallway in bounding strides, forgetting her phone behind. The front entrance she had to get to where the cops would go to first. But she was still in an unfamiliar part of the building, so her best bet was to backtrack and get to the playground, then she could find her way from there. She could hear the heavy footfalls behind her as she raced through the halls. The playground area was just up ahead, and she started to recognize where she was in the school. Another left got her heading towards the office. The steps behind her were getting closer. All the doors siding the hallways were closed and locked, the lights were off, and Izumi couldn't tell which ones had people in them and which were vacant. She couldn't risk ducking into another classroom. Sheet. Izumi came to a long, straight hallway. Her best chance was to run, but she doubted she could make it. She heard the flame before she felt it. Her left arm was tingling with injury from the dislocation, and now her right was searing in pain. She could smell the burnt flesh that clung from her crisped tricep. A cry escaped her lips as she lost footing and hit the ground. The fall pulled at her injured arms and she couldn't reach out to catch herself. I was aiming for your legs, but I guess this works too. So, are you ready to give up and come with your dad? Yeah, when he gets here. She spat the words at him. You are not, and never will be my father. She looked up to see the spark of malice in his eyes. It's a good thing Sensei thinks you're redeemable. We can fix whatever brainwashing they've done. He started coming towards her. You can't fight anymore, give up. Leave me alone, you psycho. Izumi hated to admit how scared she was. How helpless she felt in that moment. She wouldn't make it running, she could barely get up. And she couldn't use her arms. Her last move was to kick when he came close to grab her. One last scan of the long, dim hallway crushed her hopes of being saved. No one was coming this time. She needed more time. She didn't have any more. The empty hallways echoed their every movement, his gruff chuckle and moving feet, her heavy and ragged breaths. Izumi fought to stay awake as he drew closer. Her back was throbbing, her left shoulder was aching and tingling, and her right arm was screaming in pain. Black dotted the peripheral of her vision and her eyesight was getting fuzzy. She bit her cheek to keep from passing out. She was out of options. The only thing she could do was give up her pride and admit that she couldn't keep it up. Help! He's here. Komodo! She screamed, hoping someone somewhere could hear her. She wasn't expecting her two friends to burst from the classroom at the end of the hall. Kirishima and Ishido were ushered from the playground in a hurry. Izumi had gone off with a teacher earlier, but they didn't know where to. They saw her running in to talk to a different teacher, a teacher who signaled for the lockdown. Something happened with the teacher and Izumi, but Kiri and Mino were pushed into the building and couldn't get back to her. They got stuck in the hallway leading to the main office with some older math teacher who was scared to death. The old lady had never been part of a lockdown, not even a false alarm, and was absolutely terrified. She wouldn't inform them of any new information she was getting through the private faculty transmissions, so they were left in the dark. Literally and metaphorically, with all the classroom lights off. It was a long while before they heard anything. There was scuffing in the hall and something that sounded like a powered fan gusting wind. Someone screamed a girl. "We have to help them. Let us out of here." Kirishima called to the shaking teacher. "I am not opening this door for any reason." She yelled back at him. "Come on, you wimp. Aren't you supposed to helping us here?" Mina joined. "I am. By keeping you out of a dangerous situation. Now, sit down and don't make another sound." Kirishima and Mina sunk back to the floor. "So what's the plan?" Kirishima heard a whisper from next to him. "Not sure. This is really Zuzu's strong point. You don't think she's involved in this, do you?" Ijiro thought back to the teacher's reaction to whatever information Izumi had given her. What makes sense? The teacher blew the whistle right after Izumi came to her. It has to be connected. Mina was cut off by a resounding bang from the hall. That sounded bad. Kirishima rose to his feet once again. "Hey, I told you to sit down. There is someone being beaten out there. The girl. It's a hero's job to help those who need it. Try and stop me." He hadn't even noticed Mina standing along with him. "I am the teacher here. I am in charge and you will sit down right now and behave. How dare you stand up to me calling it a hero's action? You're just misbehaving. If you want to do the right thing, then you need to sit down and help. He's here." Komodo. Kirishima was halfway to the door and already in his hardened form. He knew that voice. He'd never heard it like that before, a wailing for help. Izumi never asked for help, even when she needed it. Even when she knew someone was there. No way in hell he was going to let her suffer like that alone ever again. The teacher didn't even try to stop him once he had shifted to his hardened form. She couldn't have even if she tried. Kirishima burst through the door with Mina hot on his heels. The sight of Izumi horrified him. She looked half dead. A strange man in a dark cloak was standing over her. His mouth was smoking and her glared daggers as the two. Komodo. Kirishima had heard of the guy but never much in depth. He had been arrested before their time. But Kirishima did know that the guy could shoot streams of fire from his mouth. This guy matched the description. "Get away from her." They started charging at the villain. A plume of roaring fire was shot their way. Much more than Kirishima would be able to take, even in his hardened form. Mina couldn't maneuver with her slicked acid feet. She was stuck in her path of charge as the fire raged straight at them. No! A figure rammed into the two, knocking them off track and shielding most of the fire. The flames still brushed against their extremities in small beams, but it wasn't nearly as bad as what it would have been. They skidded on the floor before coming to a halt. Mina, being lighter, flew farther and was slouched against the lockers while Kirishima was still a few feet away. There was a weight on his chest. He regretted looking up. Izumi laid on top of him, her eyes half-lidded, burns wrapping her legs in a hot steaming mess of red. "Are you okay?" She cracked a half-smile. Her swollen left face prevented her from making any decent ploy at being okay. "I'm honestly surprised you had that in you, Izumi. Too bad that you have no chance of running away now." The man towered over them. Tearing his eyes from the horrifying figure, he noticed that Izumi was no longer responding. She'd lost consciousness. He bolted to a seated position with Izumi still draped over his lap, her damaged back exposed. A back that was no longer reassuring him with the steady rhythm of breath. He put his hand to her shoulders to feel for any movement. She still had a heartbeat, though weak. Her breath was there, shallow and shaky, but still there. He released the breath he didn't know he'd been holding. The Komodo took a step forward. Kirishima didn't want to move and risk jostling Izumi's injuries. "Hey you asshat! Get away from my friends!" Mina threw a splash of acid at the man. It wasn't very potent, but the level still sizzled his clothing and gave a sharp pain on his exposed skin. Leaping over her downed friends, Mina flew to punch the attacker. He was quick, and she barely caught his shoulder with a knuckle. Pain exploded from the side of her head as a fist crashed against her skull. Black dots wavered before her eyes. Her body crumpled to the ground and slid until pressed against the opposing wall of lockers. She hit it with a clank. Mina tried to get back on her feet, but the swirling in her head caused her knees to buckle as she gave in and rested slouched against the lockers. Kirishima watched as Mina tried to get up but slumped to the floor. Her eyes were a bit glazed and she was probably heavily concussed. He was surprised she still had some form of consciousness. Ijiro carefully moved Izumi from on top of him to be tucked against the locker wall. The enemy was coming closer once again, but Kirishima made sure to be between him and Izumi. "You know you can't beat me. Give up now, kid, or you're gonna get hurt. I'm not letting you hurt my friends. I am not here to hurt the girl." "Bullshit. You're a villain, you're just evil." The man took a step back. "She didn't tell you, did she? That girl, Midoriya Izumi, is my daughter." Kirishima didn't know how he should respond. The villain was probably just trying to rile him up. There was no way they could be related. Izumi's family was all proheros. But she was adopted, he knew that much. Komodo moved to slide past him in his thought. "She's nothing like you." Kirishima caught the man with landing a solid hardened punch to his face. The man staggered back holding his newly acquired bruise. "I'm done with this. Kurogyri." The floor opened under Kirishima and he fell through darkness into the other end of the hallway. The Komodo blew a stream of fire at him as Kirishima charged forward. He was pushed back by the force. Heat ripped across his hardened body, burning his outer layers of clothing and blasting past his defenses. Shoyuta got to the school in record time. The call from Izumi had gotten his heart rate going way too fast. He had alerted law enforcement as well as multiple pro-hero agencies. The front of the school was full of ill-equipped police and a few lower-ranked heroes. He heard the fight starting on the phone and the fleeting sounds as Izumi must have dropped it and moved locations. With the Komodo in pursuit, Shoyuta barely stopped the car before he was leaping out. He didn't even remember if he put it in par or not. "What's the situation?" An impatient voice met the police. "We haven't gone in yet due to a lack of information. We don't know what part of the building they're currently in, or even how many there are. We sent pro-heroes Kimabo and Beetle in toward room 112 as ordered, but both stopped responding, so we halted the advancement until we can get thermal imaging of the building. They should be here with the camera in about 10 minutes. Aizawa was said. "My 9-year-old daughter is in there right now, fighting the Komodo. By herself. And you've all been waiting out here." The policeman took a step back and averted his eyes. "I'm going in. Get me backup." Eraserhead headed in with a collection of 10 police officers. They met a gunman that was promptly taken down. Eraserhead didn't even slow, he let 3 of the cops stay behind to deal with it. There was an injured teacher in the hallway that 2 officers peeled off to take care of. That left him with 5 officers. The classroom door was open. The only occupants of room 112 were 24 students huddled in the corner, scared to death. The teacher was unconscious and injured against the back wall with a few students trying to help. 3 officers stayed with them. He had 2 left. The group heard a yell echo from the other end of the hall. They rounded the corner as a name was bellowed out. "Kurogyri." A red-haired kid fell from a black portal and was blasted past the 4 by a stream of fire. His head met the wall and his weight slumped against it. "Kid." Aizawa had seen this student before, one of Aiza's friends maybe. The student's eyes widened, and he used the last of his energy to point down the hall. "Get Izumi." That's when Aizawa saw her. His daughter, unconscious in the hands of the villain, burns spattered over her body with legs badly damaged, blood stained the floor in various patterns. "It's an honor to meet you, Eraserhead, but it seems you just caught me on my way out. Better luck next time." A portal opened behind the man. "Komodo!" Shoyuta launched himself forward. The black void closed, taking both the Komodo and Izumi with it. Hate to post this instead of a chapter, but I want those continuing to read this story to understand a few things. So after getting a few harshly worded comments throughout this fanfic, I would just like to say I like criticism. Honestly, if you have a suggestion, I'd love to hear it. But if you aren't knowledgeable enough to word it respectfully, then do not comment it here or anywhere else. I enjoy and can learn from the helpful comments of word grammar errors, as well as the kindly worded correction. But can those of you who maybe didn't go to kindergarten or forgot childhood manners please memorize this? If you don't have anything nice or respectful to say, then don't say anything at all. AO3 authors are writing these stories for your enjoyment and doing it for fun. Don't insult us by commenting and calling things bullshit, or saying that this was shit, or you can't write. All three things are quoted from my deleted comment section. I have a busy life and a full schedule, but I love writing and I love hearing from you guys. I am also tired of getting disrespectful comments that I have to delete. If you want to be a troll, then go find a nice bridge and stay there cause no one wants you here. Sincerely, author. P.S. I love all of you who have been supportive and I actually almost die every time I see your positive or cliffhanger reaction comments. Look forward to a chapter next week. It will not be late. Present Mike got to the scene only 10 minutes after Eraserhead. He didn't know what was going on. His only information thus far was a phone alert of Shoyuta calling for backup at Izumi's school and an alert earlier that the Komodo had been broken out of prison. It didn't take a mastermind to connect the dots. Mike was overthinking and frantically rushing past the barrage of reporters, concerned parents, and useless bystanders to get past the police line around the perimeter of the school. He was directed inside with a collection of medics and police to room they passed cops taking care of different issues, then eventually the classroom. 2 police stood guard and 1 was tending to an injured teacher. A few medics stayed behind, and Mike continued on as directed to the fight. The sight was awful. Blood and scorch marks scattered around the flooring. There were even acid drops that ate away at a portion of the ground. 2 kids were on the ground, the girl unconscious next to a red-haired boy that was getting a head wound treated by Eraserhead. There was no sign of anyone else. Eraser! Mike called to get his attention. Where is Izumi? The prohero's face dropped. He got her. A gun wouldn't have affected Mike as much as those words did in that hallway. The investigation was headed by none other than All Might. The number 1 prohero was called in to deal with the infamous Komodo, a villain capable of mass casualties and with an array of dangerous connections. Izumi's kidnapping had begun national news and it was impossible for them to keep her name out of the media for long. On the second day her name was released, and it wasn't long after that connections were drawn between her and the Komodo. The 5th day Midoriya Inko's death from 9 years ago was even talked about, as well as the discovered adoption of the child by proheros. The media wasn't able to discover which heroes, however, but it wouldn't be long until they got onto that too. A week passed before a viable lead was found. In a rundown area of the city, a cop had arrested a few low-level gangbangers that had more intel than they were given credit for. They admitted to knowing the name Kurogiri. When questioned, they even gave a clue that the Warp Gate user was commonly seen in the lower east side of the city near the underground ports. Chief of Police reluctantly agreed to let Eraserhead and Present Mike onto the team, but negotiated for them to be kept toward to rear and help with the investigation rather than the vanguard action. This is bullshit. Shoyuta mumbled from the back of an armored truck en route to the ports. We should be up front and fighting for our daughter, not stuck back here like some glass dolls. It's been 8 days. We have nothing. Not true, my friend. We have a good lead to chase with this. If we keep up doing our best, then we will find something. Why, you ask? Because I'm here. Yeah, we get it, you star-spangled spoink. But there's still been no headway on the case. Shoyuta, she can take care of herself, we just have to keep looking. You know she can fight. Mike tried to soothe his partner. You didn't see her condition, Hisashi. You didn't see how bad it was. Hell, I don't even know how bad it really was. I never got close enough to tell if she was even breathing. Aizawa slumped even more in the cushioned office chair. No, you're right, I didn't see her. But the Komodo wanted her for a reason, and he wanted her alive. The man has no reason to want her dead. Hisashi looked grim. We just have to find her before he finishes. Mina and Kirishima had both been taken to the hospital immediately after the police arrived. Mina had a concussion with a minor head injury thanks to her horns taking most of the impact, and Kirishima had slight burns to his forearms and a dislocated shoulder. The two both stayed home the first 2 days back. They got no news about Izumi whatsoever, but the police did leave a squad car outside each house in case the villains came for payback on the two. Kirishima was broken. He couldn't do anything to help his friend. Ashido was trying to reason him that it wasn't his fault and that there was nothing he could have done. But it didn't make him feel any less guilty. Lunch was the worst. It made it obvious that she wasn't there. He and Mina kept hearing others talk about Izumi. People saying it was her own fault, some claiming a missing classmate as an excuse not to do homework, when they had only ever bullied her and still made fun of her even after the kidnapping, but the worst were the ones who claimed that Izumi had been their best friend, people who had barely talked to her and only insulted her prior to the incident. They were also teased about their injuries. Both had various bruises, but Mina was especially sensitive to light due to the concussion and adverse effect of her reverse pupil eyes in relation to her quirk, so she had to wear sunglasses at all times. Kirishima had his left arm in a sling and wrapping around his forearms. The two tried to keep their heads down with all the rumors and teasing launched around, but sometimes people just can't help from snapping. A boy in class, Shiro, had been using Izumi as an excuse all week not to do his homework. And yeah, it set Kirishima off, but never to the point of retaliation. Mina wasn't in his class, but he sure as hell wished she was to help him deal with this guy. Today, the dude was claiming that he couldn't take the math test because of his overwhelming loss over a good friend. Bullshit. Kirishima muttered under his breath, not realizing just how loud he actually was. Excuse me? The teacher asked with all the good attention she could have. I said bullshit. Kiri said sternly. Every day this guy claims he can't do his schoolwork 'cause she's gone. He never liked her. In fact, he's one of the JRKS that made fun of her on a weekly basis. Shiro jumped from his chair. How dare you talk badly of me when we all have to deal with this tragedy? The teacher didn't see, but Shiro sent a wink at his friend in the row behind his who started muffling a laugh. Now boys. You complete a-hole. How dare you made a fucking joke out of this? You bullied her. You made her cry and hate parts of herself. You never gave a shit about how she felt at all. Kirishima was standing and only a few feet from Shiro. The teacher has gotten closer. Boys, we all deal with grief in different ways. How dare you insult me about my best friend Kiri-chan, the boy said under his breath. A punch to the cheek shut the boy up pretty well. Kirishima didn't use his quirk. He could be in a whole lot of trouble as he did. Shiro spit out 2 teeth. Kirishima Ijiro. The teacher yelled, to the office right now. Yep. He popped the pea and headed out the door. Not feeling guilty at all. The guy had it coming, and he only needed one good arm to take him out. Suspension for a week. Shiro got no punishment whatsoever. Kirishima was left to sit outside the office and wait for a parent to come pick him up. Kiri-chan. Mina came running around the corner in her sunglasses. I heard you punch someone in the face and knocked all their teeth out. Why did you do that? I can't believe you'd go violent on someone like that. He was claiming to be Izumi's friend. And he was using her as an excuse to not do homework. So, and claimed she was his best friend, then winked and made a joke of it. So you knocked his teeth out? Mina was a combo of severely disappointed and just a tad sad. It was Shiro. Mina's face went from angry to entirely serious in a second flat. Oh shit, Beach had it coming. Kirishima couldn't hold back his rolling waves of laughter and Mina couldn't help from joining in. His face went somber in an instant. I miss her, Mina. She lowered into the chair next to him. Yemi too. Welcome back to the land of the living. The world came back in shattered pieces. The smell of sterilized floors, the taste of plastic, the feeling of a tube down her throat. See, Dr. Niko-kun will get that out for you. Izumi could barely make out the shape of a woman coming towards her with a bright pink medical mask covering most of her face. The feeling of a large tube being pulled from inside her was more than just unpleasant, it was horrifying. She couldn't help from letting tears waterfall down from her swollen eyes. Oh sorry hun, we didn't have any child-size ones but I got the big one to fit just fine. Izumi tried to ask where she was, but when she tried to speak all that came out was a low, broken rumble in her chest. The attempt to speak cost her, a searing pain ripped through her throat and stung her lungs. Her coughing fit yielded a splatter of blood. Oh no. Now why would you be an insolent little prick and speak like that, you no good brat? Izumi saw the outline of a hand through her hazy eyes just before a smack resounded from her face. Don't you dare try to say anything until I personally say you can. If you do, they'll be much worse than an itsy-bitsy slappy-wappy. Izumi's head wrung from the slap, but her vision seemed to be getting better. The stark colors of the all-gray room, along with the strange woman towering above her discarding a scarlet-tinted tube. The lady had white hair with smoky gray ends. Her hair was pulled into a messy half-ponytail with half-he hair falling to her elbows. Her large cat-like ears came to a point and lined with light gray fur. Yellow-washed eyes with slit pupils glared directly at Izumi. Oh, has little Usagi gotten her sight back? The wisps of breath tried to form a word burned, but she stopped paying attention to it when a scalpel was plunged into her thigh. The woman held her mouth closed, stopped her from screaming, but her cries still resounded from her throat. The Catwoman was inches from her face, the slit yellow eyes glowing in rage. I told Usagi to not speak. I did, didn't I? Didn't I? She twisted the blade. Tears poured down her face as Izumi slowly nodded, fearful of what would happen if she failed to respond. I keep forgetting your real name, but that's boring anyways. So I gave you a new one. Usagi, because a rabbit was the first thing I ever got to dissect, and the cuteness reminded me of you. The woman waited for a reaction. She yanked the blade out in a quick pull and placed it on the metal tray to the side. Usagi, look what you did. Now I have to stitch this all up. She could feel each needle puncture and string pull through. Each prick reminded her of how much she couldn't scream. Oh Usagi, you were such a good girl. I'm so proud. The woman turned to be face to face with Izumi. The lady's smeared smoky eye and gray lipstick were a stark comparison to her sheet-white face. Oh, Dr. Nico-kun did such a good job. Did I tell you? I did, didn't I? I am Dr. Nico, but you will call me Dr. Nico-kun. Wait, no you won't. You can't talk. Well, maybe in a few months then you can call me Dr. Nico-kun. And don't forget the kun. 'Cause we're going to be good friends. The temp boss let me have his daughter. I mean for a bit. But I'm the only one allowed to do any medical procedures on you. They better not even put half a band-aid on you 'cause you're mine. K. Izumi nodded in fearful acceptance. The doctor was entirely psychotic. Dr. Nico's ear twitched and perked toward the wall. Sorry Usagi, I'll be back in a jiffy. Dr. Nico-kun just has to go take care of the person who was just stabbed in the stomach. She turned to leave. Oh, and if you try to talk I might just have to sew that mouth of yours closed, K? With that the villain exited through a hidden door in the wall. Izumi took note of her surroundings in the absence of the doctor. The faster she knew where she was, the faster she could get out. Dad had always said that details were important. She didn't know how long she'd been gone. Her family must be worried. She almost felt bad for whoever her aunt was pummeling for information at the moment. But the fleeting humor wasn't enough to lighten the mood when she was sitting in a blood-stained room. The gray walls varied in darkness and a few lights hung from the ceiling scattering the room. It was roughly a 20 by 30-foot room. Minimal furnishings. Only the cot she was on and a surgical rack pushed to the side, as well as an intubation machine to her left. If she could get the scalpel, she might be able to fight back once the doctor returned. Izumi's wrists were tied down to the cot. The fabric bindings weren't very tight, so she hadn't even noticed them before. She tried activating her quirk, but no luck. They must have her on quirk suppressants. Izumi was still in a daze but fought through her soreness and mental fuzz to bend down and start biting at the bindings. The first one took only about a minute, but the second took almost 3. Izumi just hoped the crazy doctor wouldn't come back before she was ready. Getting to her wobbly feet, Izumi leaned heavily against the cot for support. Her left shoulder was entirely bandaged as well as her right forearm. She ignored them for now. The freshly sewn puncture in her leg was bleeding between the poorly done stitches. She was almost to the cart, just 10 feet from her cot, when the wall door began to shift. Izumi lunged to the cart despite the pain and gripped the bloody scalpel in her shaking hand. She couldn't rely on her quirk for this one. 3 figures entered the gray room. First Dr. Nico, then a boy with light blue hair, then the Komodo. Izumi shot forward to make up the 6 feet between them with all the speed she could, which wasn't enough. The boy grabbed the blade and in an instant, It disintegrated to nothing. If she hadn't have let it go when she did, she might have been caught up in it too. A large head lifted her by the shirt collar, a shirt that she knew wasn't hers. Izumi, play nice, this is your new friend, Tamura. The Komodo spoke in a rough voice. Tamura, this is my daughter, Izumi. I'm not your. The coughing fit ended the rasped words that were forced from her damaged throat. Yusidai, her name was. Gleefully sung from the doctor's lips, I won't stand for disrespectful patients in my care. We wouldn't want you getting more sudden injuries now, do we? She twirled a new scalpel in her thinly framed hand. Izumi flinched at the reminder of the pulsing wound in her thigh. Izumi's face held facing her mother's murderer, and she wasn't about to give up this chance. She gathered up the energy, then spit directly onto the Komodo's face. He wrenched back and threw her against the wall. Her harsh launch was almost worth it. Disgusting brat. He wimped the saliva from his cheek. Nico, feel free to lace any already damaged surface with your own choosing. She'll love it. The doctor perked unsettlingly. It didn't take long after the other two left to find out what lacing was from the demented doctor. As a part of her quirk, Dr. Nico has cat-like enhancements, including retractable claws. You see, a regular scratch post just isn't satisfying like a live one is. But I seem to have become bored with all the animals I've tried. But I never got bored with human skin. No, human skin is different. The way it pulls and tears with me as I slide my claws against it. And the pretty pattern it leaves behind is my own little artwork. Izumi tried to hide her reaction as her eyes slowly grew bigger. But I'm only allowed to use what he already marked. So I'll of course use that, but I have a habit of going a bit overboard with everything. I never was able to color in the lines as a child, and unfortunately, for you, I still can't. Izumi watched from her secured position on the cot as the doctor unwrapped her burned shoulder and forearm. Then unsheathed her claws and started scraping through the healing skin. After the first 10 she started crying, after the next 20 she was screaming. The lead they found didn't break even after they let Midnight in the room alone with him for an hour with no restrictions. She was their last resort and it failed. No, you let me try one more time and I'll make him sheet information between his broken teeth. Namuri, you already broke a few of his teeth and a finger. We shouldn't even be stooping this low in the first place. Aizawa tried to settle with her. Isn't there any other thing we could try? Does he have any phobias or anxieties or like OCD? Maybe we could mix some colored chips unevenly and he'd. Mike. Sorry. Mike slumped back into his chair. An officer ran in holding a single beige file. He was sweating and out of breath. I found someone who might be able to help. He rushed the words. You just might have to convince their parents. The three opened the file of a boy Izumi's age with wild, purple hair and that looked much too tired for his age. Under Quirk was listed, brainwashing. This might actually work. Shoyuta didn't even recognize himself saying it. We should go. Midnight stood to leave. No. What? Zashi and Namuri said at the same time. Send All Might. If anyone has a shot at convincing parents to bring in their kid, it's that guy. The fact that it was true hurt Shoyuta, the fact that he was saying it hurt even more. The officer nodded and left the room to go report to All Might. Within the hour, the purple-haired 9-year-old was sitting in the precinct waiting room with his worried mother on one side and All Might on the other. So, young Shinso, all you have to do is ask them is get a response so you can activate your quirk, then ask the man where Izumi Midoriya is. The hero in the room will tell you what to do from there. Can you do that, young Shinso? The boy nodded. But what if I can't turn it off right away? That's why we're sending in Prohero Eraserhead in with you, my boy. All Might's voice boomed throughout the building and he was sent a glare from just about every officer in sight. Okay. The shy voice responded. The boy was escorted into the room with Eraserhead and Officer Naomasa. The criminal was handcuffed to the metal table facing the one-way mirror. Tiesuke, you brought a fucking kid in here? Wimps resorting, pretty low now ain't we? How old do you think I am? Shinso asked with a quiver in his voice. I don't can. Tell us where Izumi Midoriya is being held. A warehouse off 78th and Cromwell. Naomesa's pen went flying over the notepad pages as he wrote down the information. Ask him where in the building. Naomesa instructed. Where in the building? Not sure. Basement probably, I only saw her taken in. What condition was she in? What condition was she in? Pretty bent out of shape. She had a lot of burns and was out cold. They had her on a few tube things in her mouth and a bunch in her arms and stuff. They put the crazy beach doctor with you. Who's the doctor and what's wrong with her? Who's the doctor and what's wrong with her? She's psycho. She's a pretty good OL doctor, but she doesn't care about the patient's pain level. She messes with your mind. And if you aren't dying, she'll just make you worse off than you came in. How? How? The doctor's like got a cat person quirk or something and she loved that scratch post thing that cats do, you know? But she got real bored with so she used animals, then moved on to using people when she got bored again. So now she used people and just scratches over and over until you pass out. And she likes the mind game things where she slowly drags into the places that shouldn't be touched by anyone. Especially the sensitive spots if she can. But if she's allowed to, you don't want to see what she does if the psycho gets free range of The dense reaction in the room was palpable. Who else is in the building? Shinso audibly swallowed as sweat rolled down his forehead. Who else is in the building? Besides Dr. Nico right now there's the Komodo and Sensei's pet project, some kid with a decaying quirk type thing, kids also used for punishments, then the guy you really gotta watch out for has, the man's eyes return to normal. What the hell? What the hell did that sheet just do? The man tried to lunge forward but his cuffed hands prevented from doing anything but leaning closer. Shinso was swaying on his feet. Aizawa instinctively reached out to steady the boy, but he flinched away from the prohero's touch. Shoyuta made a mental note for later. After guiding the dizzy kid out of the interrogation room and back to his worried mother, Aizawa headed for the planning room where everyone was waiting for him. Tonight they'd make their move.